This guy just bit the dust on the battlefield. Enemy general swiped his head clean off. But when he opens his eyes, boom. Reborn right in the heart of the enemy nation. That is wild. His dad is a 6th-rank spearman and a count of the empire. His mom, the deadliest assassin in the syndicate. His big sis is a magic prodigy, and the second sister is a summoner. Born as the eldest son with a silver spoon in his mouth, this is the definition of a war god born at the finish line. Sure, both his parents love him to death, but it's getting a little weird. Pops wants him to be a spearman and smash enemies head on. Mom wants him to be an assassin and stab people in the back. The little guy is totally speechless. Seriously, I've got complaints, but I can't even talk yet. Once Dean turns 1, the Count's family throws a massive grabbing ceremony, inviting guests from all over. Everyone is there to predict the child's future based on the object he grabs. The old man wants his son to inherit the family legacy, so he places the heirloom dragon-tail spear in the pile. The old lady wants him to follow the assassin's path, so she tosses in a dagger capable of absorbing all poisons. Even his 2 sisters prepared their own items to lure him in. The whole family is desperate for him to pick their stuff. Why is the kid sweating buckets? Good grief, I am literally 1 year old. Are you people for real right now? While Dean is hesitating, unsure what to grab, all 4 objects suddenly light up at once. This means he possesses all 4 talents: spearmanship, assassination, magic, and summoning. The crowd is absolutely terrified. Even the top geniuses in the family usually only awaken 1 talent. And just like that, Dean becomes the ultimate, unprecedented genius of the Count's lineage. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Dean turns 7. He's currently training his spear technique with his old man. Since his birthday is coming up, the Count gifts Dean a brand new spear. A solid black shaft combined with a razor-sharp silver tip. It's incredibly light, and he instantly falls in love with it. Next, the Count wants to teach Dean a new skill. He tells his son to watch closely as a massive wave of mana erupts, shaking the entire training ground. He immediately focuses his power and thrusts the spear forward. The sheer force is so intense, it actually distorts the space around the strike. This is the ultimate technique for concentrating mana into a single point. It took me 7 years to master this. Dean steps up to give it a shot. Immediately, the Count's eyes bulge out of his sockets in disbelief. Dean nailed it on his very first try. Once the shock wears off, the Count goes absolutely ecstatic. He has no idea his son's talent is light years beyond his own. He doesn't know the kid is basically a top-tier ranker smurfing on a newbie account with all his past memories intact. The Count is convinced that one day, his son will become an outstanding warrior. Very quickly, Dean's 7th birthday arrives. All the VIPs of the Empire show up to congratulate him. It's here that Dean runs into Duke Thaman again, the same guy who politely relieved him of his head in his past life. Back then, they fought a fair duel on the battlefield. Each was fighting for their country, so Dean holds no grudge against him. Today, the Duke brought his youngest daughter, Lady Layla, along with him. The party continues with a cheerful atmosphere. Everyone is chatting loudly. Count Arkan asks, "I wonder how your wife is doing these days." Duke Thaman sighs heavily. "I've tried everything, every method possible, but there's still no progress. I apologize for the trouble. If I suddenly disappear, please understand I might have to rush back to the capital urgently. By the way, where is little Dean? I wanted to chat with him a bit more." Count Arkan shakes his head. "I haven't seen him or Layla anywhere." In a secluded corner, the 2 kids seem bored with the party. "Honestly, I don't really like following my father around, but today I'm actually glad I came with him." Layla reflects for a moment, then continues. "Back in Thamian, there's always drama. Nobles coming and going, sometimes even the royals show up. Every time that happens, I have to do all these formal greetings. It's so annoying. I prefer freedom. Wearing simple clothes and sword fighting." Dean thinks to himself, "She knows sword fighting? I actually like both." Dean replies, "This place isn't as lively as the capital, but I look forward to practicing my spear every single day." Layla asks, "So, you're planning to join the academy?" Dean answers instantly, "No, I don't train for that reason." She looks surprised. "Why? Isn't that everyone's dream?" "Yeah. I train to get in there, sure, but mostly to just be better. But what if you don't get accepted? Then I try again. If I still fail, I'll just accept that path isn't for me." The girl looks skeptical. "Aren't you afraid of disappointing your family?" "Not really. My family values honor, but actually, forget I said that." Dean thinks to himself, turns out noble families have their own worries. He pauses, sighs, and asks, "Why do you think that? You seem pretty skilled yourself." "Really? Do you want to see my sword skills?" Layla asks. Dean nods. "Sure, but just for a little bit. Thanks. Where's your training ground? Can we go there for a sec?" Not long after, Layla demonstrates her sword forms. As Dean watches, he analyzes. She attacks and defends with great flexibility, strikes at the right moment, but after a few minutes, her rhythm gets messy. "So, How was that? Layla asks, breathless. Dean replies, pretty great. Really? Hearing her reaction, Dean feels a bit awkward. Should I actually say something? He wonders. Well, starting from the third stance, you're taking an extra half step. The other postures followed suit, throwing your blade trajectory off-center. Sorry if that's harsh. It's just been a long time since I've seen that specific sword style. Layla's eyes widen. So that's the missing puzzle piece I've been looking for. She breathes out. Thank you, Dean. You've got such sharp eyes. Spotting my mistake instantly. Dean chuckles nervously. Hey, you're suffocating me. And could you maybe put the sword away? Oops, sorry about that. Dean wonders internally. Why did she just bear hug me like that? Just then, a servant rushes over in a panic. Young Master Dean, where have you been? Lady Layla, they're looking for you two. We need to get back. Where on earth did you two go? We've been searching everywhere. Happy 7th birthday, son, and congratulations on awakening your very first mana core. Happy birthday, Dean. Thank you, Mother, Dean replies. As he unwraps the gift, his eyes widen in surprise. What is this? He realizes it's a brooch bearing the family crest, the same kind his sisters always show off. Guard this well, Dean. This brooch stands as proof of your honor within our clan. Happy birthday, young Master Dean. You've finally become a recognized, worthy member of the Stress family. From a distance, Dean's parents smile softly, watching the scene unfold. Dean thinks to himself, this is the first time I've ever been acknowledged by so many people. Suddenly, a violent tremor sends the crowd into chaos. What is that noise? What's happening? Damn it, is it an intruder? Stay calm, everyone, don't panic. Here we go again, Dean sighs. I thought today might actually be peaceful. His mother leans in. Can you guess who it is? Dean blinks. No way. Could it be? A summoning circle flashes on the ceiling, instantly seizing the party's attention as guests scream in alarm. What in the world? A silhouette slowly descends from the spatial rift, touching down on the floor. Check the time, little brother. Your big sister isn't late, is she? The crowd buzzes with whispers. Is that Lady Arabella? It appears so. She just used instant teleportation. You have to be at least a 5th circle mage to open a portal that precise. Our young lady is truly a genius, Dean thinks. She's just as loud and flashy as ever. Simultaneously, people gaze outside and scream, there's a monster in the sky! Oh gods, it's a wyvern! Lady Clara is running late. Clara strides in, sparking a fresh wave of gossip. I heard she's a genius summoner, but to think she can tame a wyvern. Is she really only 16? You made it? Yes. Both sisters speak in unison. Dean, happy birthday. The two girls present their gift bags to Dean. I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Me too. Thank you both for coming all this way to celebrate with me. Arabella interjects. Of course we had to come. Now, open your presents. I'm positive you're going to love this. Sister, isn't this a spatial bag? Bingo. And I designed it myself. Spatial magic is top-tier complexity. It looks like your professor made it. Dean replies sincerely, thank you, sister. Dean thinks to himself, I know exactly how difficult it is to engrave spatial magic onto an item. Arabella continues, give me your hand. Let me put it on for you. But even harder than the enchantment, Dean muses, is designing a material capable of withstanding the spatial stress. Arabella adds, just so you know, I've already encoded your genetic signature into it. Only you can use this. It's a one-of-a-kind masterpiece. Layla chimes in, judging by that faint mana resonance, that looks like a top-tier magic stone. If you channel a little mana into the ring, it creates a subspace. That way, you won't have to waste time lugging around a physical bag. This is incredibly valuable. Thank you so much, sister. Dean thinks, this is the kind of gear only the ultra-wealthy, high-ranking commanders or elite mages use on the battlefield. I never imagined I'd get my hands on something like this. He extends his finger to activate the ring's magic circle. Arabella starts to explain, oh, and the ring auto-adjusts as you grow, so don't wait. The onlooker's eyes widen in shock. Did you just open that subspace faster than I can? You really are a genius, Dean. Absolutely brilliant. His father interjects. It seems both of my children have already awakened their mana cores. Dean, hurry up and open my present too. Right, thank you. Dean lifts the object from the box. An egg? Why would she give me this? Clara leans in to explain. It's not just a normal egg, so you need to be extremely careful with it. Puzzled, he asks, then what is it? Clara whispers into his ear. It's a familiar. I summoned Decarin once, and that's when this appeared. I don't know when it will hatch, but it's incredibly rare. Staring at the egg, Dean's memory jogs. Right. I've heard legends about this. A familiar is distinct from a summoned beast, a completely different entity, though they share some traits. Unlike a temporary summon, once a familiar is brought forth, it can exist in this world eternally. Clara adds, No one else knows about this, Dean. Just you. So please, keep it a secret until it hatches. I promise. My lips are sealed. Hey! Arabella calls out. Why are you two whispering for so long? Clara ignores her, murmuring to Dean. I honestly have no idea when it will wake up. Remember to infuse mana into it every single day, once in the morning and once at night, so it recognizes you as its true master. Yes, sister. I will definitely make sure to do that. Haha, just look at these incredible gifts. Having your sisters back home really is the best, isn't it? Yes, mother. It truly is wonderful. Ahem. All right, my dear princesses. While I am overjoyed that you could return, even though you warned us it might be impossible, don't you think you should say hello to your father and mother first? Oh, father. How have you been lately? I was just so focused on giving Dean his presents. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's fine. You all look healthy, and that's what matters. You traveled a long way just to see your little brother. Go on and get some proper rest. Yes, father. Not far away, a young girl watched the happy Sagras family reunion with a look of pure envy. Dean glanced over and felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Lila, has she already left? But why did she look so incredibly lonely just now? The scene shifts to a different location. The man muttered to himself, She has far exceeded even my highest expectations. Just as expected from the Academy's most talented mage, she truly is a precious gem. She would be the perfect match for my son, the Academy's most elite swordsman. If our two families were to unite, we would create a power so formidable that even the imperial family would have to tread carefully around us. Then, no one would dare act arrogantly before our descendants ever again. That's right. I should bring up the engagement promise between the two children during our conversation today. What is that sound? Is someone training? Who on earth would be practicing at this ungodly hour? Elsewhere, Dean was immersed in his training, executing techniques with lethal precision. Arriving at the scene, Bill watched from a distance, thinking, oh, is that the youngest Sagras boy? Haha, what a surprise. His movement and focus, that's impossible for a 7-year-old child. Even his basic attacks are executed with a level of mastery that veteran soldiers could learn from. It's unbelievable. I'd heard the rumors about his exceptional talent since he was just a 1-year-old. I thought they were just exaggerated tales, but to think it was all true. Suddenly, the boy shifted his stance, instantly transitioning into a different technique. Wait a minute. That stance, that footwork, it looks exactly like a swordsman's. Could he have already mastered swordsmanship at this age? Raising his spear high, Dean spoke with a cold, piercing voice. I don't know who you are, but you'd best show yourself instead of skulking in the shadows. Bill felt a spike of panic. Damn it, I've been caught. Dean narrowed his eyes. Moreover, that movement. It feels incredibly familiar. I'm certain I've seen it somewhere before. The man stepped forward. My apologies, Dean. I didn't intend to spy on you. Dean's eyes widened. Oh, is that you? Duke Buon? Bill thought to himself. Just looking into those eyes, I can tell this is no ordinary child. I am Dean Sagras, the youngest son of House Sagras. Greetings, Duke Buon. I was simply captivated by the impressive training of the Sagras family's young talent this morning and lost track of time. I hope you can forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, my lord, Dean replied. Bill analyzed him internally. Ho, this kid has guts. It seems he just realized something. And how is his body not trembling in the slightest after training for so long? When I was his age, I didn't even have a drop of mana in my body. Bill praised him aloud. That thrust was magnificent. You must have inherited that talent from Aaron, didn't you? And that spear you're holding. Yes, sir. I was told my father crafted this spear specifically for me. I am grateful you noticed. The Duke smiled inwardly. That was a perfect answer. My own son has talent and trains hard, but he's nowhere near this level. Perhaps I should seriously consider arranging a marriage with this family, he continued aloud. Actually, my daughter Lila is also training in the way of the sword. You two are the same age, so you could become great friends when you enter the academy. Yes, my lord. I will definitely make sure to get along with her. Ho. I like your straightforward attitude. Anyway, it seems I've interrupted your training long enough. But before I go, Dean, I'm curious about one thing. Have you ever trained in swordsmanship? Dean's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. My old habits were accidentally exposed. He saw through me with a single glance. Dean replied calmly, No, sir. I have only read a few textbooks on basic swordsmanship, but I have never actually practiced it. Is that so? The Duke mused. How interesting. I could have sworn I felt something like a veteran's battle spirit coming from this boy earlier. Haha, what am I thinking? That's obviously impossible. He is just a normal boy, after all. He continued, Oh my, I only intended to take a short walk, but it's been quite a while. It is time for me to take my leave. Until we meet again, young man. Yes, my lord, I wish you a safe journey. If you ever have the chance to visit the capital, remember to come see me. I must repay the hospitality I've received here at the Count's castle. And because I've taken quite a liking to you. I certainly will, sir. Dean watched him go, thinking, interesting. I wonder if he will remember me? To defeat the man who once defeated me. Just the thought of it makes my blood boil. If I start preparing now, step by step, perhaps I can actually do it. Bill, in this life, I will definitely surpass you. The scene shifts. Young master, it is time to head back. Have you been waiting for me this whole time? It is my duty to silently fulfill all your requests, sir. Ah, thank you. Dean thought to himself, maybe Herman should learn stealth techniques. That sounds good. Dean then asked, so, how is the situation? Is everyone busy? Indeed. They are preparing for the next banquet, and many more nobles are currently en route. After all, coordinating over 30 noble families for a single date is quite the challenge. Right. How are my sisters doing? Herman replied. They opened a teleportation gate together and returned to the academy. They mentioned having no choice but to attend the upcoming midterms. What a pity. But it's fine. Let's head back. Yes, young master, Dean thought to himself. I really need to check out the gifts my sisters left for me later. And so, the festivities began. Dean did his best to greet the endless stream of guests. Noble life is exhausting. My schedule is packed tight just because it's my birthday. At least sneaking away to the garden offers a little peace. The gardener has done a marvelous job. I feel so at peace just looking at these flowers. Eldest sister mentioned that in nature, flowers hold the highest concentration of mana. When I have time, I should analyze their energy flow. I've trained relentlessly, yet neither my magic nor my summoning has shown significant improvement. I still don't know which path to focus on. Having too many talents can be a burden. The mana here is teeming with life. To think such a tiny flower could hold such a powerful current of energy. If one could sense the mana in nature and assimilate it, it would remain within the body, forming a new magical circle. The mana absorption of this body. It's intense. I can perceive what others feel through a sixth sense. There it is. Before, it was just a vague sensation. But now, it's crystal clear. He clenched his fist, and the space around him instantly distorted. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What just happened? I'm so bored. The moment we walked in, Father rushed off to chat with the other nobles. Looks like he ditched us. Once we're done with greetings, we'll probably be stuck in the guest room again, just like last time. Can we really do that? Brother, you're acting like this is our birthday party. Who cares? You think the little young master of the Sres family is going to mind? Damn it, I think we went the wrong way. What's the point of building a garden this huge anyway? Brother, look. There's someone over there. Is that brat lost too? Hey you, with that outfit. You're a servant, aren't you? Whatever. Anyone will do. Hearing this, Dean glared furiously at the two interlopers. Lead us to the exit, the older one commanded. And make it quick, Dean shouted. You two, get out of here, now. Can't you see what you're stepping on? One of them scoffed. What? Dean continued. Why are you trampling the flowers instead of using the path? You've ruined the flower beds. The brown-haired boy sneered. This brat has a big mouth. Do you have any idea who I am? I do. You're a thug destroying my flowers. What? A thug? Who do you think you're talking to? You insolent brat. I am the son of Count Arkan, a distinguished guest of this castle. Dean thought. Count Arkan? That's the noble I defeated on the battlefield. He was incredibly annoying. Truly, like father, like son. The brown-haired boy continued. Even a bumpkin from the rural south must have heard of House Arkan, right? We're famous in the capital. My family could make you disappear without a trace. So, watch your mouth, Dean thought. Talking to this guy is a waste of breath. The bully snarled. Are you crazy? A lowly servant like you dares to look at me with those eyes? While he was still stunned, Dean suddenly launched a savage headbutt straight into his face. The younger brother screamed. Brother, are you okay? What the hell is wrong with this lunatic? My nose. It's bleeding. I'm going to kill that bastard. Try it if you can. Have you lost your mind? Fine then, let's finish this. Brother, wait. Worry about your nose first. As the bully lunged, Dean easily sidestepped the attack. You slippery little rat. Dean analyzed the situation. Looking at his footwork, he's clearly not trained in martial arts. He must be a mage or a summoner. From the sidelines, the younger brother panicked. Brother, he's too fast. You can't catch him, Dean pondered. The flow of magic I sensed earlier. If I control it with my will, can I manifest it physically? Should I test it out? Dean extended his hand, and suddenly, a blast of force hurled the bully back 10 meters, making him cough up blood. Dean thought, oh no, the flower bed is ruined. Damn it, the bully cursed. He can use magic? Who are you? Brother, stop, before something bad happens. Get off me. I'm going to kill that bastard. Heed my call. In the next instant, he unleashed the mana stored within his body, causing Dean's eyes to widen in surprise. He's a summoner. From the magical void, a wolf materialized. Ha ha ha. Behold, Renbu, my summon. I'll show you the price of messing with a Digron. Renbu, tear him to shreds, Dean thought calmly. A common wolf? That's nothing compared to Sister Clara, who can summon a literal dragon. The bully screamed, "That's right! Rip that dog's throat out!" Furious, he stomps toward the dog, closing the distance step by step. But the beast's eyes shift the moment it stands beside Dean, leaving the pair in shock. What the hell is happening? How did you get Genbu too? Is it wagging its tail? Ugh, what did you do to him? Good boy, Genbu. That's a good boy. Dean thinks to himself. How is this even possible? Come to think of it, even Big Sister Clara's summons were always friendly. Maybe it's just because we share the same blood. Then again, that shouldn't matter in a situation like this. Maybe my affinity with it is just that high. Or that jerk's affinity dropped to rock bottom. Still, it's absurd. How could a summoned beast betray its own master? Huh? You still want to go? The older brother cuts in. Drop it. We lost. Quiet, he replies. I'll cancel the summoning. He turns to look at his younger brother's trousers, realizing they are already soaked. Damn it. How embarrassing, Dean adds helpfully. Listen, the restroom is on the first floor of the main building. You stay right there. I'll be back. Let's go. Damn it, Dean thinks. Hey, at least take your summon back with you. Actually, it's simple, just like Clara taught me. The connection between that idiot and Genbu was weak. I just carefully overrode it with my own magic, and Genbu connected to me. Considering I have no prior link to summoning magic, hijacking a summon just through high affinity is actually pretty special. Just then, a voice booms from nearby. Is that the brat who bullied you? That's him. He's the one. Dean thinks, that idiot is stirring up trouble again. He didn't just bully me and Dan. He broke the bond between me and Genbu. That man is Morgat Degren, head of the Degren Countum, one of the prestigious noble families. Are you the one who injured my son and stole his summon? Yes, that is correct. Dean thinks, he looks fatter than when I captured him before. As a guest, I might have let things slide, but this cannot be ignored. Why are you in a place like this all by yourself? Reveal your identity. Now, Dean lets out a long sigh. I am Dean Sorgris, youngest son of Aaron Sorgris, Lord of the South and head of the Sorgris County. Is it true? Both of them think. This kid is Dean? The Count thinks. The youngest of the Sorgris family? This turns everything around. He was caught by that Eric, gaining nothing from the battle. I'll twist this situation to hold the Count accountable and demand those mining rights. Those nobles who look down on me will be forced to kneel. How interesting. This brat is the star of the birthday banquet. Dean, exactly. He continues thinking. He didn't come all the way to this southern backwater just to wish me a happy birthday. Tell me, what do you intend to do about this? You injured my son, a guest you invited yourself. You even stole his summoned beast. That is a clear crime. Yes, today is your doomsday, boy. I will report this to Count Sorgris and demand he takes responsibility. Let's go. You can see it clearly. I understand. But first, I demand an apology. An apology? This is unexpected. That little bastard. Dean interrupts. That's right. It's true. I punched your son in the nose and injured him, but I only acted under threat. It was purely self-defense, and I didn't steal the summon. Genbu followed me of his own free will. Genbu would never do that. Father, he's lying. The Count pauses. Wait, I heard the second daughter is a genius summoner. That must be it. She probably taught this brat how to sever a bond. He continues. Even if what you say is true, the fact remains that the summon was taken. It is truly tragic. Yet you dare demand an apology? I do. That is exactly what I demand. The Count replies, who does this kid think he is, acting like this? The arrogance. Talking to this child is a waste of time, he says aloud. Fine. I won't scold you any further. Let us see how Count Sorgris decides to handle this matter, Dean thinks. He seems awfully eager for that decision. Just then, two figures approach from the distance. Are you looking for me, father? What are you doing here? Ah, Count Sorgris. And Duke Thurman has arrived as well. The red-haired man explains, my brother and I got lost in the garden, so we asked your son for directions. Dean thinks, that's my father for you. He cares deeply for his family, but he is never biased. Even in a conflict with outsiders, he always distinguishes right from wrong. Suddenly, he hit me. He used some weird technique to mock me, so I had to summon my beast just to scare him off. But then he stole my summon and tried to attack me. Dean muses. He can lie with a straight face like that? I actually have high hopes for his future. Count Sorgris. I only intended to give the boy a warning. but stealing another's summoned beast is absolutely unacceptable. We cannot simply listen to one side, the Count states. I want to hear Dean's side of the story. Then I will assess the entire situation and reach a conclusion. If you are concerned about my judgment, I suggest we ask Duke Thurman for his opinion. Humph. If that's what you want, then so be it. He thought, damn it. Tomian interfering just made everything way more complicated. I've got a bad feeling about this. Arkan spoke up. Dean, explain yourself. Dean thought, Father, a general summary of what happened should be enough. Dean began. Although there are a few discrepancies, some of what Count Dren's son said is true. However, he recklessly trampled the flower garden we worked so hard to cultivate. He was the one who got angry and grabbed my collar. It's a lie to say otherwise. Since when did I attack him? Go on. And another thing, I heard him clearly. When he summoned Genbu, he ordered it to kill me. I didn't steal his summon. His summon simply came to me because it sensed my good intentions. Duke Bear thought to himself, a 7-year-old speaking with such eloquence? I never stole his summon. That's absurd. How could someone who isn't a summoner tame a beast? The brat must have used some secret technique. No. I have an innate affinity with summoned beasts. If a creature isn't bonded with its master, it recognizes me as its owner instead. That's laughable. Is such a thing even possible? Yes, it is. Haha. He doesn't actually expect us to believe that, does he? We have two completely different stories here. In that case, we should let the summoned beast prove the truth. Count Dren thought, damn it, the Duke is interfering. Dean, can you prove this? Yes, father. Count Dren glanced at his son, whose eyes were wide with panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. What do I do now? He thinks I can't summon Genbu? Digon, what's wrong? Summon it. Father. The thing is, I can't. Why can't you suddenly summon the creature you bring out every day? Dean thought. I severed the link. Of course he can't summon it. Father, I'll do the summoning. But it seems I need the sigil he's holding. What did you say? My sigil? No, impossible. You want my sigil? Stop spouting nonsense. Even if you use another summoner's unique sigil, it won't work. Based on what you just said, even if he uses your sigil, it shouldn't work anyway. So there's no harm in trying, right? Wouldn't that just prove your point? Deegan thought, damn it, he's right. I can't argue with that. His father stepped in. Let them see your sigil for a moment. Deegan looked at his father, but Dren turned his face away. Then his father shouted, hurry up, Dean thought. Normally, a summoning sigil is coded to a specific user, making it unusable for anyone else. But that doesn't mean I can't take control of Genbu. The sigil is just a medium. Genbu has already bonded with me. It will answer my call. The summoned beast appeared and happily nuzzled Dean, leaving the onlookers in shock. Father, how did Genbu? Impossible. Duke Bear spoke up. Truly magnificent. You said the boy has never learned summoning arts? Arkan nodded. That's right. I'm not sure how this is possible. Dean whispered. Sorry for summoning you, just for this, and thanks for coming out. Count Dren thought, damn it, this has turned into a total disaster. Arkan asked, so, what should we do now? We've confirmed the beast's allegiance. Do you acknowledge it? It seems Dean was telling the truth. It appears we had a misunderstanding about the summon being stolen. But my son didn't intend to kill Dean, did you, Diggin? Yes. I just wanted to scare him a little. I never thought about killing him. See? The boy had no such intent. Dean thought, this bastard is writing his own script. Suddenly, another voice rang out. That's not true. Hearing this, everyone turned to look. It was Layla. Layla? What are you doing here? She replied, I heard your voice as I was passing by, father. Greetings, Count Sogres and Count Dren. Ah, right. Dren wondered, is this child the Duke's daughter? What does she want? Did she say he's lying? She continued, actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was taking a walk earlier. Digon thought, what? She heard everything? Is that true? Layla, could you tell us exactly what you heard? What happened was, Dean thought, I didn't expect this. But thanks to her, everything is being resolved perfectly. Digon, why are you just standing there? Apologize. Now. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Arkan interjected. Save your apology for my son, not me. Ah, I understand. I was just about to tell him to do that. Deegan stomped resentfully toward Dean. Sorry, Dean. Dean thought. He's only bowing his head because he has no other choice. Is that really an apology? I don't want to accept this. But experience tells me that showing generosity is better than being stubborn here. Dean replied, fine. I accept your apology. Thank you. Count Dren thought. Phew. That was a close call. Duke Bear analyzed the situation. I knew he was special. He could have stubbornly refused the apology since the fault clearly lay with the other boy. You two can end the dispute here. Dean has already accepted the apology. After all, make no mistake, I have no intention of letting this slide. You tried to slaughter my son using a summoned beast. Oh, Count says, it's not like that. Arkan cuts him off cold. I don't want to hear another excuse from your mouth. Count Gren, get out. Take your family and leave this castle immediately. What? What do you mean? Gren panics internally. I came all this way without a single complaint. If I get kicked out now, everything is ruined. I need to stay in this castle at any cost. He tries again. Count Arkan, please, forgive us. I'll do anything you ask. Just let this slide once. I don't need a damn thing from you. I'm sending guards to your room right now to pack your bags. Let's go, Duke. Right, let's move. Layla watches them go, thinking, serves him right. They brought this on themselves. Talk about reaping what you sow. Still, I never expected Father to be so terrifying when he's angry. A moment later, Count Sess asks, is it really true? You took that beast down with a single mana bullet? Yes, sir, that's correct. Spear arts, summoning, and now magic too? It's absolutely incredible. Has there ever been anyone this talented in history? Arkan, you must be truly proud to have such an exceptional son. Talent is one thing, but look at how calm he is. Usually, when kids fight, they get emotional and desperate to win. But Dean, he's different. I have zero doubt your son will grow up to be an extraordinary man. Arkan replies modestly, it's still too early to say. We'll have to wait until he grows up to see for sure. But today's incident was resolved smoothly thanks to Layla. If she hadn't stepped up as a witness, things could have gone in a very different direction. Count Sess thinks, oh? Is he actually acknowledging Layla's good side? If that's the case, then But Arkan immediately adds, she simply recounted what actually happened. After all, since we're on the topic, why don't we discuss an engagement between the two children? Arkan panics internally. Don't tell me he wants to marry off his daughter already? Stopping that train of thought, Arkan quickly says, oh my, look at the time. The sun's already set. The banquet is starting soon, so I'll head back first to prepare. Count Sess turns to his daughter. Layla, take your time coming back with Dean. Then he chases Arkan. Lord Arkan, let's chat for a moment. As their figures fade into the distance, the girl turns to Dean. Hey, why did that summon stop? Why did it listen to you and spare its own summoner? I've seen plenty of duels between famous summoners in the capital, but I've never seen anything like that. Dean shrugs. I'm not sure either. It just happened. She narrows her eyes. You're hiding something, aren't you? That's so unfair. I helped you out back there. Unfair? I helped you too, didn't I? Didn't I help you with that swordsmanship issue? Now that you mention it, I guess you did. Dean thinks, well, she really did help me out a lot this time. He speaks up. So, let's call it even. We can continue to help each other in the future. Hearing this, she beams. Wow, that's a great idea. In fact, I want to cash in on that right now. She's certainly impatient, Dean thinks. What could she possibly want? He asks. All right, what do you need? Teach me how to use Mana Bullet. What? Why would you want to learn that? Because I want to get stronger, obviously. I want to form a Mana Corps before I enter the academy. Dean wonders. She's so young. Why is she in such a rush? She continues, her voice softening. I want to be talented and make my mother happy. You see, my mom loves me very much. She'd be so happy if I got stronger, faster. Dean suddenly remembers a rumor he heard. Right, I heard the adults talking about this. Countess Sess is gravely ill. Dean nods. All right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really? Really? Let's start tomorrow. I'll be here at the same time. Or do you want to start tonight? Okay, that works too. Mana Bullet isn't hard once you understand the flow of magic. She claps her hands. I'm so excited. Dean looks at her. Now it's your turn. What's your request? What do I want? Elsewhere, the gossip mill is turning. I heard Count Gren was kicked out of the castle. What on earth did he do to deserve that? One asks. Rumor has it his eldest son caused some sort of trouble. Another replies, that's right. Word is, he provoked young Master Dean and got dealt with properly. How shameful for something like that to happen right here. Also, have you heard? They say young Master Dean is an exceptional summoner. Oh? Does that mean the Srez family is going to become a prestigious lineage of summoners? Not just that, he can use magic too. Oh, is that really true? Suddenly, a voice cuts in. So, you must be young Master Dean, the subject of all these rumors? I am Baron Oben. Do you know anything about the Oben territory in the east? The man asks. I know a little, Dean replies. I hear it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphires. Haha, you really are a sharp young man. The Oben family's salmon and sapphires are #1 on this continent. I've heard you're talented in many fields. Seems the rumors weren't wrong, eh? Anyway, I brought my daughter along. Let me introduce you, Baron Oben says. Sylvia, go on and say hello. He nudged his daughter forward. Dean blinked in surprise, thinking, why so sudden? Hello, I'm Sylvia. It's a pleasure to meet you, the little girl chirped. Ah, right, I'm Dean, he replied. You're going to be the heir to the Srez family one day, aren't you? She pressed on. I'm not really sure about that, Dean deflected. Don't play coy. I've heard you're quite talented. I hope you'll keep me in mind, okay? Who knows? Maybe in the future, we'll become family, Sylvia added with a smile. Sure. Nice to meet you, Dean replied, but internally he was sweating. Why are kids these days so aggressive? Just as their hands lingered in a friendly shake, Layla marched over. Dean? You're actually here? She asked. Layla, right? Lady Layla, Dean corrected himself. Layla shot a guarded look at Sylvia and demanded, Who is this? Allow me to introduce myself, my lady. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Orpan. Sylvia Orpan, the girl curtsied politely. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you, Layla replied, her voice dripping with hesitation. Dean thought, Huh? I sense a familiar murderous aura here. Girls are terrifying. Layla cut in. Excuse us, I need to borrow Dean for a moment. We have a prior engagement, don't we, Dean? Dean blinked, stunned. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, Sylvia. Let's talk later. Phew, what a relief, he thought. Wait, is she purposely making herself look like the villain here? Layla turned away, clearly annoyed. How do you two know each other? Is she your fiancé or something? Layla interrogated him. Dean quickly denied it. No way, we were just saying hello. Seriously, that's it. I knew it, Layla beamed, her mood instantly lifting. Look, we're here. This is a secret spot only I know about, she whispered, piquing his curiosity. Wow, I can't believe a place like this exists. Layla gasped in surprise. Exactly. No one will disturb us here, Dean said. Dean beckoned her deeper inside. Layla looked around, eyes wide with excitement. Whoa, this is amazing. I had no idea this was here. No one will ever know what we're doing in here. Layla giggled mischievously. It's the perfect place for training, Dean corrected. Do you know how to sense mana yet? Dean asked. I've tried a little, but not enough to form a mana core, Layla admitted. She probably hasn't reached the awakening stage yet, Dean thought. Let's start with the basics. First, you need to feel the mana you're absorbing into your body. Dean guided her. Feel it inside my body? Layla asked, confused. Right. If you want to project mana outwardly, you have to control it internally first. Use your imagination. Layla looked puzzled but closed her eyes, visualizing mana swirling inside her like circulating blood. Okay, I'll give it a try, she said, focusing hard. Dean watched her intently. Dean, it's not working, Layla complained after a moment. Just try again, Dean encouraged. It's only your first time. Focus. Nearby, a figure was secretly watching them. Oh, look at that. Even though he's young, my son is already teaching others. He's so mature, he thought proudly. Suddenly, another figure appeared. What are you doing here? Arkan panicked. Oh, Duke Bert? Arkan stammered. Bert chuckled. Ha ha, don't look so terrified. Is there a little couple on a secret date in the dead of night? Arkan was flustered. Huh? A couple? You're here too? I was just following my son. Bert smirked. Haven't you realized it yet? Sneaking around. Like this. Only your wife was truly good at it. Did you learn nothing from her? Bert teased. I tried my best, Arkan retorted. You're not exactly subtle yourself, Bert. If the master of the house is caught stalking people, it'll ruin your reputation, old friend, Arkan warned. I'm just watching my daughter. And you're one to talk. You're doing the exact same thing, Arkan scoffed. Back with the kids, Layla asked. Do you have a spatial bag? Yeah, Dean replied. My sister made it by hand and gave it to me. Oh, I'm so jealous. My brothers stopped paying attention to me after they entered the academy, Layla sighed. But why are you using a mirror? I bought it because it's useful, Dean answered. Really? Layla asked, skeptical. Looking in the mirror makes it easier to visualize the mana flow, Dean explained. Is that true? Layla asked. Yeah. Stand in front of the mirror and look at your whole body, Dean advised. Okay, let me try. Layla stepped up. While Dean watched her closely, Bert observed from the shadows. It seems Layla has already developed feelings for his son. Bert's face turned somber. It's just on the surface. She's hiding something, he sighed. After her brothers left for school, her mother got very sick and couldn't be there for her like before. It made it hard for her to open up to anyone, Arkan asked softly. Is that really true? But why are you so cold to your own daughter? Bert explained. Don't you get it? I have my reasons. I spoiled my sons too much, and now they're all rotten. I didn't want Layla to end up the same way. That's why she asked Dean for help. You're still as naggy as ever, Arkan commented. By the way, are you planning to send your son to the capital? If you do, will you let him stay at the Duke's estate? Bert asked. Suddenly, Layla's voice chirped. I did it. I actually did it, right? That's right. You did great, Dean replied. Meanwhile, Arkan answered Bert. I'll let Dean decide. Just like with Arabella and G. If he wants to go to the capital, I'll take you up on that. Bert grinned. Oh, it would be wonderful if you visited. What? Do you want to fight me all day? You're sharper than you used to be, aren't you? Thank you, Dean. You really are a genius, Layla said admiringly. People call me a prodigy, but compared to you, I'm nothing special. Dean shook his head. This is just the beginning. You're going to get much stronger than this. Internally, Dean thought, those two finally left. He looked at Layla. Are you planning to go to the academy too? That's where all the monsters of the Empire gather. I'm still on the fence about this. Do I really need to go? I could just train on my own to get stronger. Don't be an idiot. It's not just about studying. The academy is where you build connections with the nobility. You have to start networking while you're young. Dean chuckles internally. She's only 7, yet she already understands how the world works. Sharp kid. I know. But honestly, I'm just not interested in academy life right now. I've got a library full of unread books here, and plenty to learn from my parents. Lila sighs. True, but don't you want to play with kids your own age? I heard all your older sisters are already enrolled, Lila points out. Yeah, they are. Look, I'll think about it. Lila nods. Just promise you'll tell me if you decide to go, okay? Deal. And hey, when you get to the capital, come watch me practice. Promise? You got it. If I head up there, I'll send you a letter first thing. By the way, Dean, when are you going to tell me what your request is? Dean smirks. I'll tell you when I get to the capital. Wait. What? The next morning. Let's get moving, Dean says. He looks down at the item in his hand, confused. Uncle Bill, what is this? A birthday present for you, my boy? I hope you like it, Bill replies warmly. Dean stares at it. Even at a glance, this thing looks incredibly expensive. The Thurman family crest represents vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. Our history began with my ancestor, a legendary smith. Thanks to him, we possess the finest forge in the Empire. No, the finest on the entire continent. Every weapon forged by the Thurman clan has played a pivotal role in shaping the Empire's history. Dean nods internally. I know. That place is legendary, rare ores, divine weapons, mystical artifacts. They make it all. If you take this crest to the forge, Bill continues, they will craft any weapon you desire. Dean realizes the weight of the token. It's not just a gift. It's a badge of authority and elite craftsmanship. Argan gasps, completely blindsided. My goodness, that gift is far too precious. Even the royal family would kill for such a privilege. Grow up strong, Dean, and help your father. Dean bows respectfully. Thank you for this incredible gift, Duke Bill. As Leela waves goodbye from her carriage, Argan asks, Are you sad to see your friend go? Yeah, I am. She was my first real friend. But I'll see her again when I go to the capital. Well then, make sure you grow into a handsome young man to surprise her. Dean thinks to himself, he's right. I can't stay here forever. I'll see you soon, Lila. Take care of yourself. Watching him, Bill thinks, it's strange. Every time I look at Dean, I'm reminded of him. Eric, that warrior. He had the skill of a third circle warrior at such a young age. If he were still alive, he would have easily become a sixth circle imperial knight by now. Dean, I can't wait to see the man you become. A few days later, Dean frowns. I've been feeding this egg mana morning and night, but it still won't hatch. What a stubborn little mystery. I'm no summoner, but I know the theory. If I imprint my mana on it before it hatches, I can forge a permanent bond, something usually impossible for non-summoners. My mana quality should be sufficient. Maybe there are other complex conditions I'm missing? I've heard some eggs turn to stone if their specific needs aren't met. God, I hope that's not what's happening here. I've tweaked the mana flow, adjusted the intensity, and still nothing. Zero reaction. Phew. Maybe I'm being too greedy expecting it to work on the first try. Young master, are you ready? Herman calls out. Ah, Herman. Coming. Dean turns to leave. Suddenly, the egg behind him pulses with light. Dean stops, glancing back. Wait, did I just hear something? Young master? What was that noise? Herman asks. Give me a second. I need to check the egg. Dean rushes back, but the glow fades. Nothing? It looks completely normal. Did I imagine it? Dean sighs. Haha. Got my hopes up for nothing. Herman asks again. Did the egg react, sir? No, Dean replies, disappointed. Must have been my imagination. Let's go. Later, in the training grounds, Dean is completely absorbed in sword practice. Incredible. Herman watches in awe. Young master, when did you learn to handle a blade like that? Oh, this? Dean shrugs. I'm just swinging it around. You're a natural-born genius, Herman praises. Dean smirks internally. It feels good to hold a weapon again. I missed this. I haven't been able to train properly with father watching me like a hawk. Thank God my muscle memory is still intact. Let me get you a snack before we continue, Herman offers. That sounds great, thank you. Dean replies. Dean smiles. Training here is actually fun. Scene change. Argan sighs, rubbing his temples. Phew, every year is exhausting, but at least the last banquet was fruitful. It's clear the nobility has their eyes on the south, with its perfect climate and resources, but that's nothing compared to the attention Dean is getting. That clash between him and Count Dagren's eldest son. I never saw that coming, yet he handled it with such poise, explaining himself to the adults like a veteran diplomat. He's so mature. Honestly, sometimes I wish he'd just act his age, but maybe that's just me being selfish. Look at the time. The dragon tail blade. Today, I'll let him try swinging it. Argan walks into the training hall, but freezes in his tracks. There stands Dean, sword in hand. Did he invent that swordsmanship himself? And why is Dean using a sword instead of a spear? The old duke must have said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he pick up a sword after dedicating so much time to the spear? But it looks like the kid actually has experience with a blade. The power he's displaying. Even people who've trained their whole lives would struggle to mimic that. When did he learn to fight like that? Still, there's no denying it, the boy is a natural genius at swordsmanship. Arkan spoke up. Dean, I've been watching you for a while now. When exactly did you start learning swordsmanship? Dean thought to himself, I'm busted. Probably better to just come clean to father. He replied, I didn't actually learn swordsmanship, sir. Arkan raised an eyebrow. Huh? So it's just natural talent? He muttered. Swordsmanship, magic, assassination, summoning, and now sword mastery on top of that? If it were anyone else, I'd never believe a child could be this skilled in every single one of those fields. Dean, do you want to explore the outside world? Huh? What do you mean, father? That's right, the world beyond these walls. I feel like this territory is too small to contain your talent. Keeping you here would be doing you a disservice, Dean thought. It seems he's realized I can't stay here forever. Arkan continued. Then it's settled. We need to prepare for you to step out into the world. Really? Of course. Even if it pains me a little, I have to respect my son's wishes. I brought you a special gift today. Do you recognize it? This is the dragon tail spear that reacted to you on your first birthday. Dean recalled the moment. Right, I remember that. It really did react to me. He reached out to touch the spear and felt a surge of power spreading through his entire body. It was magical. The power felt immense. Arkan thought to himself, the reaction force is even stronger than when he was a baby. No one can deny that this weapon chooses him now. I need to. No. I will help him make his talent with the spear shine brighter than anything else on this continent. Before you leave, I'm going to help you master this spear. So, get ready. Yes, father, Dean replied. One day, this spear will belong to you. Until that day comes, become strong enough to wield it with pride. Of course, more than the dragon tail itself, I will dedicate myself to following your teachings, father. That's exactly what I expected to hear from my son. All right then, let's begin. Yes, sir, Dean thought. The outside world. I've always been curious about it, even back during my days on the battlefield. In my past life as Eric, all I knew was war. Cleaning the barracks, maintaining weapons, eating bland rations, and marching back out to battle. The only way to escape that cycle was for the war to end, or to die fighting. Those were the only two options. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would look like. But now that I'm Dean, everything is different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how the world will welcome me, or what I'm even capable of achieving. But finally, I have the chance to go anywhere and do whatever I want. For a moment, I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this home. But thanks to Father's question, my mindset has changed. All right, time to step out into the world. Just then, another voice spoke up. So, you've finally made your decision, Mother? When did you come in? Don't worry about it. You were so lost in thought you didn't even hear me knock. Oh, really? Yes. I heard from your father that you've been thinking a lot. So, do you really want to explore the world beyond our territory? I do. Father said, it would be a waste of my talent if I just stayed here. And after thinking it over, I realized I'm curious about the outside world too. I'm sorry, Mother. There's no need to apologize. Dean added. Besides, my two sisters aren't here either. If I leave, will you be okay? I understand you, Dean. I know just how talented you are. Whether you wanted to stay or not, the outside world was always going to come calling for you. If it were up to me, I'd want you to stay here a little longer. But life doesn't always work out that way. So go out there and do whatever your heart desires, Dean replied. Yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I'll come back to visit often and tell you everything I see out there. Thank you, my son. Now, son, we need to prepare you for the outside world, just like your father is doing. Huh? What kind of preparation? I plan to teach you exploration and navigation skills, but you'll also need to learn how to set traps. and how to avoid them. Dean thought, I have to take special lessons from Mother too? She continued, oh, and you also need to learn how to dispose of enemy corpses properly. And human anatomy, of course. Dean thought, oh crap, I'm going to die of exhaustion before I even step foot outside. His mother smiled. Anyway, I have a lot to teach you. Yes, Mother, I'll do my best. Dean thought, these special lessons from my parents. They're teaching me with all their love. If I want to survive out there, I need to be fully prepared. In the southern region of the An-Tien Empire lies the county of Ses, a land blessed with a warm climate and abundant natural resources. This land has become a strategic focal point for the An-Tien Empire, ensuring stability and development amidst the backdrop of war. Thanks to the skillful rule of Count Sres, this region has always maintained a lasting peace. As the war drew to a close, the lingering echoes of the rebellion were finally silenced. The era of peace, which felt like it would last forever, had returned at last. The scene shifts. Hey, have you heard the rumors? They say young Master Dean actually stopped by a few shops recently. For real? It's true. He went in to buy something, and apparently, the owner's daughter fainted on the spot. Oh my god. So the rumors are true. I heard he's getting more handsome by the day. I wish I could just get one look at him. I don't think he has a fiancée yet. Should I shoot my shot? What? Are you crazy? He's only 14. Well, from what I hear, he doesn't look his age at all. Really? Yeah. They say he stands as tall as the Count now. Oh, it must be because the Countess is tall too. Those are some seriously strong genetics. You'd swear he was 20 if you saw him. Platinum hair and turquoise eyes. My heart would literally stop if I met him. Next time he's out, I have to go see him. I wonder when that'll be. Apparently he visits that shop pretty often. Oh right, the forest ranger told me about it. Really? So it'd be way easier to just find the ranger first, huh? Are you actually gonna do it? Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the county, in a place overflowing with ancient magic known as the Apocalypse Forest, Dean is currently undergoing an escape mission assigned by his mother. The wind is coming from the south. I've seen Cherov spiders here before, so I need to head west. I have 1 hour left. I need to make it out before the sun sets. The golden rule of an assassin is to never let the enemy catch you. Within the time limit, Dean has to evade the traps his mother set and find a way out of this deadly forest. He inhales the surrounding air and mana, holding his breath for a moment, and exhales. Once he conceals his presence and blends into the environment, the hidden traps reveal themselves. But right now, transparent wires are floating everywhere. It looks like the slightest touch will trigger them instantly. These are basic traps, but still dangerous. Luckily, they're easy to disarm. Suddenly, Dean is caught off guard as a pack of growling monsters appears right in front of him. Oh no, it's a pack of Rudolts. I didn't expect to see them here. They're charging at breakneck speed. I need to take them out, fast. Wait. If I fight them and trigger a trap, I'm dead. There's no other choice, I have to run. Dean stops thinking and sprints, the pack hot on his heels. Suddenly, the monsters accidentally trigger the traps. A barrage of needles shoots out, taking them down one by one. Haha, they walked right into it. I took them out without even breaking a sweat. But when he glances back, one of the beasts has escaped the trap, baring its razor-sharp fangs at him. It's too fast. It lunges and spits some kind of liquid. That's definitely toxic. I can't stay here. As the thought crosses his mind, Dean's eyes flash. Spear in hand, he slices the monster into ribbons. At least now he can exit the forest safely. Is there anything else? Damn it, how could I be so careless? Suddenly, he freezes as his mother's silhouette appears before him. Well done, Dean. Your total time is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. You're even faster than I was. Were you watching me the whole time? Of course. I couldn't let you navigate this forest alone. I know your talent better than anyone, but a mother always worries. I understand, Mother. You did excellent work. I didn't see a single mistake. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Are you sure? If you keep this up, you'll be recruited as a master assassin in no time. Here, take this. It suits you better than me now. It's my dagger. It's Nahon. Can I really have it? Of course. I don't use it anymore. Anyway, his mother continues. Nahon is forged from mysterious Ethereum ore. It absorbs the elemental properties of anything it touches. If you wanted, it could hold every poison in the world. Dean thinks to himself, I knew it had the ability to absorb and utilize toxins. Thank you, Mother. I'll take good care of it. Thank you, son. Come on, let's head back. Dean exhales in relief. That's probably the last lesson she has for me. Just then, a loud crash echoes through the trees, grabbing their attention. Mother, did you hear that? I did. It sounds like there's someone else in the forest. Let's move. Yes, Mother. Meanwhile, at the annex of the Ses County estate, a man wakes up with a start, gasping for air. Ah, where am I? I think. I ate some mushrooms in the forest. Just then, a young man walks in. You're finally awake. Your body is still purging the poison, so don't try to move too fast. The man is confused. How does this kid know that? He asks aloud. Poison? Did you save me? That's right. You ate a red cap mushroom. Lucky we found you when we did. A red cap. That's a poisonous mushroom. If we had arrived any later, you wouldn't be here right now. Here, drink some water. Ah, thank you. Dean glances at the man's belt. That insignia. He belongs to the Nixon Magic Tower. He's no ordinary person. If I didn't have Nehan, I wouldn't have been able to save him. Returning to the moment, the man asks, Thank you. But where exactly am I? Dean replies, You're in the annex of the Sess County estate. The Sess County? Yeah, he thought he'd just drifted south, but he ended up poisoned by mushrooms and wandering all the way here. Dean walked in. Just rest. I've already notified my father. He'll be here soon. Your father? Wait. You're right. I am the youngest son of Count Sogres. Dean Sogres? Is that so? You're the younger brother of Arabella? That genius every magic tower has their eyes on? That's right. How did you find me so fast? Didn't you see me training with my mother in the forest? What? Training in that forest? He probed. Don't you realize that forest is a death trap for outsiders? The mana flow shifts constantly. Even an 8th circle mage like me got lost in there. The place is riddled with traps. It's our family's legacy. He let out a breath. He really had almost died there. Wait a minute. This kid is strong enough to train in that forest? That's right. I'm the one who brewed the antidote. Sidran thought to himself. He's so young, yet he possesses such knowledge and skill. It's unthinkable. If this were wartime, House Sogres would likely be one of the most powerful forces in the Antheon Empire. Haha, it seems I owe you quite a debt. You do. He thought, this kid has guts. I'll make sure to repay you. But first, let me introduce myself. I am Sidran Gus, the master of the Nikon Magic Tower. Tell me what you need. He was hinting at his subspace storage. Dean thought, really? Dean mused. Many mages didn't even need homes. They survived by hoarding everything in their subspace dimensions. Sidran wondered, why isn't he surprised? You won't get a second chance. Dean looked thoughtful. I'll think about what I want, then I'll let you know. Sidran felt confused. This kid is hard to read. Fine then, just get some rest. Staring at the closed door, he thought, he's the first person to ever treat me like this. I only planned to stay a day or two, but now, I think I'll stick around a bit longer to figure this interesting kid out. Elsewhere, a guard asked, the master of a magic tower? He must be a master of magic, right? Exactly. Rumor has it he's an 8th circle mage. 8th circle? That's even higher than Lady Arabella. He's a huge deal. Magic towers are independent territories. I can't believe someone like him got lost in a hellhole like the Apocalypse Forest. Just surviving is a miracle, for sure. It's lucky the young master saved him. Herman, get me a new sword. The ones I have are too light and short. They're all just broken scraps the Count brought back from the war. I'll prepare a proper longsword for tomorrow. Dean suddenly remembered the token Duke Thormian had given him. It's been 7 years since that day. If I ever go to the capital, I'll definitely meet him. Sometime later. What? I'm still not fully recovered? I'm going to lose my mind if I stay in this room any longer. You must not travel far, and you are strictly forbidden from using magic. Why not? Your mana flow hasn't returned to normal. We haven't fully neutralized the poison yet, so you'll just have to wait. It's been a while since I went without magic. I suppose I could treat this as a vacation. But if I stay here any longer, I'll definitely snap. I need to get out. Let's just go outside. If anything happens, well, they say mages are either geniuses or madmen. Listen, you've walked up and down every floor of this house a dozen times, and now, you've been staring at the flowers in the backyard for hours. Aren't you supposed to be the strongest mage? So what if I am? You must think I'm crazy. Lady Arabella needs a normal life. But I am curious, who created this garden? I never expected these flowers to contain such a miraculous amount of mana. Just then, someone approached. I stopped by to check on you, but you weren't in your room. Turns out you're here. Haha. Did you think I ran away? Someone told me I have to stay put until I make a full recovery. That's right. That is what I want. He continued. This area really is the ideal place for rest and recovery. Now I understand why the nobles flock here when the holiday season arrives. Dean replied, It is. It's a great place. I'm a bit sad I have to leave so soon. What? You're leaving? Where are you going? Not too far. I'm planning to head to the capital. The capital? You must be planning to attend the academy, right? Ah, and your sisters are there too, aren't they? Yes, they'll have an easy life there, he thought. His sisters are famously talented. I wonder just how talented this boy is. I should test him out. Ah, what is this dense mana? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If the geniuses of his age are streams, this boy is a majestic waterfall. Usually, that amount of mana is unstable and prone to exploding. But how is this possible? Beside him, Dean spoke up. Don't you think analyzing someone's magic without their permission is a bit rude? Oh, you noticed? You're sharp. I apologize. That was thoughtless of me. He thought, it's impossible for a human to possess mana this condensed. Dean thought to himself, humph, what is he so surprised about? Meanwhile, the old man began to panic. Why can't I see any magic circles? With that density, I should be able to see them. Don't tell me. Do you have 2 mana cores? After thinking for a moment, he asked again, how exactly did you create your mana core? Is there a problem? Of course there is. You have such an overflowing amount of mana, yet you still want to hold a spear? And you possess a type of magic that only requires a core without magic circles? Do you really want to throw away the greatest talent history has ever seen? Why not use both? Arga, I feel so frustrated. I don't even know where to start explaining. Do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and magic circles, but these two systems interfere with each other, and when they clash, problems arise. It is a law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transferred into the magic circles, so when the circles cannot withstand the pressure, they explode. Dean thought to himself, wow, I actually figured out quite a lot on my own. But is it really impossible? This talent is such a waste. Is it impossible to use magic without magic circles? It's not that it's impossible, but without the refinement of magic circles, how can you wield spells that require pure magic? Furthermore, there have been people in the past who thought like you, but almost all of them failed. Well then, I guess I will give it a try. Hearing this, the old man asked in confusion, say what? I haven't tried it before, but it might be feasible. The old man thought, what is this crazy kid talking about? If I just rearrange the magic code. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean reached out his hand and began connecting the magic. Instantly, an explosion occurred. Oh, it was a success. But that was just a basic tier 1 spell. What? How is that possible? The old man thought to himself. This child has no magic circles, yet he can still use magic? He continued speaking. This is unbelievable. You should only be able to use raw mana through the adjustment of magic circles. Dean replied. My sister Arabella told me that I have high affinity with magic. Maybe that is the reason? Anyway, the old man thought, is this what ordinary people say when they describe talent that cannot be replicated? This is true natural-born talent, Dean thought to himself. It actually worked. So I can use magic without needing magic circles? Now I understand. Trembling, the old man couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. In his heart, he thought, innate mana affinity, and pure mana, denser than anyone else out there. Does such a person really exist? He continued, do you want to become my disciple? Wait a minute, I just wanted to chat a bit. To ignore a rare talent, like you would be a crime. Do you know how to use tier 2 magic? I don't know the code for that, so I can't. Oh ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I will teach you tier 8 magic. No thanks, I'll pass. Hearing this, the old man flew into a rage. Just then, Arkan arrived and asked, haha, I didn't expect you to be so close with my son. Father? Son? What are you two discussing? Dean replied, he keeps insisting I become his disciple, but I refused. Disciple? Count, your son possesses the talent of a great mage. Haha, is that so? Perhaps he is even greater than you imagine. He even successfully used sequence magic without any magic circles. No magic circles? Really? Is that true, Dean? Yes, father. Arkan continued, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any basic magic knowledge. The old man interrupted. That makes the boy's talent even more impressive. As expected of the former master of the magic tower, you recognized my son's talent immediately. It's not just simple talent. Your son is a genius. The boy could even become a rare magic swordsman. A sword is still better than a spear. With his face darkening, Arkan stammered, asking, magic? Swordsman? Dean thought, oh God, you shouldn't have said that in front of father. That's right, a magic swordsman. You finally seem interested, huh? If he becomes my disciple, I will take full responsibility. I will turn this kid into the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire. What is he thinking? Why do I get the feeling he thinks Dean shouldn't become a magic swordsman? But why not? A swordsman with magic, isn't he perfectly suited for it? My son, Dean, will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman, the old man thought to himself. What? That was the problem? Ha ha ha. Why is everyone in this house exactly the same? For a mage, becoming a disciple carries a profound meaning. Traditionally, mages guide their successors through a process called inheritance. This has existed for a very long time, and continues to this day. Even in the modern era, with the birth of general magic education, this connection remains vital. In reality, the master of the magic tower isn't just looking for a disciple, he is looking for a successor. Having a tier 8 archmage by my side is incredibly valuable. It proves my talent is truly outstanding. After receiving so much praise, I felt a strange thrill running through my body. Ah, I figured it out. Whenever you want to see your sister, just pour mana into this crystal ball. Alright, let me ask Arabella. Sister? Arabella, it's me, Dean. Dean, my little brother, is something wrong? Alright, time to ask Arabella. Sis? Arab, it's Dean here. Dean! My baby brother, what's going on? You cast a first circle spell, but you haven't even formed a mana circle yet. Dean replied calmly. True, I haven't. But I can still cast it. I knew you were a genius, but I never imagined you were this talented. Dean continued. Magic circles are just tools to filter and circulate mana. Perhaps my mana is already pure enough on its own. Arabella nodded. That actually makes sense. Oh, I have a way to test that. I'll send a mana stone through the teleporter in your room. Just pour a little bit of your energy into it, okay? Got it. Dean thought to himself. Big sis really is too good to me. Mana has always been a mystery I crave to solve. Advice from a 6th circle mage is priceless. Arabella added. That reminds me. If you can already cast spells, you're going to attract a lot of attention at the academy. Dean sighed. I don't want the spotlight, but I guess it's unavoidable. Talent draws eyes. Just remember to tell me if anyone bullies you at school. I'll destroy anyone who dares to touch my little brother. Dean suddenly recalled. Ah, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. I heard you broke the nose of that guy who kept flirting with you, right? Wasn't he the Duke's second son? Arabella sighed heavily. Ugh, don't mention that scumbag. Anyway, even without a magic circle, I wonder if my mana can become even purer over time? Dean pondered. I'm not sure. Arabella replied. I'll look into it later. Suddenly, a voice called out, Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Ah, Dean, I have to go. I'll call you back later. Okay, talk to you later, sis. All right, I'll send the mana stone as soon as I can. Dean thought to himself. I'm about to discover a whole new horizon. This is getting interesting. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Do I have a dragon's heart or something? Elsewhere, the old man sighed. Damn it. I probed his mana, but the results were far worse than I expected. I planned to leave this place ages ago, but I can't go until he accepts my offer. A memory from the past flashed in his mind. Oh ho, simply magnificent. If you agree to be my disciple, I will teach you 8th circle magic immediately. No thanks, I don't need it. The old man wondered. What on earth do I have to do to make him agree? Should I gift him some magical artifacts, or perhaps share the secret knowledge accumulated over generations? No, that's too much. If I choose wrong, I'll leave empty-handed. Suddenly, a voice from outside broke the silence. Are you in there? It's me, Dean Gress, the old man thought. What is he doing here? Has he finally accepted my offer? Come in. Good, you're still here. I have something to discuss with you. What do you want now? He thought to himself. Wait a minute. I guessed right. You definitely want to become the disciple of a brilliant 8th circle mage like me, don't you? So, why have you come? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic? It's not that I'm uninterested. I just don't want to be your disciple. Why? Do you already have a master? No, I don't. Ugh, is this brat toying with me? He asked sharply. If not, then what exactly is your purpose for coming here? Dean thought, I don't know how to advance to the 2nd circle. Asking Big Sis to teach me is too difficult since she's so far away. The best option is to learn from Sidran, the man who owes me his life. Dean spoke up. I don't want to be just an ordinary mage. Oh? So you want to become a magic spearman? No. I'm going to be a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner. What? Do such professions even exist together? And a swordsman too? That's absurd. Ugh, this is impossible to argue. So, you're still refusing me? Isn't this your only chance? He's too stubborn, Sidran thought. Is there anything else that could make him accept? Do you want a letter of recommendation? A recommendation letter? I heard you wanted to enter the academy, didn't you? If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted directly. Dean thought. That offer is actually really tempting. All right, good. Now let's discuss the details. Can I propose a condition? Sidran thought. He's finally taking the bait. I'll seize this opportunity and won't let him escape. Of course. Speak your mind. Can you teach me the mechanics of 2nd circle magic? Certainly. I have mastered every type of magic in this world. Really? Then I'm counting on you. Think nothing of it. He's still young, Sidran thought. A recommendation letter and 2nd circle theory are nothing to me. Shall we begin immediately? My health isn't the best, but it shouldn't be a problem. All right, let's get started. He's completely fallen into my trap. Oh, by the way, I'll consider this your repayment for me saving your life in the forest. Excuse me? You said it yourself. You owe me a debt, so I can ask for anything I want from you. But what about becoming my disciple? Not a chance. Cedron froze. Huh? Did I just get scammed? Scammed by a 14-year-old brat? Wait a minute. You asked for two things. I only owe you one favor. Humph. I don't see it that way. Say what? Dean continued, counting on his fingers. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I purged the poison from your body. Furthermore, I carried you all the way back here. But I won't even charge you for that one. The old man asked himself in disbelief. How is this kid so damn cunning? Ah, my conscience stings a little. The screen shifts, and he thinks to himself, it's fine. If I just persist in persuading him. The key point is that he has the ability to cast magic even without a magic circle. The mechanics of the upcoming second circle magic are incredibly complex. Countless students give up at this very step, so you need to listen with absolute focus. Understood? The old man thinks to himself. He seems eager, but I won't let him reach his goal that easily. I need to teach him some humility first, he explains aloud. Second circle magic is in a completely different league compared to the first circle. You must manually calculate your mana output, the density of mana in the atmosphere, and even your own physical condition. The sheer complexity is why so many abandon the path of magic. He wonders, does he even understand a word I'm saying? He definitely needs a simpler explanation. That is the gist of it. Do you understand? Dean nods. Yes, I understand. I need to study not just the mechanics, but the unknown variables as well. The master raises an eyebrow. Is that so? Then tell me the laws of magic. Dean replies instantly. The first law is coexistence. Mana can exist alongside the material world and other mana sources. A mage uses their own mana and the surrounding mana to cast spells through this state of coexistence. The second law is conservation. The old man thinks, unbelievable. He fully grasps the essence of magic. Dean continues. If mana gathers enough material elements through conservation, it can manifest magic based on various elemental attributes. The master is stunned. Did he just add his own interpretation to the theory? Most people find this boring, but he's different. How does a kid like this even exist? He speaks up. With every circle you rise, the magic becomes exponentially more complex. Instead of explaining, I will demonstrate. This is first circle magic. It follows simple laws. But from the second circle onwards, everything changes. Tier 1 cannot compare to Tier 2. Watch closely. This is how second circle magic operates. Dean analyzes. The connections are incredibly intricate. It looks much harder than the theory. The master continues. This is the structure that creates the second circle fire spell, Fire Arrow. If you want multiple projectiles, you must cast the same spell repeatedly. He thinks, he must be overwhelmed. This is his first time seeing the mechanics of the second circle. He asks playfully, looks complicated, doesn't it? Most people take at least a year to start casting second circle magic after mastering the first. He points out, no matter how smart you are, you can only grasp a fraction of it right now. The core lies in the laws. If you cannot grasp that, then everything else is meaningless. I will observe you for a week and guide your technique, Dean replies. Should I give it a try? The master scoffs. Humph. You? Go ahead, but it will be extremely difficult. All right. Dean closes his eyes, focusing on releasing mana. This is the first circle magic structure, right? Correct. The master thinks, oh, he's creating mana lines with precise length and width. Impressive. He used the first circle simply, then his eyes widen. Wait, did he just perfectly copy the second circle structure after watching me once? He stammers, how did you do that? Dean answers calmly. I memorized the laws and patterns while watching you. Once I visualized the magic in my head, it wasn't that hard. The master's mind races. This is beyond imagination. Even a genius like me took time to cast second circle spells. This boy is manifesting it without a mana circle? Dean mutters. Then I'll try the fire arrow. Really? Dean immediately begins chanting. Oh, it seems to be working, the master gasps. Huh? He cast it that easily? It's absurd. If I had his talent, I would have already reached the dream of the ninth circle. Dean asks. Am I doing it right? The old man stutters. Why? Yeah. Very impressive. You learned faster than I expected. Dean nods. I'm also surprised I got it on the first try. The master thinks. A mage without a circle. The world would go into chaos if they realized what he is. I must hide this talent. Too many people would try to use him. At least until he officially becomes my disciple. He clears his throat. All right, let's move on to the next spell. Yes, sir. The master ponders. How should I write his recommendation letter for the academy without raising suspicion? Sometime later, Dean reflects. Magic class was more interesting than I thought. I need to master both theory and practice. But now, I can finally use magic. In my past life, I was forced to give up on magic. living in a world where I could die at any moment. Spending time studying spells was a luxury I couldn't afford. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Magic requires prioritizing theory before you can even cast. That makes this life feel so much more rewarding. Combining the theory I learned with my innate talent, I can achieve explosive growth with just simple guidance. Plus, I'm being taught by the former master of the magic tower. What will we learn tomorrow? Half a month passes. What did you say? You want to make a magic reagent? Yes, but we are short on materials, so we'll need to leave the territory. Starting with reagents right away? Don't worry, the kid has already mastered the mechanics of fourth circle magic. It usually takes a month just to clear one level. Information on magic reagents isn't easy to come by. Where did you learn all this? I picked it up reading magic books in the library. They're quite fascinating. As expected, he's a genius. I never imagined he'd be curious about something like magic reagents. Most people find it incredibly tedious, yet you seem to find joy just in selecting the materials. Certainly. Very well, this experience will be invaluable to you. Since I'm heading out, you should take the chance to inspect the territory. Yes, father. The scene shifts. Young Master Dean. Young Master, please take some snacks with you. These are our newest products. Your silver hair looks absolutely stunning, fluttering in the wind today. Is everyone doing well? I'll come back for the snacks later. He thinks to himself. It seems Count Sagras isn't a bad person after all. Well, considering how he treats me, that makes sense. This southern region has so many charms, from delicious food and pleasant weather to the friendly people. A rare sight back in the capital. Yes, it really is warm here. How much longer until we reach the magic tool shop? I'm not entirely sure, as I've never actually been there myself. Huh? Please lead the way for us from here. Yes, young master. It's not far down this road, thankfully. Upon arriving at the magic tool shop. Oh my heavens, is that young Master Dean? Your silver hair and emerald eyes. You're just as breathtaking as the rumors say. Thank you for welcoming us. How has business been lately? About the same. There aren't many customers buying magic tools within the territory. I mostly sell to foreigners and magic enthusiasts. I never expected to have the honor of meeting the former tower master, Lord Sren, right here in my shop. Dean thinks. She recognized him with just a single glance. I suppose it's not strange, considering there aren't many people who rise to become a tower master in the Empire. Please, feel free to look around the shop. If you need anything, just give me a shout. Since this is your first time visiting a magic tool shop, go ahead and explore to your heart's content. I'll chat with the owner for a bit. Dean feels a spark of interest. Whoa. There are so many fascinating things here. And something feels strange, like déjà vu. Moreover, if I touch the magic tools, I can actually feel their magical reaction. It must be because of my high magic sensitivity. What is that sound? There's a rather strong reaction coming from that direction. What could it be? The girl standing behind him speaks up. Young master, that is merely a decoration. Ah, is that so? The old man cuts in. Why don't you come over here and take a look at some potion brewing ingredients? Moonroot is excellent as well, a fantastic choice. There are at least 50 types of potions that contain moonroot. I grew these myself, so the quality is guaranteed. Dean thinks to himself, how strange. That's it. It's definitely that stone emitting the sound. Young master, is something the matter? I sense something coming from this stone. Huh? But that's just a decoration. I'm not entirely sure either, but this stone is truly peculiar. He thinks, the more magic I pour into it, the stronger the reaction becomes. Could it be that it only reacts to my magic? You have a keen eye, young master. It would make a perfect display specimen. In that case, please get me this pile of moon roots and a few kogolo berries. Dean asks, may I ask, what exactly is this? Where did you acquire this stone? Does it have some significance? Ah, that pile is just for decoration. Decoration? He thinks, that can't be right. How could a mere decoration react to magic? The girl sighs, Every time I think about that stone, I get frustrated. Why is that? Were you scammed by someone? A few years ago, some traveling peddlers paid me with a large package instead of money. When I opened it, that stone was inside, and the guy had already vanished. I didn't know what it was, so I had it appraised. In the end, it turned out to be just a rock, nothing more, nothing less. I didn't know where else to put it, so I just left it there. He thinks, how strange. This stone is clearly anything but ordinary. Young master, if you want something better, please look over here. I possess a few special magical artifacts. Allow me to show you. Ah, all right. This is a contact book. He thinks, even though this place is full of amazing things, this is the only one I actually want. The girl continues, if you place it in there, it will automatically save the information you desire. You simply need to call out the person's name. and their card will appear along with Dean cuts in. I'll take this contact book and this stone. Huh? Why on earth would you want that useless rock? He thinks. I definitely need this stone. What do you plan to do with it? Hearing that, Dean just smiles without saying a word. I didn't expect you to be interested in decorations or art. Or, is there something special about that stone? Haha, you noticed? Of course I did. Otherwise, why would you want to buy a useless rock? Exactly. I also think this stone is more than just a decoration. It seems to react to my magic. Is that so? I'm not entirely sure what the stone is either, but hearing you say that has piqued my curiosity. There are too many people here. Let's head back to the mansion to examine it more closely. Agreed. The scene shifts. Do you know what it is? Are you underestimating my precious laboratory tools? With them, we'll find out exactly what this is. Dean replies, even though a mage already appraised it and claimed there was nothing special about it. The old man scoffed. Whatever he says, it can't compare to my masterpiece, can it? I spent a fortune on this state-of-the-art gear. It analyzes anything you throw at it. Alright, let's fire it up. I'm actually getting excited here. Okay, place the stone right there and channel your mana into it. Dean didn't hesitate. He slapped his hand onto the stone. A blinding light erupted. There's something special about this, Dean thought. Siren smirked internally. Finally, something to be proud of. Staring at the display, Dean asked, is that a magic code? It is. But this isn't just some run-of-the-mill magic. The old man's mind raced. Incredible. The laws, the structure, the casting method. I've never seen anything like it. This complexity rivals 6th or even 7th tier spells. So the spell hidden in the stone is what's projecting this. Exactly. Your mana was the key that unlocked it. I say that because it only reacts to you. You're wondering what it is, aren't you? What kind of magic is sleeping inside this rock? Why does it only respond to my mana? The seal is unfamiliar to me, but hey, as the former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a shot. If this works, maybe I'll finally understand why my magic is so different from everyone else's. Well, it's possible. Let's hope for the best. Meanwhile, in her private lab, Arabella was closely monitoring a strange phenomenon. It really is different. This is definitely not standard magic. It has that unique signature Dean told me about. It doesn't match any magical system I know, but what field does it belong to? It's not showing up in any of my data. Not in reagents, not in portals, not even in magical engineering. If it's none of those, then what on earth is it? It has to belong somewhere. Wait, there is one field. A forgotten branch of magic. Dean's power must be connected to that. Where did I put those records? Here we go. Alchemy, divination, spiritualism, necromancy, and even primal magic codes. Just then, a book toppled off the shelf, catching Arabella's eye. Is this that ancient grimoire? Come to think of it, there was a magical kingdom ages ago. One that inherited its power from Akina. Since it's ancient magic from 200 years ago, nobody knows how to use it anymore. Haha, listen to me rambling. That magic died out 2 centuries ago. There's no way Dean's power is connected to it. But then again, what do I have to lose? Let's run the test. Arabella began resonating the artifacts she'd prepared. When she opened her eyes, glowing script materialized on the blank paper. Something was coming through. Is it alchemy? Divination? Or, no, it couldn't be necromancy, could it? Unbelievable. What is this? Meanwhile, in another room, Dean and the old man were fixated on a glowing object. Oh, looks like the seal is broken. Dean leaned in. There's definitely something inside, isn't there? The old man nodded. You bet. Let me get it. He pulled out a simple silver bracelet, the kind of cheap trinket you could buy at any market. I thought there'd be something spectacular inside. That's exactly the point. This bracelet only responds to your mana. Go on, try it on. Got it. Dean didn't waste a second and slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. Instantly, the silver band erupted with light. Oh ho, just as I predicted. It's reacting. I see strange markings appearing. What are these? Do you know? Indeed. Those are ancient runes. No one in this world can read them anymore. Ancient runes? What do you mean? These characters belong to the lost magical kingdom of Akina. Staring at the bracelet, a memory surfaced in Dean's mind. Akina. I remember Arabella talking about that when we were kids. She said that back then, everything was forged from pure magic. But then, that era just ended. Now all that's left are ruins, legends, and apparently, this magic code. Haha, I knew your power was special, but connected to an ancient kingdom? That explains why we could move through the forest so easily these past few days. Makes sense. The magic in that forest originated from Akina. The old man mused, I've been wanting to make this kid my disciple. But looking at that bracelet, I realize he's in a league of his own. Take your time figuring it out, but keep this a secret. Understand? Yes, sir. My lips are sealed. Suddenly, a loud noise startled them both. What was that? Don't tell me we're under attack by monsters? Ha, lucky for us, I'm almost fully recovered. Time to stretch my legs and finally return the favor. Kid, why are you just standing there? Grab your spear or something. Dean ignored him, rummaging through his coat to pull out an object. What is that? It was emitting the same noise they heard earlier. Dean said calmly, This isn't a monster, it's my sister. She's trying to contact me. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Haha, I knew it. No way a monster would dare show up here. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need a word with my sister. Yes. What is it? Dean, why on earth did it take you so long to answer me? Sorry, sis. Did you need something? Arabella asks urgently. I was in the middle of analyzing the magic code. Wait, is there anyone with you right now? Don't tell me. You figured out my power is ancient magic too? Dean thinks to himself, panic rising. Aloud, he acts confused. What? How did you know? Then realization strikes Dean. Ah, I see. When you and Lord Sidron were analyzing those stones, you deduced they came from the ancient magic kingdom. The stone only reacts to your magic. Dean confirms it. Yes, that's right. Sidron thinks to himself. She realized the truth just by watching his analysis methods? I knew she was a genius, but she's far more talented than I imagined. Arabella asks sharply. Does anyone else know? No. Good. Dean, listen to me very carefully. Lord Sidron, please keep this in mind as well. Dean, you must keep this a secret. If this gets out, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Sidron interjects. Ahem. Miss Arabella, I have heard a lot about you from Dean. Oh, Lord Sidron. My apologies for diving straight into business without introducing myself. Sidron continues. Do not worry, I will keep this secret. If this were to be exposed, not only Dean, but the entire Sress family would be in grave danger. Arabella nods. Indeed, I am glad you grasped the gravity of the situation immediately. Sidron asks, is this conversation being recorded? No. The moment we hang up, it automatically deletes. Fortunately, no one wants to leave behind incriminating evidence. My plan is to return to the magic tower to investigate further. Arabella speaks up. Thank you for helping us, my lord. No need, Miss Arabella. I am doing this out of my duty as a mage. It is nothing worth mentioning. Ah, while we are speaking, I heard you are looking for a magic tower to join. Have you made a decision yet? Not yet. However, I have no intention of joining the Nixon Magic Tower. It does not align with the field I am passionate about. Sidron thinks to himself. I wondered who this kid took after to be so decisive. It seems it runs in the family. He gets it from his sister. He speaks up, clearing his throat. Ahem. Ha 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 ha. I understand. You are under no obligation to join our magic tower either. Dean thinks, Sis really is blunt. Arabella adds, I am certain other talented individuals will join your distinguished tower. Dean, we will discuss the details later, all right? Okay. Take care of yourself, sis. Your sister has truly become a remarkable talent. That's right. This communication device is actually her invention. She mentioned that this compact crystal sphere is the current trend among young mages. Precisely. It is very impressive. However, such an item isn't truly necessary for someone like me. When one reaches the 8th circle, communicating with others isn't exactly desired. If it's important, they can just come see me in person, right? Ah, I see. Dean thinks. It sounds more like he just has no one to talk to. The scene shifts. When you mentioned ancient magic, it honestly made me worry. Haha, don't worry too much, father. If anyone dares to target Dean, I will make them pay. Lily interrupts. That's right. Mother will make anyone who targets you. It's silent. In my own special way. Dean thinks, wow, they are deadly serious. But having 2 guardians like that feels safe. By the way, if that's true, does it mean our bloodline possesses ancient magic? That is an interesting question. We do not know if any of our ancestors possessed it or not. I will check with my side of the family. Dean wonders to himself. If both sides investigate this, will they actually discover something? It might not be crucial, but I still find it intriguing. His mother continues. Anyway, it seems you have already surpassed many limits. Dean, if you stay here any longer, it will only hinder your growth. You should consider moving to the capital right now. The capital? That's right. You know that normally, one must be 14 to be accepted into the academy. And now you are of age. Truthfully, I wanted to keep you here for another year or 2 before sending you off. But it seems you have learned everything you possibly can here. Dean, if you make the decision, you may leave at any time. He thinks, I'm surprised they are so open-minded about this. Dean, you will do just fine. Go, develop your talents exactly how you wish. Yes, I understand what you both are saying. I will prepare to enter the academy. This decision is logical. He thinks, great, it is finally time for me to take the next step. Scene shifts to a room. Sidran asks, is that your final choice? Yes, faster than I thought, but you made a good decision. Staying here longer would only cap your potential, and that would be a waste. I also have a piece of advice for you. Do not rush to reveal too much of your talent. Although the Academy welcomes geniuses, not everyone there shares that sentiment. Dean tells himself, right. Arabella told me about this before. She faced insults, but ordinary children couldn't even keep up with her to begin with. However, the Thman family is a completely different story. Dean thinks, that's right. I promised her I would visit if I came to the capital. If I don't show up, she will be incredibly disappointed. I also need to figure out what to do with the insignia Duke Thman gave me. Sidran continues, let's see. If you have 3 months before you join the Academy, it makes sense for you to depart in 2 months. What about you, sir? I plan to return to the Magic Tower. I have work to attend to. Thanks to you, things have actually been interesting around here. If I find any information on Grand Magic or anything related, I will let you know. Really? I would be incredibly grateful. Yes. Regarding your studies. Since time is short, we need to pick up the pace. Reaching the third circle isn't simple. The second circle is nothing, compared to the third. Understood. I will study hard. Oh, right, I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? That's right. My sister sent me an item via teleportation magic yesterday. It's a brand new product. Oh? It is a new compact crystal ball that hasn't hit the market yet. Arabella invented it herself. She dotes on me, so she agreed the moment I asked. Sidran replied, it is quite compact and elegant. I have no need for such things, but since you prepared it, I will happily accept. Please don't hesitate to use it to contact me. Oh, I can input a code here? Dean thought. He says he doesn't need it, but he looks awfully excited. That's right. Go ahead and do it, sir. Haha, this is incredibly simple and easy to use. Dean thought, I hope he doesn't contact me too often. The Academy, huh? I need to seriously prepare for the remaining 2 months. My affinity allows me to use summoning magic to a certain extent. My goal is to officially enter the summoning magic class, receive a summoning mark, and get a chance to take the competency assessment. Since Klee is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often once I join the Academy. Screen changes. Currently, the entrance exam system is very simple. There are 2 exams you must go through. 2 exams? Correct. One is the general exam, and the other is the specialized exam. Could you explain them in more detail? The general exam is a preliminary round to classify candidates. It covers culture, history, and matters related to the Empire. I'm sure you can pass without any trouble. Of course, doing well is beneficial, as it counts toward your total admission score. Next is the specialized exam. As the name suggests, you will choose a major and be tested on it. The content depends on the professor, but I'm confident you will pass. Besides, you have a recommendation letter, Dean replied. I remember now. You both passed that exam easily, didn't you? Arabella continued. That's right. It wasn't difficult at all. However, once you choose a major, you must stick to it for the exam unless you want to change it later. So, be careful with your choice. I still hope you'll choose the magic major. Dean thought. Huh? She still hasn't given up on that, has she? Dean answered. All right, I'll consider it. If I want to change majors after enrolling, is transferring the only way? The voice replied. Usually, yes. Unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can still audit classes from other majors. However, from the 3rd year onwards, advanced major classes generally don't allow students from other departments to participate, Dean said. So that means I have to choose a single major to pursue. She added, right. There is a program called the Free Major, for talents like you, Dean. Is there really? It sounds interesting, but unless someone has a death wish for their grades, no one registers for it. Dean asked. Why is that? Arabella explained. Because until now, no one has ever passed that exam. Huh? That is interesting. Don't tell me you're thinking of trying it, Dean added. No way. Sis, Sir Sidran is coming. I'll contact you later. Am I putting too much pressure on him? No. But still. Magic is. Arabella Sunbay. The professor is looking for you. All right. I'm coming. Here is the recommendation letter I promised you. You really wrote one for me? Not just for show, I poured my heart and soul into the content as well. I have written a few recommendation letters before, but this is the first time I have dedicated this much thought to one. Consider it an honor. I will try my best not to disappoint you. It would have been wonderful to take you on as my personal student, but honestly, even if I did, I doubt you'd obediently call me master. Dean thought, haha. How did he know? Sidran changed the subject. Have you finished preparing for your trip? Dean replied, yes, sir. Actually, I don't have much to bring. Besides, the facilities at the academy dorms are excellent. Almost everything I need is already provided. Sidran spoke again. The facilities are indeed good, but they are being monopolized by a select few. But you're not the type to let yourself lose to people like that, are you? Dean thought. Hearing him speak, the academy sounds like a gathering of evil nobles. Don't forget that place can be quite harsh. If you show weakness or look down on them, many will reveal their true colors and bare their fangs immediately. Dean thought. So it's no different from a battlefield, is it? Yes, I understand. If you need anything, please contact me. This crystal ball of yours is actually very useful. I will put it to good use. But why are you speaking as if you are about to leave? Oh? You noticed? I plan to depart tomorrow. Really? I can't stay here forever, now can I? Your father did invite me to serve as his magic advisor, but I'll have to sleep on that offer for now. You know how it is. I've got a mountain of work waiting for me back home. Just when I thought things were wrapped up, it seems he still has a laundry list of tasks to finish. Dean wondered to himself, is he talking about that ancient magic research? Helping him is practically the same as helping myself, so it's not a bad deal at all. Anyway, thank you, kid. Dean replied. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Sren nodded. Indeed. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how powerful you've become the next time we meet. Well then, I'm off. Don't bother seeing me out, it'll just make me all sentimental and awkward. Dean bowed. Yes, please take care of yourself, sir. He thought to himself. We spent so much time together. I actually feel a bit heavy-hearted watching him go. The scene shifts. Sir Sren has departed safely. Meanwhile, Dean has also announced that he will be setting off today. We'll be using the teleportation gate Arabella prepared, so there's no need to worry about any mishaps. I really was worrying for nothing. Say what you will, but I think we've done a fantastic job raising our children. While children from other families are busy tearing each other apart for the position of family head, well, we'll have to make a clear decision someday too. But I won't play favorites. Just then, Dean walked in and spoke up. Father, Mother, I'm here. Oh, Dean, you've arrived. Are you all ready to head out? His mother cut in. You brought the token I gave you, didn't you? Of course. If I run into a difficult situation, I'll go to the place you mentioned and show them the insignia. Yes, I remember. The people there. They're your old colleagues, aren't they? That's right, they were very close friends of mine. It's been a long time, but I'm sure they'll help you out. His father thought to himself, don't tell me our Dean is actually going there to start down the path of an assassin? Shaking off the thought, he continued, Hey Dean, when you get to the capital, seek out Duke Thman. He'll look after you before you enter the academy. Yes, father. The Duke realized that Dean had grown enough to leave the nest. Haha, come on, let's send him off with a smile. Honey, hurry up, we're not going that far. Dean thought tensely. I'm about to leave, but suddenly my legs feel so heavy. Well then. I'll be going now. Juliet. Watch him carefully. Make sure Dean reaches the teleportation gate safely. Then come back and report to me. Yes, master. Meanwhile, in another room. Long time no see, Shadow. You know what to do, right? Keep a close eye on Dean during the teleportation to see if anything unusual happens. Hearing this, the shadowy figure slowly faded away. Elsewhere, a servant spoke up. Young master, seeing something like this with my own eyes. It's truly impressive. This is it. That's right. This is the teleportation gate my eldest sister prepared. Lady Arabella is truly remarkable, Dean replied. Exactly. Now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. If I step in, will the instant teleportation activate? Yes, it certainly will, he thought to himself. I wonder just how much effort she poured into this. Instant teleportation isn't just about arranging codes like other spells. It requires a combination of restructuring and a continuous flow of magical energy to execute. But the gate she installed is a flawless device, meeting every single condition required for instant teleportation. Please take care of yourself, young master. Yeah, you stay healthy too. Then, Dean slowly approached the gate, thinking, she said all I have to do is channel energy into the gate, and it will activate. Dean spread his arms wide and began to channel his energy. A powerful light quickly radiated from the spatial gate. As soon as he opened his eyes again, light was illuminating everything around the forest. People were bustling about happily. Dean had arrived. The gate to the capital, Athenia. I have been expecting you. Young Master Dean Sagres, I am Luis Ozma, captain of the First Knight Order of the Thman family. Dean replied, Ah, so it's you, he thought to himself. For the captain himself to come pick me up, that's actually kind of embarrassing. We will escort you from here on out. We'll ensure the route is completely secure. Understood, Captain. Let's head out immediately then. I'm counting on your support, he thought. Actually stepping foot in here, it feels so strange. I never imagined the day would come when I'd set foot in the center of the Athenia Empire, a place I once despised. And to think I'm here as a promising figure, of all things. Alluring sounds rang out from a nearby voice. Come one, come all. Witness the miracles right here. Opportunities like this don't come around every day. Hurry up, the price is very reasonable. For just 1 silver coin, you get 3 freezing spells. Dean thought. So many strange things here. I didn't expect the capital to be this lively. That over there must be the Thmon family estate. Hearing the commotion, Dean cast his gaze forward. It really is a magnificent mansion, he pondered. But something feels off. It feels like someone is watching me. Maybe it's just my imagination. A moment later, a voice spoke up. Welcome, young Master Dean Sagres. We are delighted by your presence. Dean thought, what a disciplined formation. Their etiquette and protocol are executed so naturally, yet full of power. It's completely different from what I saw in the south. Upon arrival, he bowed before Duke Thmon to pay his respects. Dean greets, Your Grace, Duke Thmon. That's right, it's been a long time, Dean. How have you been lately? Your journey must have been exhausting. So please, go inside and get some rest. You look completely different from how you did 3 years ago. Among your peers, no. Even compared to those older than you, no one comes close. Your father must be incredibly proud. Dean bows respectfully. You flatter me, sir. I may not be on Baek Kang's level yet, but I've prepared thoroughly for the academy entrance exam. Of course. Please, make yourself at home. I've assigned a personal servant to attend to you. If you need anything at all, just say the word. Thank you, I will. By the way, how is Layla doing? The Duke replies, she's well. But, are you two in the middle of a fight or something? Dean looks surprised. Sir? What do you mean? Whenever your name comes up, she looks displeased. Really? I'm not entirely sure. It could be the pressure of the entrance exams, though I have no doubt Layla will pass with flying colors. I'll try to talk to her. Dean wonders to himself. Why is she acting like that? Is it just teenage rebellion? Well, we can worry about that later. Just try not to be too hard on her, all right? The Duke adds. You'll understand soon enough. Dean frowns, confused. What does he mean by that? Let's get you to your room. The servant will show you the way. Please, get some rest, sir. Thank you. Dean thinks, I'll be staying here for about a week to prep for the exams. This guest room is seriously luxurious. First, I'll unpack, then I'll head to the training grounds. Just then, a girl steps into the room. I'll take you to the training grounds, she says. Dean blinks in surprise. That voice. Dean, what took you so long? I've been waiting forever. Layla? It's been a long time. How have you been? She crosses her arms. Oh, I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. But don't you have anything else to say to me? Huh? What do you mean? Why didn't you write to me? Dean looks genuinely confused. A letter? Yes. Why didn't you send a single letter? You could have at least told me you were coming. I meant to reply, but I completely forgot. I'm really sorry. Sorry? Is that it? After I came all the way here to see you? I was so busy preparing to leave the capital, I just didn't have the headspace for anything else. Please, forgive me just this once? He thinks. She is definitely pissed. Dean continues. How can I make it up to you? I'll do whatever you want as an apology. Layla's eyes narrow with suspicion. Really? Dean thinks. I just need to survive this conversation first. But what is she going to ask for? Dean suggests. How about a spar? Just a light match? A spar? Exactly. You wouldn't mind going a few rounds with me, would you? Fine, let's do it. But are you sure you won't regret it? Don't let my looks fool you. I'm much stronger than I used to be. I'm not that little girl you had to teach how to release mana anymore. She's so confident, Dean thinks. She really has grown up in the last 3 years. That reminds me, Dean adds. Didn't you mention in a letter that you won a tournament? Layla perks up. You actually remember? Yes, I won the Dante Cup organized by the royal family. Ah, that's right. That's the tournament for the Empire's under-15s, isn't it? The standards for that competition are incredibly high. If you had participated, we definitely would have met in the finals. It's a shame. Dean smiles. Well, we can settle that regret right now. Layla hesitates. Are you sure about this? You have your entrance exams coming up. What if you get hurt? Who should be worrying about whom here? Dean thinks. I'll be fine, he says aloud. All right then. It's late, so let's spar first thing tomorrow morning. Should we use training weapons? Or do you still prefer using dull blades? Dean says, no, since it's just a light spar, training weapons will do. No matter how skilled you are, accidents can happen with real steel. What if one of us gets injured? Don't worry. Heller, the Empire's greatest healer, is currently serving my family. But what if something happens that even Heller can't fix? If you want to wield a real blade, you need to have that kind of mindset. But relax. It's just a spar. Why are you so serious? Fine. Training weapons it is. She turns to a servant. Bring us the practice gear. Yes, my lady. Dean watches her. She really has become as proud and fierce as the rumors say. People say she'll soon match the achievements of her two brothers, who are already serving as knights. Duke Termian might just have his first female successor. Overcoming her mana issues really gave her a massive drive. Layla grips her weapon, thinking back. Dean, thanks to you, I mastered mana control faster than anyone my age. And now, I've awakened 2 mana cores. I've been waiting for this day. If I beat you, will you be upset? The butler steps in, interrupting her thoughts. My lady, the weapons have arrived. Thank you. Dean analyzes the gear. Right. Since these are practice weapons, they're pretty light. Will this be okay? Well, on a real battlefield, I'd have to use whatever I can get my hands on. All right, shall we begin? Let's go. Layla watches Dean, ready to strike. Layla calculates. Lucky for me, I fought a spear user at the Dante Cup. It wasn't too difficult then. Spears have range, but they lose power once you get inside their guard. I just need to close the distance instantly. She snaps out of her thoughts and charges at Dean with everything she has. Just as the sword was inches from touching Dean, her eyes went wide. What the? It was an afterimage. Where did he vanish to? By the time she realized it, the tip of Dean's spear was already at her throat. Dean, when did you get there? Thank God, these were just practice weapons. If that had been real steel, I'd be dead meat. I could have sworn my blade made contact. Layla shook her head in disbelief. Let's go again. That trick won't work twice, so watch your step. Dean, she told herself. I'm just a little rusty since we haven't met in a while. But this time, no mercy. Layla glanced up toward the balcony. Her father was standing there, watching their duel intently. She figured Duke Thermian was there to see the final outcome. She knew what he was thinking. After she pushed herself so hard to win the Dante Cup, he'd been worried about her. Today, I'll put those worries to rest. Get ready, Dean, because my father is watching. I'm going all out. Layla slammed her staff into the ground, sending a massive shockwave of wind straight at Dean. Dean reacted instantly, spinning his spear into a blur to create a shield that deflected the blast. How's that, Dean? Not so easy, is it? We're just getting started, so you better keep up. The fight raged on, blow for blow, neither side giving an inch. But what was this unsettling feeling? The playful smile was gone from Dean's face. He now looked like a hardened warrior stepping onto a battlefield. Layla unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but Dean simply used his wooden spear to parry every single one of her secret techniques. Suddenly, she shifted her stance, feinting back to launch a lethal thrust. But Dean just stepped to the side, dodging it effortlessly. In the same motion, he knocked the sword right out of Layla's hand, leaving her frozen in shock. Looks like I win this one. Watching from the sidelines, the spectators murmured, she lost again. The Duke turned to his aide. What do you think, Asma? Will this finally humble Layla a bit? Asma paused, a drop of cold sweat rolling down his temple. So, you knew about her attitude? Of course I knew. The signs were there before the Dante Cup, but after she won the championship, her arrogance became impossible to ignore. I was going to have a serious talk with her, but I figured it'd be better if she realized it on her own. A wise decision, my lord. Tell me, how many mana cores do you think that boy has? Asma watched Dean closely. At least 3, sir. I disagree. I'd say he has at least 2, maybe 3 at most. Why do you say that, my lord? Look closely. His spear work is powerful, but Layla isn't losing because of speed or lack of experience. It's his tactics. See how he blocks everything? I can track every move he makes. Is he predicting her attacks? It certainly looks that way. He might lack real combat experience, but still. I can't believe he's dominating Layla at her peak. A memory flashed in the Duke's mind. Greetings, Count Seer. It reminded him of his inspection of the South 7 years ago, meeting Dean back then, and now this. How interesting. Your daughter won the Dante Cup, yet she couldn't even use her full strength here. Count Seer must have trained her with brutal strictness. No, you misunderstand Asma. He may be strict, but he's not the type to teach through cruelty. Unlike us, Dean didn't need harsh training to get this good. Sir, what are you implying? It's raw talent that no ordinary person can match. Dean is a true genius. Spear in hand, Dean knocked Layla's wooden sword away again, leaving her stunned. Maybe he didn't compete in the Dante Cup simply because he wasn't interested. Really? Asma thought. Impossible. How could he not care about the Dante Cup? Every warrior in the Empire dreams of that title. At this moment, there isn't a single person his age who can match his skill. The Duke watched silently. Layla, I hope this fight helps you see your own weaknesses. If you can let go of that arrogance and focus on your blade, you'll leave everyone else in the dust. Layla gritted her teeth. It's true, I can't beat him. I knew he was talented, but I never imagined the gap between us was this massive. You look tired. Let's call it. Layla sighed, dropping her guard. Fine. You win. Dean mentally checked a box. Duke Thermian's wish is granted. She definitely realizes now that she's not the invincible number one. From behind him, Layla asked quietly, How? How did you train? Dean shrugged. Hard work. Everyone has to work hard. Just hard work? I'm heading out. But next time, you won't beat me. All right, I'll be waiting. Layla watched him go. Dean. He's the only person I've ever truly admired. An old memory surfaced in her mind. Yeah, but since the third match, he was holding back, only stepping forward half as much. He's the one I want to surpass. I just need to learn and wait. All right, is this correct? Yeah. Perfect success. I wanted to prove I'm not just a little girl anymore. But why does he keep getting further ahead of me? Just you wait, Dean. Next time, victory is mine. Talents from every corner of the Empire flooded in for the entrance exam. Counting their families and entourages, nearly 1,000 people had gathered in the capital. 600 hopefuls signed up for the Royal Academy entrance exam. They paid the steep entry fee, but money can't buy talent. 2/3 of them washed out in the very first round. With the preliminaries over, barely 200 survivors are scrambling to prepare for the second specialized exam. Meanwhile, the faculty lounge is buzzing. 200 passed the first round, you say? Interesting. But I'd wager only about 200 have what it takes to survive what's coming. Another voice chimes in. Any standouts this year? Surely we've spotted some potential monsters? The final scores haven't been tallied yet. That's Professor Denabo, head of magic. He's wondering who took the top spot. Beside him is Ingress, the head of theology. She speaks up. The top swordsmanship student is surely Duke Thermian's daughter, right? Absolutely. She's the one who dominated the Dante Cup. That was a magnificent final match. Duke Thermian raised a true warrior. The professors nod in agreement. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing our swordsmanship valedictorian. That's Dean Penis, head of summoning. It's practically guaranteed. Then, a question cuts through the chatter. Wait, who is that boy? Professor Satter, head of swordsmanship, leans in. There shouldn't be anyone capable of challenging him. There is one thing bothering me. Look at this recommendation letter from Sidron. It bears the monosealed stamp of the Nelson Magic Tower. Does this mean Sidron actually vouched for someone? Still, whoever it is, they can't possibly outclass the Dante Cup champion, can they? Sidron is famous for never taking disciples, yet he sent a letter for a 14-year-old boy. Who exactly is this Dean Sogras? A professor gasps. Count Sogras? That family again? The room erupts into whispers. They already have geniuses in the magic and summoning departments. If the youngest son is backed by Lord Sidron, the Sogras bloodline is terrifying. Two of the continent's most prestigious families clashing in the same year? This is going to be the talk of the empire. Hold on, one interjects. Isn't the Sogras family traditionally known for theology? And yet, here's a recommendation from a legendary mage. Are they pivoting to magic now? I assumed he'd follow the family tradition. If he joins my department alongside Araba, we'll be unstoppable. Just then, a staff member sprints into the room. Apologies for the interruption. The first round results are in. Please review the data immediately. The numbers flash on the board. Swordsmanship, 1,367. Magic, 227. Summoning, 152. As expected, swordsmanship has the massive numbers. Thermian taking first place is no surprise. But, Dean Sogras? His name isn't on the list? Are you sure? What about Sidron's recommendation? He's not in the magic department either. Did anyone apply for the free major? About that. There is exactly one candidate who applied for the free major. The free major? That's unheard of. Out of all 600 applicants, Dean Sogras achieved the highest score in the entire first round. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a wave of nostalgia hits. I've been here a month already. Time flies. My duel with Layla feels like it only happened yesterday. Now the first exam is done, and I'm just waiting for the verdict. Thank God it wasn't too difficult, Dean thinks to himself. Suddenly, Leela rushes over. Dean, did you get your results? What's your rank? A notification chime pings in the air. Academy entrance results. First place. Whoa. You took the top spot? Yeah, looks like it. It's so annoying that I missed first place. Leela sighs. How did you even study for this? Dean replies with a shrug. Honestly, I mostly relied on those practice questions you sent me. Layla cuts him off. I studied those too, but it was still brutal, especially the military science section. Dean smirks internally. My secret weapon is literally having lived through this before. Leela continues. Do you really think a 14-year-old is supposed to understand tactics, strategy, and military logistics? Dean replies with total confidence. For me, that was the easiest part. Don't you find it interesting? You are definitely not normal. It wasn't just military stuff you aced. Art, music, and even the history of the Drinic Empire. That's supposed to be my specialty, Leela protests. Dean reflects on the endless skills he accidentally picked up in his past life. So, which major did you actually apply for? There are 3 main ones, right? Wait, did you seriously apply for the free major? I'll be honest, Dean says smoothly. I just want to study whatever I like. But why the free major? I don't get it. Because I want to learn everything. Dean, the acceptance rate is practically 0. I heard the free major lets you take any class you want until graduation. You can even conduct research directly with the professors. Dean emphasizes the benefits. Is that why nobody applies? They just don't know? Leela narrows her eyes. Did you choose this, just to avoid being in the same class as me? No, not at all. Do you really think you'll pass? Aside from theology and summoning, what else can you even do? Tell me right now. Haha, Dean laughs, wondering if he should reveal his hand. The scene shifts. Finally, we've arrived. To qualify for the free major, one must pass the exams for all 4 specialized departments. It looks like the practical test will be the deciding factor. Summoning, spear arts, and magic. They really are worlds apart from monocores and magic circles. What on earth is going through that boy's head? Dean Finnis, head of the summoning department, continued. In the beginning, some managed to pass 2 of the free majors, but barely anyone has the strength to pass even a single one now. Professor Danbo, head of the magic department, chimed in. Either pick spear arts or magic. Just one is hard enough. The free major has existed for about 200 years now, hasn't it? But almost no one passes. Another voice dripped with skepticism. The beginning wasn't as hard as it is now. Back then, the academy needed talent for the era of conquest, so everyone was nurtured. But times have changed. The standards are skyrocketing. Most students don't even dare to register for the major they're best at, let alone this. The head of Spear Arts asked, then why does this major still exist? No one applies, and no one passes. Is it just for the symbolism, a symbol that only the absolute best talents of the empire can attain? Yes, that matters too, even if it has become a withered branch, existing only to uphold a name. According to the records, in the last 100 years, only 2 people have passed this exam. One dropped out, and the other was the previous emperor. In other words, unless you're a God-given genius, it's nearly impossible. But if he is the youngest son of the war hero Threz, then his lineage is certainly not ordinary. I have high hopes too. Though, he might just be an arrogant brat. We could just let him enroll based on potential, but as professors, we can't be sloppy. Does that kid really have the confidence to challenge this? At the second exam hall, Dean Gress introduced himself. I am Dean Gress, applying for the free major of the Royal Academy. Hearing this, a voice cut in. Do you have any idea what applying for the free major actually entails? Dean replied, certainly. I know that I must achieve a passing score in all 3 majors. The voice continued. Your name is Dean, right? It's not too late to turn back. The examiner added, I have great respect for Count. So, he is the greatest spearmaster in the empire. I don't want to see his son humiliated and sent packing. Dean humbly thanked the professor for the praise. But I came here with the resolve to give it my all. Danbo watched with a critical eye, thinking, true. If he were the type to give up after a few words, he wouldn't have applied in the first place. Then there is no other choice. There are 3 tests, depending on the majors you selected. If you fail even one, you are automatically eliminated. I understand, Dean replied. Then, we shall begin with the summoning department. As decided. Instantly, the silhouette of a young woman materialized in front of Dean. He thought to himself, that's Professor Dean Finnis, the highest-ranking summoner of the Anthan Empire. She holds the record for 3 simultaneous summons of Tier 2 or higher. The woman declared, the testing method for summoning is simple. Satisfy me. Use any means related to summoning. Dean thought, just as I predicted. A free-form test based on preference, with no specific standards or forms. He spoke up. In that case, Professor, could you summon a beast for me? What? A summoned beast? Dean nodded. That's right. Any summoned beast will do. His request instantly grabbed the attention of everyone around. Danbo felt a bead of sweat roll down. What is he plotting? I thought he'd just spout theory, but he wants to see a summon? After a moment of thought, she looked away and said, fine. Bold, but interesting. You know how to appreciate the unusual. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Dean watched with a hint of nervousness. On the other side, she began chanting spells. Her eyes glowed as she shouted, answer my call. Immediately, a spatial rift tore open in the sky, sending a shiver through the crowd. Even the eyes of the 2 department heads were filled with shock. Is that the frenzied beast? Ezerk? Dean thought, That roar is terrifying. It's the most vicious among the Tier 4 summons. No one has ever summoned it without being attacked. Since this is an entrance exam, I wasn't fully confident. But this just got interesting. She continued, "There. I've summoned whatever I pleased. Now, what do you intend to do?" Hearing this, Dean just smiled in silence. The Ezerk is the most ferocious of the 4th tier. Even knights struggle to defeat it. What is he planning? Step by step, Dean walked toward the monster. Danbo shouted, "What are you doing? Stop immediately. If you provoke the Ezerk." The beast's roar drowned him out as Dean faced it. "I just need to prove myself by any means necessary. Right?" She confirmed. "Correct. But proving it by jumping into a pit of fire," as Dean interrupted. "That won't happen. Don't worry." His words made Finnis break into a cold sweat. Dean began to whisper spells, weaving words of magic. The monster's eyes began to change, becoming strangely docile. "Yeah, good boy. This means he's quite a bit bigger than Genbu, huh?" Finnis thought silently. "Unbelievable. I can't believe the vicious Ezerk is obeying him so easily. Is it because of the mana thread connecting to Ezerak? The color is faint, meaning it's not total submission, yet it completely erased the beast's hostility." Watching from a distance, Din smiles faintly. "Huh, I am seeing it with my own eyes, but I still can't believe it. Is that innate empathy? Simply amazing." The girl wonders, did he approach Ezerak, instantly analyze the mana thread, and create a replica to connect to himself? If that is his way of taming, then his talent is leagues above mine. And I was the one Master always praised. If he is this good, his future is truly something to watch. Pausing for a moment, the girl approaches Din. "Din Sres, your abilities have been fully confirmed. Bravery, calm judgment, and solid fundamentals. There is no doubt. You passed the exam." 2 guildmasters confirm from afar. "I agree. Thank you." The screen shifts. It ended in just 30 minutes? So he is the valedictorian? I heard he topped swordsmanship too. No. He is the true top student. Cheer up. They are throwing a party to celebrate us passing. Layla sighs deeply. Huh. I can't believe the gap is this huge. It's like facing a force of nature. A total disaster. Watching the girl walk away, Din calls out to Layla. She wants to be alone. Let her go. Din advises, don't worry too much. Layla will get over it. By the way, have you contacted your father? The Count must be very proud. Yes, everyone is thrilled, he said. If you chose the free major, you deserve it. Everyone was surprised. The exam is over. Rest up and prepare for enrollment, Din replies. Yes, thanks to the Duke's care, I had a wonderful time. Oh, have you thought about the item you will commission from the smithy? I am thinking of a sword, but I have no concrete plans yet. Din explains, my body is still growing, so I don't know what kind of sword fits best. I need more time to think. This is a good opportunity to wait. True, no rush. Let's leave it at that. Duke, you should go see the Duchess. I know. I will head out first. As his figure fades, Din gets lost in thought. The Duchess's illness seems to be lingering. Memories surface. Luckily, the symptoms aren't worsening. But they aren't improving either. For so many years. It is a shame. Someone like me, who has never seen their family sick, can hardly understand that pain. Should I go comfort Layla a bit? 2 days later, a voice booms through the hall. It is my honor to welcome the new students of the Royal Academy. I am Alan Thomas, your principal. I am thrilled to see the new students who survived the fierce competition to stand here today. I believe the Empire's future will be brighter than ever with elites like you. Especially this year, we have exceptional talents. One of whom has been admitted to the free major, an extremely rare achievement, attained by only 2 people in the last 100 years. This student was approved by all 3 deans of swordsmanship, magic, and summoning. The declaration stirs the crowd. Whoa, a student in the free major? Unbelievable. Who could be that talented? Aeon Thomas continues. Will the representative of the new students, the valedictorian, please step forward? The crowd murmurs. That kid got into the free major? What kind of blessing did the Sres family get? You see him? He looks majestic. I see it. Wow. He is the valedictorian. You raised him well, Arkan. Ah, compared to you, I am nowhere close. Raised 2 sons and got no results. My daughter is nowhere to be seen at the ceremony. Oldest son is far away. Youngest ran away from home. You have 2 daughters. That is nice. I am jealous. You have Layla too. Hearing this, Arkan's eyes turn sad. He looks at his daughter and thinks, I wish my wife could be here too. Bernice asks, close with summons since childhood, huh? Yes, Professor. It is definitely an innate affinity from birth. I think it is a miracle. This boy doesn't look flashy, but he is more capable than other summoners. Say, Professor, with Din's affinity, could he summon a beast from beyond the horizon? She thinks about the other world, disconnected for over 100 years. Will the summons there choose a mage? Who knows? Maybe you really are the din stress of rumors. I hope your talent shines at this academy. I have noted it. Principal. Next is the student representative's oath. I finally made it to the academy. The road here was long, but I will not waste this second life. I have been gifted. This is just the beginning. Another voice speaks in the main hall. That concludes the introduction. We will take a short break before the next segment. Grab some food and rest. A voice calls out from the crowd. Listen, Din. From now on, many people will target you. Whether good or bad intentions, watch your back. If anyone offers you something, weigh it carefully. I heard there are plenty of uneducated folks around here. Yeah, I understand. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Don't say no, just join us. Being in a club is the academy's greatest honor. In our club, sorry, I'm not interested. Haha, rejection just means we find someone else. Grab that redhead over there. That's exactly the kind of talent we've been hunting for. Layla chimes in. Wow. The seniors are recruiting right through break time. My older sister told me there are tons of interesting clubs here. Suddenly, a shout erupts from the crowd. Find the valedictorian, Dean Seth. We absolutely have to get him for our club. Hearing this, Layla cuts in, panic in her voice. Dean, they're all gunning for you. What are we going to do? First, let's get out of here. Where are you going? A recruiter shouts. Dean Seth, join the bodybuilding club. Sculpt your physique to perfection. Hey, rookie. Interested in the Cartography and Exploration Society? Join now and get the newest maps. Forget them. Our astrology society has the brightest minds in the academy. That's Duke Thurman's daughter next to him. Don't let the Duke's precious girl slip away. Layla waves her hands frantically. Oh, I'm not joining. I'm really not joining anything. Dean thinks to himself, I'm used to being pursued, but this level of chaos? This is a first. Being the valedictorian is harder work than I thought. Nearby, whispers start up again. Wait, isn't that Professor Kenta Chaffin? That's him. Rumor has it he became a professor the moment he retired from the Royal Knights. He's a brilliant successor, but there's a bit of a problem. You mean the fact that a student just enrolled in the free major for the first time in decades? It used to be a cushy gig for him, just writing the occasional thesis and turning in mediocre results. But now, that easy life is officially over. Looks like he actually has to prepare lessons now. If I were him, I'd be pissed too. The gossip continues. The freshman orientation finally ends. Kenta thinks, this is absurd. Why the hell did a student have to pass the entrance exam for my department now of all times? Meanwhile, Dean stands silently before the office door, deep in thought. You're Dean Seth, right? You're early. Greetings, Professor. It's an honor to meet you. Right, come on in. Kenta thinks, I worked so hard to land this lazy position. I am Kenta Chaffin, head of the free major department. I came here to retire in peace, not to actually teach. If I wanted to babysit brats, I would have stayed with the Knights. I'm sick of it. Fed up with his past life of instructing Knights, Kenta speaks up. Why did you apply for the free major? Just to do whatever you want? Do you have any intention of switching to a different department? No, sir. I don't want to lose this opportunity. Kenta thinks, damn it. If he stays, I actually have to do my job. Is there no other way out? Wait a minute. He didn't take the swordsmanship exam. Did he skip it because he lacks confidence? Kenta asks, tell me, do you know anything about swordsmanship? Swordsmanship. I don't mean to pry, but since I'm your professor, I need to know where your skills lie. Dean thinks, why is he suddenly asking about swordsmanship? I get the feeling I'm not exactly welcome here. Dean adds, it's not that I'm uninterested in the blade. Kenta thinks, perfect. Is that so? Then let's put that to the test. Understood. That sounds fine. Kenta thinks, hook, line, and sinker. He continues, follow me to my personal training hall. I have the right to evaluate my students. I'll just use his poor swordsmanship as an excuse to fail him and force him out. Stepping into the armory, Kenta gestures for Dean to choose any weapon he desires. The training hall is a disaster zone, swords scattered everywhere, mixed with piles of filthy trash on the floor. Dean immediately senses something is off. I knew the free major didn't have many students, but this level of neglect is just disgraceful. He hesitates before the chaotic pile of weaponry, blades of all shapes and sizes. How is he supposed to find a decent sword in this junk heap? Pushing past his hesitation, Dean steps forward and decisively pulls a single sword from the pile. Kenta assumes Dean will pick dual blades for a flashy style, but then he sees it. Dean holds just one blade, radiating an indescribable confidence. Yes, this one is more than enough. The condition Kenta proposes sounds simple, but everyone knows the former Royal Knight is a monster in combat. If you can touch me just once with that blade, you pass the test. To feign benevolence and show off his overwhelming skill, the professor adds a handicap. It won't be hard. I promise not to move more than 2 steps from this spot. Dean's eyes suddenly flash with intensity. Understood, Professor. Kenta smirks. actually looking forward to the show. All right then. Begin. However, a seed of doubt sprouts in the professor's mind. Is he really that confident? Seeing the bright smile on Dean's face, Kenta realizes something. Is there something else going on here? In a flash, Dean launches himself at Kenta. Sword raised, he moves with terrifying speed, his face burning with the absolute determination to win. Kenta flinches, the tip of the blade is already there, less than an inch from his face. Despite dodging the opening strike, the professor couldn't shake his shock at Dean's unexpected power. Damn, he's fast. Is this why he was accepted into the free major? With a single blade, Dean unleashed a barrage of phantom strikes, an illusion so dense it looked like an entire army attacking at once. Every slash was heavy, decisive, and devastatingly powerful. It was baffling that Kenta still found time to think, even as another blade sliced the air inches from his face. What the hell is this? The professor couldn't afford a second of hesitation. He instantly raised his blade to guard, yet stubbornly stuck to his handicap, refusing to take more than 2 steps, even under Dean's relentless assault. How could Kentas possibly keep his cool when razor-sharp steel was constantly grazing his skin? Good God. A fraction of a second slower, and I'd be dead. This swordsmanship is abnormal. Is he really just a fool who happens to be a prodigy with a blade? Dean pulled back just in time. Otherwise, the professor would have been skewered. Clearly, he remembered this was only a test. Dean's heavy panting filled the air, but Kentas had been feeling the exhaustion set in for a while now. Suddenly, he pieced together Dean's background. This kid fought like a veteran on a blood-soaked battlefield, not like some pampered noble or trained knight. The professor stood his ground, frantically swinging his sword just to parry the onslaught. Dean's strikes were brutal and unwavering. His technique seemed chaotic at a glance, yet his method of attacking from every angle was terrifyingly effective. As Dean's blade whistled past his cheek, Kentas felt a spike of pure panic. He hadn't even seen it coming. It was as if the boy had split into two, every strike radiating overwhelming pressure. Kentas was left dumbfounded as Dean shifted his attack angles with dizzying speed. I'm a 6th circle mage. How is it possible that I have to focus this hard? He had to dodge with absolute precision, his mind racing the entire time. Am I seriously struggling against a 14-year-old kid? The boy didn't even need a weapon advantage. The professor dared only to shuffle a single, tiny step to the side to evade. Dean dropped his center of gravity, sliding one leg back like a predator coiling to strike. Suddenly, Kentas grimaced. The expression on the boy's face wasn't the natural look he had while talking, it was something hauntingly familiar. That sword stance dragged a memory from the depths of his mind, a chaotic battlefield where a single figure decimated everything in his path. Sharp blades slicing through the air, slaughtering countless enemies, all while wearing a face completely void of emotion. It terrified him. Who the hell was that person? Snapping back to reality, the duel between Dean and Kentas was far from over. Both blades were locked on their targets. But suddenly, the tip of Dean's sword was aimed directly at Kentas's heart. The professor couldn't understand why he was so distracted, losing focus in the middle of a fight. Damn it. Why is my mind wandering now? A victorious smile bloomed on Dean's lips. He gently retracted his sword and asked, Professor Kentas, I believe I've met the requirements, haven't I? A heavy silence descended upon the room. Kentas grit his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut, humiliated by his loss to a child. He slowly lowered his sword, but his hand gripped the hilt, white-knuckled, barely containing his rising rage. Finally, he was forced to acknowledge Dean's skill. You pass. While Dean gasped for air, completely spent, Kentas wasn't physically tired at all, but his mind was reeling. If he hadn't given himself a handicap, this fight would have been genuinely difficult. As expected, mere Royal Knight standards wouldn't amount to anything against this. The truth was, Dean had displayed his monstrous potential the moment he decided to enroll. Only now did Kentas admit it to himself. This kid is a genius, a freak of nature. Even with the handicap, the boy hadn't lagged behind him one bit. You've reached the 6th circle. After that clash, Kentas realized many things he had unintentionally overlooked. Now I understand why he had zero interest in the swordsmanship exam. The professor was baffled by Dean's overwhelming talent. With power like this, why on earth didn't you apply for the swordsmanship department? No one could have predicted his answer would be so simple. Because I think my family would be sad. Kentas felt like his brain short-circuited. He couldn't comprehend what the student was saying. Excuse me? The professor looked like he wanted to argue, but the words got stuck in his throat. Kentas quickly recalled the data on Dean's family. Every single one of them was an elite monster. His father was a grandmaster of the spear, and his 2 sisters were masters of magic and summoning. Did he choose all 3 majors just to satisfy his family's expectations? So it wasn't that he lacked confidence in his sword skills? Have I been reading him wrong this whole time? Suddenly, he heard the boy's voice. Professor, are all the procedures complete? Ah, yes, you can go. I'll send you the official notice soon. Dean returned to his polite persona. Yes, Thank you, Professor. The professor's twisted expression made it hard to tell. Was he bitter about losing the bet, or genuinely terrified of Dean's true power? Kenta stood frozen in place, his eyes locked on the young man's retreating back as it faded into the distance. Even as Dean neared the exit, the professor couldn't stop second-guessing himself had he let his personal feelings taint the evaluation. What a foolish move. Do the other department heads feel this way when they act as examiners? Kentis took a deep, ragged breath, fighting to regain his composure while frustration boiled beneath the surface. Every plan to get rid of that kid and secure a comfortable life for himself. It had all gone up in smoke. He squeezed his eyes shut, replaying the events in his mind. Who exactly was that boy? A distant memory clawed its way to the surface, taking him back to his days as a warrior. He remembered a specific moment, his gaze fixed on a single point. Back then, he couldn't utter a single word. He just stood there, frozen, watching the scene unfold. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a lone young man had single-handedly annihilated hundreds of rebels. A voice rang out. The figure walked away without looking back, his eyes fixed on the setting sun as it cast its final rays before night fell. Kentis was terrified. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his face. With trembling lips, he managed to whisper a name. The image of that man flashed vividly in Kentis's mind. Yes, that was the name. Out in the academy courtyard, students gathered in clusters, buzzing with excitement about the exam. Dean's sisters were right in the middle of it. Clara asked again, her voice thick with disbelief. Did you really pass the exam? Dean hesitated, looking a bit sheepish. Yeah, I guess so. Clara covered her mouth and cleared her throat. She closed her eyes for a moment before speaking. That's so strange. Professor Kentas isn't the type to just let students pass easily. Dean stood across from her, sweat beading on his forehead. He thought to himself, this is actually pretty surprising. She recalled the time Professor Kentis Arfield had confronted the principal. She frowned. That professor only teaches one regular class a year, but this time, the principal personally requested him. He hates dealing with hassles, yet he actually agreed to do it. Clara nodded to herself. Yeah, that's why I'm so shocked. Suddenly, she stepped closer and gently took her brother's arm. She placed a hand on Dean's shoulder, leaned in slightly, and whispered, I'm just so lucky nothing bad happened to you. Dean smiled back. Yeah. She beamed at him, letting out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest. Seeing that smile, Dean realized something. She wasn't praising him for passing. She was just genuinely relieved that he was safe and sound. While the two of them were chatting, someone came rushing over from the distance. Her voice boomed out before she even came into view. It was Arabella. Oh, Dean, she shouted. I was wondering where you were. Hearing the familiar voice, they turned around. Dean's face lit up. Big sis. Arabella flashed a bright smile at both of them. So, our baby brother passed the exam, didn't he? The three of them standing together quickly drew a crowd, causing quite a stir. Students nearby pointed and whispered excitedly about the Strez family. Look over there. The Strez siblings are all together. I thought Arabella and Clara were talented enough, but now the youngest brother is even stronger than his sisters? What kind of family are they, anyway? The scene shifted to another part of the city, where Mach's voice droned on endlessly. I am Mach, and I manage everything regarding the dormitories. The dorms are divided into 3 sectors based on the students' entrance scores. The highest-ranking sector is known as Zion. It is named after the first emperor. The two of them walked slowly down the cobblestone path. Dean listened intently, nodding politely. I see. Seeing him nod, Mach continued. Student Dean, since you are the top student of the independent class, you will be residing in this sector. The cafeteria, training grounds, and library here are all top tier. You also get a private suite and a magic projection room for your convenience. He paused for a moment, lowering his voice conspiratorially. And there is also a special secret facility. Hearing that, Dean looked surprised. He glanced at Mach, thinking, what? A secret facility? Mach held up a key, turning back to warn him. Although it is unlikely, depending on your future grades, you may be forced to move out of this sector. He added, Arabella and Clara also resided here until their graduation. Dean wasn't surprised in the slightest. Of course they did, he thought. Mach held up the key, the number 705 etched into the metal. This is the key to your room. Dean accepted it carefully with both hands. We are providing you with a spare, so if you lose one, please report it to me immediately. Dean looked at the key and nodded. Yes, I understand. Mach added one final warning. And be careful, there are many students here with eccentric personalities. They aren't bad people, but surprises happen. All right, go check your room. If you need anything, report to logistics. Listening to Moy, Dean fell into thought, suppressing a sigh. Should I head over there right now? Stepping into his new quarters, Dean scanned the area. It was undeniably high-end. He strolled through, observing every corner, but Why was it so dead silent? Suddenly, he froze, his entire body locking up. Something felt wrong. A strange, unsettling sensation washed over him. A school this massive, yet not a single servant or guard in sight? This didn't feel right at all. I can't sense a single soul. It's like everyone just evaporated. He stared intently at the door ahead, whispering, "What the hell is going on?" Dean flared his mana, blue sparks flickering to life to scan the area. Let's try expanding my sensory range. Blue light surged, enveloping his body. Closing his eyes, he focused, sending the energy weaving through every crack and crevice of the castle. Sweeping the area, he picked up a brown aura, the stench of slimy moss, and the faint click-whir of gears turning. Dean snapped his eyes open. He knew exactly what this was, a trap. Understanding the game, he smirked. Standing alone in the hall, he muttered, "So that's it. An initiation ceremony. I guessed right." Meanwhile, in another room, a group of students watched the new arrival on a monitor. Seeing him freeze, one student frowned. Why'd he stop moving? Does he have super instincts or something? Gran turned to An. "Hey An, think he spotted the trap?" An pushed up his glasses, dismissing the idea instantly. "Absolutely not." And Zulat, eldest son of Baron Duat, and a third-year marksman, bragged with zero shame. "My Duat family has been the top hunter lineage for hundreds of years. I have total faith in the traps I set." But another student looked nervous, not quite convinced. "Is it dangerous, though?" And nodded reassuringly. "Relax. I removed anything lethal. The goal is just to make him a laughingstock." He grinned triumphantly. "Just wait. He's gonna pass out from fear. This initiation is gonna be legendary. By the time that kid gets here, he'll be a pathetic mess." Another guy still looked doubtful. "You sure this is okay? That's the Strauss family we're messing with." And raised an eyebrow. "So what? We all survived our memorable initiations, didn't we?" Suddenly, a blonde girl chimed in from behind. "But he's the top scholar of independent studies. This might not go how you think." This beauty was Priscilla Neliel from the Neliel clan, a fourth year in the psionics department. Priscilla continued, "His older sisters are geniuses. If he got into independent studies, he might be an even bigger freak of nature." And spun around, stunned. "Huh? You think he won't fall for my trap?" A brown-haired guy standing nearby cut in, testing the waters. "Not saying that, but you look a little shaky there," and doubled down on his masterpiece. "Don't be stupid. Impossible." He adjusted his glasses again, his mind racing darkly. There is no way he could spot my trap. I carefully used stealth magic and greased the gears to kill the noise. Suddenly, Dean took a step. The room erupted in shock. Eyes glued to the screen, the students started shouting, "He's moving again? For real? Get out of the way." On screen, Dean walked forward, a tricky smile playing on his lips. Starting with a tripwire? One touch and it snaps. He reached out and gently pushed the door, whispering, "So, the mana bullet on the ceiling triggers when this opens." Sure enough, it played out exactly as Dean predicted. The moment the door swung wide, the object dropped and shattered. Dean stood perfectly still. One more step and I'd be soaked like a drowned rat. But these cheap tricks? Please. He glanced at the puddle forming at his feet. Less water than I expected. Suddenly, a secret mechanism clicked. Brown smoke hissed out from the walls. In seconds, the entire corridor was choked in thick, brown fog. Dean immediately clamped a hand over his nose, his face twisting in disgust. That stench was vile enough to make him hurl. He frowned, unable to hide his repulsion. Ugh, what the hell is this? This stench, it's practically amateur hour. He stares down at the pit before him, watching the brown fumes curl endlessly upward. Watching Dean stand there, completely unscathed, having dodged every single snare, the group hiding in the shadows starts to lose their minds. What the hell? He spotted it instantly. Kree spins around, barking at the trapmaker. "Anne, what is going on here? You swore he wouldn't notice a thing." The redhead beside them chimes in, looking completely baffled. "Why is this falling apart already?" And scrambles to defend himself. "It's just a coincidence. A total fluke, I swear." Priscilla's blood boils at the lame excuse. A coincidence? Really? And nods frantically, desperate to save face. "Exactly. I went too easy on him at the start. That's why he saw it." He clings to the hope that the rest of the plan will still work, and doubles down. "Just watch. He's definitely gonna walk right into the next one." The redhead eyes the screen, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, probably just a glitch," Gran says. "Let's give Anne a chance." Priscilla glares at Anne with pure irritation and lets out a heavy, long-suffering sigh. Seeing her reaction, Anne starts sweating bullets. Oh God, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Back in the corridor, Dean moves forward and sighs softly. The second trap is just as sloppy. Should I just smash the whole thing? The moment Dean steps into the zone, a barrage of mechanical fists shoots out from all four directions, aiming straight for his head. But Dean doesn't even flinch. His body flows like water, effortlessly weaving through the punching bags without a scratch. Without missing a beat, he kicks off the wall, launching himself forward. Suddenly, a shower of feathers rains down from above. As he lands, sharp wooden stakes slam down from the ceiling, aiming to box him in and trap him like a rat. But with god-tier agility, Dean slips through the gaps, dodging every single stake with ease. The group watching is stunned into silence. As expected of a Count's family, he's on another level. I heard his sisters had a legendary debut too. Anne watches the screen, jaw dropping to the floor as Dean dances through the traps like they're nothing. My traps. Behind him, Priscilla's eyes are wide with disbelief, and paces back and forth, hands on his hips, totally losing it. It's like he knew exactly what was coming, Dran exclaims. Did I make it too obvious? Damn it. And grinds his teeth in frustration. Sweat pours down his face as he clenches his fists. No, it's too early to quit. There's no way he can dodge the final trap. Priscilla, who's been quiet this whole time, finally speaks up. So, what exactly is the final trap? And smirks, letting out a cocky laugh. Haha, just watch. Meanwhile, Dean finds himself standing before a colossal red dragon spreading its massive wings. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, and right beside the dragon stands a monstrous goat with twisted long horns. Dean eyes the two beasts skeptically. Summoned beasts this time? The red dragon roars again, as if confirming his suspicion. Looking at the monsters, Dean actually feels a bit impressed. Not bad. They actually managed to dig up some strong ones. But then, something feels off. A strange sensation washes over him. He glances at the dragon's feet, they're blurry, and the scale looks slightly wrong. Then he notices its wings clipping right through the stone walls without leaving a scratch. Dean realizes it instantly. It's an illusion. He chuckles internally. They're so sloppy. Sure, the sound is scary, and they look tough. A normal student would have wet themselves and ran. Seeing the beasts winding up for an attack, he decides there's no point in dodging or retreating. Blue energy begins to swirl around his hand. His eyes narrow sharply. I just need to disrupt the mana flow to shut this whole thing down. Watching the screen, the group is baffled to see Dean standing his ground. Wait, he's not running? He looks completely bored. But then, one of them notices something. Hey, look, he's doing something. Is he gathering mana? The words hit him like a thunderclap. He trembles, sweat dripping down his face. No way. Did he figure out it's an illusion? In that split second? Impossible. How? Priscilla stands beside him, arms crossed, clicking her tongue as she glares at Anne, who's frozen in shock. Oh, for God's sake. Back in the room, Dean channels his power and unleashes a devastating strike straight at the two monsters. The energy forms a razor-sharp blade, slicing cleanly through the red dragon's neck. Next up is the goat beast. Dean sidesteps as the dragon's fading form lunges past him. He unleashes a flurry of slashes at the beasts, then gives them a look of pure contempt, and done. As he dissipates his aura, a smirk plays on his lips. Now, how do I find the genius who set this up? I'm dying to meet them. Seeing Dean obliterate the illusions without breaking a sweat, the group behind the scenes goes into full-blown panic mode. Priscilla bursts out the door, screaming, "It's Urk! Move! What the hell is it doing here?" Royan bolted first, not forgetting to scream back at Anne. "You bastard! Do something!" But he barely made it halfway before another wolf beast cut off his escape and stammered as he scrambled away. I don't know what that thing is. That is not the beast I prepared." The beast lunged closer, letting out a ferocious roar. Terrified, Ing collapsed to the ground, letting out a long, pathetic scream. Ah! Dean strolled over, taking in the pathetic sight of the group cowering on the ground, cornered by the looming beast. "So, this is where you guys were hiding?" Anne heard the voice, and looked up, his voice trembling. The new student. He immediately started begging. "If this thing is yours, please, do something. We're sorry. Just call it back, please." Dean didn't say a word. He simply raised his hand, conjuring a blue light while muttering an incantation. Instantly, a teleportation gate materialized behind the beast. The monster was immediately engulfed by the blue energy. The light dragged the creature straight into the portal. In a blink, it vanished, leaving behind nothing but a fading spark. Anne, still shaky on his feet, asked in disbelief, "It's gone? Was that an illusion too?" Royan composed himself and stepped toward Dean. Well, the initiation ceremony is officially ruined." He extended a hand to Dean. "Greetings, new student. I am Royan Valentin, third-year alchemy major, the sole direct heir of Marquis Valentin." Royan gave a thumbs up, grinning. "Not bad. You've got a good build, and you're quite handsome too. Your sisters are all beauties, so I suppose it runs in the family." Dean paused for a moment before shaking his hand. "Right. Hello." Internally, he thought, what is this guy babbling about? Looking at the mess around them, Royan continued his praise. "You're seriously skilled. I heard you got into the free major. Is that why Anne's traps didn't work on you? Anne is pretty bummed out about it. Standing in the back, Anne turned away, scratching his head and grumbling in annoyance. I'm just catching strays here. Damn it. How did my plan turn into such a disaster? Royan ignored Anne's mood and continued the introductions. That guy is the heir to the famous June Hunter clan. Hearing that, Dean smirked, a thought crossing his mind. Humph. So this kid is the mastermind. Royan turned to the three people behind him. Hey, come over here and introduce yourselves. The others stepped forward, hesitating. Right. Royan pointed to a girl. This is Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Best not to mess with her. She dreams of becoming a high priestess. So she's a bit. Before he could finish, Priscilla cut him off, her voice cold but emphatic, kind and beautiful. She continued her introduction with a poker face. Greetings. I am Priscilla Nelliel, the abandoned child of my family, and since I've dedicated myself to theology, don't even dream of marriage. Dean flashed a charming smile and nodded politely. Understood. I look forward to your guidance, my lady. The moment their hands touched, Priscilla's expression shifted to pure shock. She yanked her hand back, stammering, What is this? Why is your mana so intense? Disbelief was written all over her face. She couldn't trust her own senses. Looking at how young Dean was, she gasped. That isn't the kind of mana someone our age should possess. Standing nearby, Royan was equally stunned. Say what? Priscilla completely ignored Royan, her eyes locked on Dean as she muttered. That level of magical power, it's unbelievable. Anne, who had been silent, finally spoke up, his voice filled with curiosity. Is it really that impressive? Priscilla didn't answer him directly. She just stared at her own hand, still trembling. It is, and glanced over, feeling a surge of irritation. Humph. Just using raw power to show off and stand out. Just then, a red-haired boy stepped up, unhesitatingly shoving himself between Dean and Priscilla. Hey, Dean! Priscilla frowned in annoyance. Don't just barge in like that. Ignoring her completely, he introduced himself. I'm Essie Hasbro, second-year martial arts student. And don't get the wrong idea, I'm nothing like those meatheads in the bodybuilding club. Hearing meatheads, Dean immediately thought of the two muscular guys he had met earlier. Ah, you mean those guys? Essie explained further. Muscles are important, sure. But martial arts isn't just about showing off your physique. If you're interested, just let me know. I'll show you what true martial arts looks like. Dean nodded in agreement. Priscilla glanced over at Anne. So, there's just one person left? Anne maintained his arrogant posture, crossing his arms and turning his face away. Seeing Anne's back still turned, Priscilla called out. Anne, aren't you going to introduce yourself? It's your turn. Royan chimed in. Is he sulking? Is this about his traps failing? Anne kept his eyes shut. Ignoring the chatter buzzing around him, he thinks to himself. Just for that? How petty. After a few seconds of thought, Anne changed his mind. He turned around, walked over to shake Dean's hand, and introduced himself briefly. I'm Anne. Dean smiled back. Looking forward to working with you. Watching Anne's expression, a seed of doubt sprouted in Dean's mind. He's probably upset because I completely dismantled every single trap he worked so hard to set up. Maybe I should toss him a compliment? Dean raised his hand, gesturing approval, but in the same breath, he pinpointed the flaws. Honestly, those were excellent traps. You clearly have a deep understanding of mechanisms and triggers, but the glaring issue is hearing this, and shrieked in shock. Say what? Dean ignored Anne's look of disbelief and continued offering his solution. Next time, instead of using F6 break, try mixing F3 silver with D6 break at a 4:6 ratio. It'll work much better. With that level of luminosity, they'll be much harder to detect. And stood there absorbing Dean's explanation, his expression gradually shifting to agreement. Seeing that his words were sinking in, Dean added, aside from that one detail, pretty much anyone would have fallen for your traps. Priscilla's jaw dropped as she stared at Dean. She whipped around to Anne, her voice dripping with protectiveness. Who does he think he is? Lecturing my Anne on how to build traps. The nerve of him. Another person cut in, speaking hurriedly. All right, that's enough introductions for now. Dean, come on. I'll show you to your room. With that, the group walked together down the hallway toward the dormitory area. As they walked, Dean mused to himself, what an interesting bunch of people. At least my mood isn't bad. Looks like I found myself some good friends. He watched them, their happy laughter echoing through the hall. They chimed in one after another, occasionally bickering, and suddenly shouted in frustration, You guys heard him, right? He said, my traps were really well made. Priscilla teased him immediately. Aw, look at you. You're just too adorable, and instantly bristled like a wild animal, protesting, I am not a child. Stop talking to me like that. Dean smiled, a sense of amusement rising within him. Things are definitely going to get interesting around here. Later, in front of the academy, Layla heard the study plan and let out a loud shriek. Look at this. We have 6 major classes this semester? Are you kidding me? Dean stood opposite Layla and nodded in confirmation. It's actually just 3 majors, but each one has 2 lecture sessions. Plus, we've got the general education courses on top of that. Layla looked miserable. What am I supposed to do? I won't even have time to sleep. She put one hand on her hip and pointed the other accusingly at Dean. And you registered for extra general electives? Can you even handle that workload? You're seriously not going to get a wink of sleep. Layla's expression turned serious. Usually, first-year students only take 4 classes, you know. Think about it. Can't we just skip the first class? Dean glanced at her, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. You want a reason for the heavy load? You really think that'll fly? That's exactly why military science was added as 2 extra general sessions. Layla recalled the moment in the classroom when she picked up the schedule, eyes wide and jaw-dropping. Ugh, you're so heartless. I'm terrified of military science. In the first semester exams, my GPA tanked because of that subject. I mean, it makes sense. It's a notoriously brutal class. Back in the present, she stood with her legs crossed, scrutinizing Dean. I guess that's the top student for you. You just give off a different vibe. I'll catch you later in the swordsmanship specialization class. I've got to run to my general ed lecture. Dean felt a spark of curiosity. Which general ed class are you taking? Seeing Dean's curiosity, she winked and pulled out a thick book titled Understanding Cosmetics and Skincare. A thought flashed through Dean's mind. Girls will be girls, I suppose. He let out a short chuckle, then waved goodbye and walked away. Got it. See you later. Inside the classroom, the air buzzed with whispers about Dean. Everyone had heard of Deno's outstanding achievements. Why is he here? Is he actually here to listen to the lecture? The students in the back kept gossiping. Could it be? He's a count's son, so he seems a bit cold, doesn't he? Ah, I think I get what you mean. Dean sat in the front row, his brow furrowed in annoyance. He groaned internally. If you're going to gossip about someone, maybe don't let them hear every single word. I can hear everything, you know. Dean settled into his seat, placed his book on the desk, and flipped open Introduction to Military Science. He had already read through this section earlier, so he had a rough grasp of the material. Based on what I read yesterday, there are things I already know, but also concepts that completely contradict reality. Makes sense. If theory and practice always aligned, no country would ever lose a war. Dean's gaze deepened as he pondered. But the reason military science is taught is because the fundamental theories are crucial. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion among the students snapped him back to reality. The professor is here. Francisco Gabus strode in, his face stern. He barked, "What is this class doing? Sit down, immediately." He slammed his hand on the desk and announced, "Greetings, everyone. I am Francisco Gabus. I will be in charge of teaching the theory of military science. You may address me as Professor Gabus," he continued without a pause. Next on the agenda is roll call. Just like any other subject, once attendance is taken, we will begin the lesson immediately. Dean sat below, silently evaluating him. Look at that face. He looks like a man with extensive battlefield experience. Dean smiled inwardly. This is going to be worth the wait. Francisco paused for a moment before delivering the critical information. You must delve deep into military theory if you ever hope to be truly effective on the battlefield. Soldiers are often unpredictable, so a commander must always balance the need for victory against the lives of their men. And it is only by understanding these contradictions that exist in reality that we can grasp the core values of military theory, Francisco said, his gaze sweeping over the cadets. He threw out a challenge. I am curious. How many future talents here will become elite warriors? In your opinion, what is the single most important factor in war? The moment he finished, a hand shot up. Francisco looked over and recognized Dean. Go ahead. Let's hear your opinion, he said. Dean didn't hesitate, his voice ringing out clearly. Logistics, sir. The hall buzzed. The students were shocked, never expecting such a precise answer. Francisco nodded in satisfaction. Absolutely correct. He continued his lecture. His voice echoed. Victory, progress, and all great success can only be achieved when supply lines are secure. He looked at Dean with praise. The room fell silent. Interesting. Someone got it right on the first try. Francisco crossed his arms, posing a follow-up question specifically for Dean. Then, do you know the 3 most important pillars of supply management? Dean answered with confident precision. First is strict military discipline. Supply lines from the capital to the battlefield aren't just about physical distance. They are a complex, intricate system. If anyone harbors ill will, corruption spreads easily, leading to severe shortages in supplies. Dean seemed to be recalling the past. In my experience, most supply issues stem from irresponsible people in the middle, even if the initial shipment leaves safely. Francisco looked delighted with this student. Correct. Next? Dean continued calmly. Second is the standardization of supplies. If the quantity and weight of goods are unified under a common standard, mass production becomes possible. This supports rapid resupply, helping frontline units maintain combat power without weakening. As soon as he finishes his answer, the entire hall erupts into whispers. Dean's words aren't in any textbook they've ever read. What on earth? That content isn't in the books. Francisco chuckles inwardly. Huh? What's going on here? He presses on. Correct. And the final point? Dean didn't make the professor wait. He answered quickly. Local production. The longer a war drags on, the harder it is to strictly follow the first two rules. And supply quality will inevitably drop. He remembered the sight of people working hard to farm the land, and suggested, this requires soldiers on the battlefield to find ways to be self-sufficient at a minimum level. Even if quality is low, it serves as emergency rations in critical times. Dean continued, his voice full of emotion. These are all things I have witnessed and felt personally on the battlefield. Rows of green cabbage growing under the sun, thanks to everyone's hard work. Hearing Dean's analysis, the whole hall held its breath. No one dared to make a sound, afraid to interrupt. The students' eyes went wide, jaws dropping in amazement. Dean's words were far beyond their understanding. That is too cool. Francisco was thrilled to find such a knowledgeable student. Well done. That was an incredibly excellent answer. What year are you? Dean replied. First year, sir. Hearing Dean was a freshman, the professor was even more shocked. What? Only a first year? Looking at Dean standing calmly with total confidence, Francisco wondered, how could a kid just entering school know all this? He stepped off the podium and walked forward. Strict military discipline, standardized supplies, and finally, local production for self-sufficiency. Francisco showed a hint of suspicion. Those answers are practical experiences that only soldiers and officers on the battlefield would know. As someone without combat experience, how do you know this? Cornered, Dean didn't know how to answer, so he invented a reason. My father used to tell me these things. Francisco was curious. Your father? Then you are. Dean introduced himself. Dean Gress, the professor asked in surprise. Dean? Francisco broke into a cold sweat. This aura feels too familiar. You are the son of the Blue Gale. So there was a reason. Francisco recalled how Dean's father had stood firm against attacking monsters. If he's from the Gress family, then he must be the student who passed the free major. Thinking of the confidence with which he spoke of things other students had never experienced, Francisco marveled. No wonder his level is so different from the other freshmen. He spread his arms and cleared his throat. Did you all hear that clearly? The military theory we are about to learn covers exactly what this cadet just answered. Applying textbook theory to real-world combat scenarios is critical. The students below listened with intense focus. Francisco concluded, this is the ultimate goal that military science strives for. Francisco glanced at Dean, silently assessing him. It's been ages since a cadet of this caliber showed up. Dean felt the gaze and looked back. Their eyes locked. Francisco withdrew his stare and continued the lecture. All right, let's move to the next section. During the break, everyone gathered at the academy's main courtyard. Dean looked annoyed, muttering as he walked. Damn, almost got dragged into the Grand Academy, he recalled right after class ended. Francisco had blocked his path. Do you have any interest in advanced military research? Dean was suspicious why corner a freshman immediately after the bell. The professor seemed a little too desperate. Dean remembered his sister's warning from childhood. If anyone tries to recruit you into the Imperial Grand Academy, refuse immediately and walk away. Dean pondered. That guy doesn't look like the type to give up easily. He looked at the map in his hand and shook his head. Focus on the now. Dean pulled the map from his pocket. He still wasn't used to the academy's layout. It was massive. He hated relying on a map just to walk around. Dean scanned the paper. The meeting point was the central fountain plaza. Then, a spot caught his eye. Oh, here we go. He looked up and stepped into the fog garden. Cutting through here was the fastest route. The garden was magnificent, built like a royal palace. The fog garden was notorious. Even on clear days, visibility was garbage. If it got even slightly overcast, everything blurred into a haze, making it easy to walk in circles. It was a massive garden shrouded in mist, so most students avoided it like the plague. Dean looked around at the birds perched on branches. There are even rumors about ghosts at night. He smirked. Doesn't seem as bad as Big Sis made it sound. He looked up at the sky. Blue clouds, warm sun. With weather this good, he'd be through in a blink. Suddenly, he reached a heavy door. A desperate scream echoed from inside. Help! Is anyone there? Someone! Please help me! Dean turned back, confused. Is someone actually in there? He pinpointed the sound. It was coming from inside. Without hesitation, Dean bolted. As he ran, he calculated. I've got time before the next class. I can get them out. Dean accelerated. Dean shoved the heavy door open, freeing the trapped student. The guy was clutching his backpack, thanking him profusely. "Thank you so much. I thought I was going to die in there." Dean looked him over with concern. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Standing before him was a young man with messy hair, thick round glasses, and an armful of equipment. The guy squinted and gave an awkward smile, shaking his head. "I'm just a little exhausted, that's all." He hurriedly introduced himself. "Ah, I'm Arnis. First year, Exploration Department." Dean shoved his hands in his pockets, skeptical. "Huh? You're in Exploration, but you got lost in a garden?" Arnis scratched his head, laughing nervously. "Well, I got too excited and just wandered off." Dean thought, "That sounds like total bull. How excited do you have to be to get lost here?" He didn't press it, switching topics instead. "If you're Baron Arnis, your family is from the West, right? The crest with the ship and sailor." Arnis was shocked. Dean knew that much. He lit up, talking about his family. "Whoa. You know about us?" "That's right. We're the most famous family in the field of exploration. My ancestors have charted countless seas and foreign lands for generations." Dean silently observed Arnis from head to toe. The guy looked frail. Dean couldn't help but think, with that physique? Seems like a tough career path for you. Arnis scratched his head and laughed, setting his heavy backpack down and stepping closer. "I'm surprised you know my family. What's your name?" "I'm Dean Grego," Dean replied. Arnis's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping. You're the freshman who got into the free major? The first one in 50 years? Dean scratched his head, admitting it. "Yeah, that's me." He smiled awkwardly. "Wow, a celebrity." While Arnis fanboyed, Dean sighed internally and looked closer. He noticed a strange mark on Arnis's neck. He said he wasn't hurt, but what are those bruises and scars? Dean wondered. "Those scars don't look like they came from exploring." He frowned. He decided to be direct. "Were you exploring this garden?" Arnis didn't hide it. "Exactly. Exploration gives me such a rush. Honestly, it's not just this garden. Anything new is an adventure to me. Not just this maze, but people and objects around me too." He excitedly shows off the gear he brought for the expedition. Inside, there are binoculars, a compass, and a whole pile of other tools. Dean eyes the pile with skepticism. "All this just for exploring? Isn't it a bit much?" The two of them squat down on the ground. Ernest continues his explanation. "My goal is to explore every single nook and cranny of this academy." He points a finger toward the sky. "And this misty garden is obviously one of them. There's definitely something unusual going on here. It's cloudy, yet the fog is this thick. Doesn't that seem absurd to you?" Dean's eyes widen slightly, and he nods, asking a question. "True. So, have you found anything out yet?" Ernest shakes his head in disappointment. "Not yet. But I'm certain there's some kind of force present in this garden." Dean follows up. "But isn't it said that no one can unravel its mysteries?" Hearing that, Ernest's spirits suddenly lift, and he nods furiously. "Exactly. But what if there's a reason no one thought to solve it? Or maybe they tried and still couldn't?" Dean poses the crucial question. "A reason it can't be solved." Ernest avoids Dean's gaze, his brows knitting slightly as he answers firmly. "Right. For now, there's no way to know." He continues laying out the hypothesis he's been speculating on. Suppose it's a power created by unidentified elements or objects? Ferocious beasts, for instance? Or the legacy of a vanished ancient kingdom? Or maybe even summoned beasts from beyond the horizon? As Dean listens, a look of genuine interest gradually surfaces on his face. If it's the legacy of an ancient kingdom, that would indeed be interesting. Hearing this, Ernest gets even more pumped up. "You think so too, right? I really want to uncover that secret." Suddenly, Dean remembers he has a class and quickly speaks up. "Ah, right. I'm actually on my way to a lecture." Ernest flusters, looking left and right, at a loss for words. He hurriedly packs up his gear to leave. But just as they're about to head out, a sudden rainstorm pours down. The rain is heavy enough to make Ernest yelp. "Whoa, it's raining." The two of them quickly dash under a nearby eave for shelter. Ernest's eyes go wide as he turns back, shouting, "Dean, we're in trouble. I heard that here. If it rains, the fog." Dean is startled. "What? If that happens, it'll be hard to get out, right?" The rain hammers down harder. Ernest is pacing anxiously. "Exactly. We're going to lose our sense of direction." He frantically pulls out a small box containing a compass. The needle spins a few times before going completely out of control. Ernest breaks into a cold sweat. "We're dead meat," he announces with a heavy heart. "Just as I feared, the compass isn't working either. We can't move like this." Dean asks, "Can't you solve this with your exploration skills?" Ernest grips the compass tightly in helplessness, head hanging low. "An unknown force. Damn it, we're trapped. My body feels heavier too. What are we going to do?" He looks at Dean, who still seems surprised, and mentally repeats his own words. "Unknown force. Damn it, we're trapped." Overcome with anxiety, Ernest speaks up again. "My body is getting heavier. What do we do? I'm so sorry, Dean. This is all my fault. Dean reassures him, it's fine. Let's just wait here and see how the situation develops. After watching for a while, a thick fog suddenly surrounds them. Dean senses something strange. Huh. This fog feels familiar somehow. Or is it just my imagination? It feels like this fog is actually fueling me with power. Meanwhile, Ernest slumps to the ground, hair soaking wet, wiping away tears as he sobs, blaming himself. This is a disaster. At this rate, Dean's going to be in danger. Suddenly, a flash of blue light makes him stop crying. Ernest glances up, his eyes widening in shock. He sees power overflowing from Dean, swirling around him in perfect order. The power radiates with such intensity that it leaves him dumbfounded. The energy blasts out like a gale-force wind, slamming into them. Ernest screams as Dean raises his hands to control the surge. Ah! The mana is terrifying. After a long moment, the power begins to recede. Ernest thinks to himself, is the fog clearing away from Dean? Seeing the energy still lingering around Dean, he asks, Dean, what on earth is happening? Dean doesn't answer. He just gently says, let's go, Ernest. Then, looking him straight in the eye, he says confidently, I think I know the way out. The two of them stand by the shore of a tranquil lake, surrounded by the hazy mist that blankets the center of the mysterious garden. Ernest, eyes full of curiosity, points to the majestic fountain before them. That right there is the magic fountain at the center, Dean asks with a puzzled look. Is there something special about it? Ernest suddenly adopts a mysterious expression. Of course, most students who step into this misty garden do it just for that fountain. He pauses, realizing something, and asks in surprise, wait, you don't know the legend of this place? Dean raises an eyebrow. A legend? Is there really such a thing? Ernest began recounting the tale everyone whispers about. Legend has it, if you reach this spot before the fog lifts, you'll be reunited with the one person you yearn to see most. Dean scoffed internally. Just a fabricated romantic fairy tale, nothing more. However, a different question nagged at him. How is the fountain's magic still active? Just reaching this place was a nightmare. So how on earth does this thing work? Ernest jolts, scratching his head as he replies, you've got a point there. Dean locks his gaze on the crystal-clear water cascading down from the fountain. He sizes up the massive structure, his mind racing. If no one is actively fueling this with magic, there must be a power source far more potent hidden here. Something self-sustaining that doesn't need constant replenishment. Ernest mutters, a spark of realization in his eyes. A power source. If that's the case, could this entire garden be one giant, living mechanism? Dean nods in agreement. Exactly. The layout here is too deliberate. There's no reason for it to be this complex and convoluted otherwise. You might be onto something. Hearing this, Ernest lights up with excitement. Right? I knew it. If the garden is a machine, then this magic fountain must be an ancient artifact acting as the core. Dean recalls their earlier conversation, his thoughts deepening. The fog. It has to be connected to this too. He reaches out, his fingers grazing the cascading water, feeling the chill run through his skin. This sensation, I'm sure of it. His eyes slowly close as he feels a resonance deep within his soul. It's reacting, like reuniting with an old friend he hasn't seen in years. A realization hits him, his body freezes, and his eyes snap open. He's finally found the answer. This is ancient magic. His gaze shifts to strange markings etched into the stone symbols he hadn't noticed before. He reaches out to trace them. Ernest follows Dean's hand and gasps in shock. Wait a second. This is the secret language of the ancients. Dean raises an eyebrow. The secret language? Ernest nods firmly. Exactly. I couldn't see it clearly before, but now that I'm touching it, I'm 100% sure. It's the lost language of the ancient kingdom of secret. Dean is genuinely surprised. You know how to read this? Ernest scratches his cheek, smiling sheepishly. Of course, I'm an explorer, aren't I? Studying ancient tongues is practically a requirement for the job. Proving his point, he traces the secret glyphs, muttering, it'd be pretty frustrating to survive all the way to a ruin and not be able to read a single word written on the walls. Ernest pulls a worn brown notebook from his inner pocket. I mean, I haven't mastered every language out there yet. He twirls his pen with a grin. But this one? I've been studying it since I was a kid. Ernest laughs. Let me take a crack at decoding it. Dean chuckles, impressed by Ernest's sudden shift into work mode. Haha, your explorer instincts are really kicking in. Ernest ignores him, mumbling as he translates. Let's see, this word means qualified. And the next one is this world. His pen flies across the paper, the soft scratching filling the silence. Yeah, that's it. The excitement on Ernest's face fades, replaced by a rare, intense focus. His hand moves faster and faster. Ernest lowers his voice. So, if I combine them. He suddenly looks up, beaming. Dean, I've got it. Dean leans in, his voice thick with anticipation. What does it say? Ernest holds up the notebook, now covered in scribbles, and reads aloud. Those who are qualified shall prove their power. Dean freezes, repeating the words. Qualified. Prove. Qualified? Does it mean someone who can wield the ancient arts? Somehow, the closer I get to the center of this place, the more familiar it feels. Ernest chuckles. Interesting stuff. If qualified refers to ancient arts, there's no way someone like that still exists today. Dean smiles back, a hidden meaning in his eyes. Thanks, Ernest. Suddenly, Ernest's eyes go wide. He watches in shock as ribbons of mystical blue light begin to swirl around Dean's body. Ernest can't hold back his confusion. Dean, what the hell are you doing? Dean ignores him, focused entirely on the light. He narrows his eyes. They say ancient runes hold power within their very shape. He thinks of the artifact on his wrist. If I use this. Dean raises his arm, and the ribbons of light surge forward, diving straight into his bracelet, just as he thought. Strange glyphs begin to ignite across the bracelet's surface. A satisfied smile plays on his lips. Dean extends his hand again, and the streams of light shoot back out in a perfect sequence. The secret runes on the fountain come alive. They shift and writhe, transforming into new shapes, then morphing again into something completely different. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath their feet, rumbling like a stampede of warhorses. The tremors intensify. Stone pillars atop the fountain crack and crumble. Ernest frowns, panic setting in. What is going on? The shaking becomes violent. The massive fountain begins to sink into the earth slowly at first, then dropping with terrifying speed. Ernest stares in disbelief. Dean, what exactly did you just do? The whole fountain is sinking. Dean just smiles, staying silent. Perfect. I got the answer right. A powerful gust of wind sweeps through the clearing. What the hell? Ernest thinks, bewildered. Did the mist trigger the relic? Is it really that simple? Then, his eyes catch the fading glow of the light wrapped around Dean's wrist. The realization hits Ernest like a truck, the qualified one. It's Dean. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light erupts from the center of the sinking fountain. Dean points. Look! Something's glowing in the center. Both of them stand frozen, jaws dropped. Ernest whispers, completely mesmerized. It's beautiful. It looks like a gem. Dean voices his thoughts aloud. That has to be the power source fueling this entire place. Perhaps that's the source behind all the strange phenomena in this garden. Niece gasped in awe. That is sick. Dean raised an eyebrow, his voice thick with anticipation. Now, the soft blue glow from the artifact was still radiating. Dean raised his voice. Time to check out this ancient technique. Dean stepped into the center of the circle. He gently raised his hand, feeling waves of spiritual energy grazing his palm. Dean furrowed his brows slightly. This power, it's ancient mana. Sure enough, it resonates with my own strength. Suddenly, the power within him surged so violently it overflowed. Ancient runes materialized out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. Ah, this is Anna, the lost civilization. He marveled to himself. Incredible. I can understand the ancient language I used to be unable to read. This truly is the legacy of the magical kingdom of Anna. So, I've absorbed this power now. Abruptly, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Dean gritted his teeth, forcing himself to endure the inexplicable agony. My heart. It felt like his heart was being torn apart by something invisible. Something was flooding into it. It felt like it was expanding to the point of crushing his blood vessels, cutting off circulation. A strange vision suddenly flashed before Dean's eyes. After observing the circle closely, he finally recognized it, the core and the circle. It reminded him of the ancient mages who once possessed them. Their functions are contradictory, making it nearly impossible to wield both. Due to poor efficiency and the toll it takes on the body, magic swordsmen were often plagued by heart disease. That explains why my body is reacting this way. Back in the present, striding across the campus, he told himself, I don't want to create a circle that can only use magic, but do I have no other choice? He shook off the thought. Really? How do you know? Ernest was still gaping in astonishment. Dean just chuckled internally. As the rain grew heavier, with no sign of stopping, he thought, I might just uncover the secrets of this entire place. He walked ahead, clearing a path for Ernest. The blue light still enveloped Dean. Knees remained skeptical about what was unfolding. Watching the power swirling around Dean, he thought this was the mysterious fog that many mages had failed to decipher. Yet Dean walked through it as if nothing had happened. Ernest looked down at Dean's footsteps. The mist parted automatically as Dean passed. Moreover, the fog vanished wherever he stepped, clearing their line of sight. He silently affirmed, truly a miraculous guy. After walking a while, Dean suddenly stopped and announced, We're almost there. Ernest looked around, bewildered. Really? You found the way? But it wasn't the exit that shocked him. Ah, this is the center of the fog garden. Nis observed Dean closely. His friend's face didn't look as vibrant as usual. With worry written all over his face, he asked, Dean, are you really okay? You haven't looked well for a while now. Dean forced a natural smile to reassure him. Don't worry, I've just got some things on my mind, that's all. A spark of curiosity flashed in the boy's eyes. Recalling the strange scene that just occurred, he couldn't hold back his question. Right, you can't imagine how shocked I was. But that power earlier, did you absorb it? Ernest tilted his head, trying to make sense of it. And those glowing runes in the mist, too. It seems like there's something special about you. Dean couldn't answer immediately. He was weighing something important in his mind. Ernest was obviously dying of curiosity since he had witnessed everything with his own eyes. He thought to himself, but perhaps it's better for both of us if we don't get too deeply involved in these matters. Thinking this, Dean just gave a dismissive smile and fabricated an excuse. I just handled it the way my sister taught me. I don't actually know the specific details myself. Hearing this, Ernest accepted it. Oh, so that's it. If you find out anything later, you have to tell me, okay? Dean agreed heartily, though his eyes held a hidden depth. You got it? A new idea suddenly popped into Ernest's head. He suggested excitedly, I feel as thrilled as a real explorer today. What do you say we investigate the mysteries deep inside this academy together? Dean accepted the offer with a smile. Then, if we discover any magical phenomena or locations, let's share the info. He agreed once more, but in reality, his mind was fixated on a different problem. Who knows, there might be other places with similar concentrations of magic. Suddenly remembering something important, Ernest hurriedly reminded him, Dean, didn't you say you had a class? Dean snapped back to reality, slapping his forehead. Right. Dean immediately apologized. Sorry, I gotta run. He dashed off, leaving behind a promise to meet again. See you later. Nice smiled and hummed in response. All right, catch you later. Standing there, he muttered a quiet exclamation to himself. What an interesting guy. If he went adventuring with Din, they would surely discover something magnificent. It was truly something to look forward to. Meanwhile, Din was dashing off at incredible speed. Dean sprints forward, feeling a strange shift within his body. He wonders, this is odd. Why does moving like this feel so effortless? He focuses on the surplus energy flowing through him. It's fascinating. The circle and the core coexist, yet there's no friction, no conflict between them. Normally, the circle interferes with the core's magic, tanking its efficiency. Dean's footwork becomes lighter, his speed spiking dramatically. But now, no matter how much mana I churn out, I don't feel a single drawback. A smirk tugs at the corner of his lips. No. Actually, it's the exact opposite. He analyzes the mysterious synergy between the magic circle and the core within him. It feels like the mana cycles seamlessly through the circle, before converging in the core. Even better, the concentrated energy is far purer and more potent than ever before. Dean channels more power into his legs, pushing his speed to the limit. He thinks excitedly. Incredible. I need to tell Big Sister about this immediately. Moments later, Dean arrives in the Honston district, a place buzzing with life amidst ancient architecture. Layla points around excitedly. So this is the famous Honston district everyone talks about. Dean, look. The entrance is over there. Dean spots their destination, his eyes widening in shock. Layla quickly explains the famous magical barrier before them. Intrigued, Dean asks for details. A magic barrier? Layla explains. It was created by Saul Homston, a legendary mage who graduated from this very academy. It's a special gate that only opens once a year, exclusively for talented freshmen. She adds a crucial detail. When you walk through, the color changes based on the quality and rank of your mana. Dean nods, catching on. Ah, I see. Lila continues with the history lesson. Originally, it was a high-tech security system designed to detect dark mages infiltrating the academy. But since the dark mages went extinct, they repurposed it for student evaluations. Still curious, Dean asks. So, which colors correspond to which ranks? Layla answers without hesitation. Oh, that's simple. If you have 0 talent, the barrier won't change at all. Average talent turns it yellow. Above average is blue. And if you're overwhelmingly powerful, it turns red. Dean is impressed. Wow, you've really done your homework. I want to know everything about this place, she replies. Then she drops a bomb. By the way, all your sisters triggered the red color. Layla steps forward confidently. Dean, I'm going in first. She steps into the magical barrier. Instantly, the entire space erupts in a brilliant crimson glow. It's red. Layla cheers. Dean can't help but applaud. That's amazing. She beams with pride. Naturally, I'd be at this level. Curious, Dean steps up. All right, my turn. As Dean walks into the barrier, he speculates. Mine should be red too, right? He clenches his fist, a bit tense. I've absorbed ancient mana. I should be stronger than normal. But instead of red, a strange emerald green light floods the area. Both of them freeze in shock. Huh? Green? What's going on? There is no green rank. Layla gasps. Why do you always have to be so weird? Dean laughs it off, trying to look cool. Haha, I guess so. But inside, his mind is racing. Why green? The question loops in his mind. Meanwhile, inside a classroom, a group of students whispers, "Did you see his badge? Is he from the finance department?" One whispers. "Why is a guy who only studies money in our class?" The murmurs continue. How should I know? Maybe he thinks magic department classes are trendy. He'll probably quit after one lecture. Just then, the subject of their gossip strolls into the room. A student rushes over to him. "What's up?" Tim asks Arthur. "What are you doing here?" Arthur replies, "Oh, I just dropped by. I have some business to handle after class." This is Arthur Jomet, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. He looks around excitedly. But he's not here yet? You mean the interdisciplinary student, Dean Agrius? The other student stammers. He said he was taking this class, but I haven't seen him either." Arthur looks disappointed. "Is that so? He must be on his way." He instructs the student. "When he arrives, bring him to me immediately. He's Senior Arabelle's little brother, so I need to look out for him." "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a loud commotion erupts in the hallway. Everyone turns toward the door, gasping in admiration. "He's so handsome! Look at those eyes. They're like emeralds. And isn't that Lila Thermian walking with him?" Hearing the whispers, Layla nudges Dean playfully. "Enjoying the attention? Mr. Honor Student? You're the talk of the town wherever you go." As soon as Arthur saw him, a smug grin curled his lips. "Oh ho, finally here." Feigning excitement, he greeted him. "Din, so glad to meet you." Din responded coldly. "I saw you at the opening ceremony. You were quite conspicuous." He looked the guy up and down, wondering internally, who is this person? He seemed to be an upperclassman, but why was he acting so strangely familiar? So, Din bluntly asked, "But who are you? Doesn't the magic department teach basic greetings?" Hearing this, Arthur's face darkened, his tone shifting instantly. "Huh?" Ignoring the guy's ugly expression, Din continued. "If you have business with me, you should at least identify yourself." Arthur was furious, cursing inwardly. This arrogant bastard. The crowd around them was shocked, whispering, "He actually dared to talk to Senior Arthur like that? This is huge trouble. If you offend a senior, your academy life is over." Arthur immediately hardened his voice, criticizing Din harshly. "I came here personally because you're the younger brother of a senior I deeply respect. Yet here you are acting arrogant. Do you not know your place? Have you ever thought your attitude might tarnish your family's reputation?" Din just hummed in response, maintaining his calm demeanor. "I've honestly never thought about it. From my perspective, aren't you the one being rude?" Gritting his teeth, Arthur snarled, "You have no idea who you're standing in front of." Arthur looked tense and angry on the outside, but inside, he was justifying his actions. "If I let this slide, my reputation will be ruined. Senior Arab will surely understand." Thinking this, he reached out threateningly. "It seems you need to be retaught a lesson." The two students stood face to face, the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. Just then, a majestic male voice rang out, shattering the silence. "What is going on here? Is there a problem?" Arthur, with a quick-witted expression, hurriedly made up an excuse. "Professor, I was just stopping by to greet the first-year juniors." The head of the magic department, Renavo, reminded him with a hint of impatience. "Is that so? If you want to socialize, save it for after class." Arthur obeyed immediately, turning to leave as he said, "I'll let you off the hook this time." Beside Din, Layla whispered a warning. "Din, be careful. That guy doesn't look pleasant at all." However, Arthur hadn't given up yet. He whispered an order to his lackey, "Take him to that place." The lackey looked a bit scared and asked, "Huh? But he's Senior Arab's younger brother. Is that really okay?" Arthur quickly reassured him. "I'll explain it to the senior. Just take him there." During class, Professor Renavo took out a special device with a gem attached to the top and began his introduction. "Today we're just getting acquainted with the subject, so I'll keep it brief and we'll dismiss early. Since this is practical combat, we need to measure your mana stats." As soon as they saw the device, the students cheered in excitement. "It's a mana measurement device. I've seen that before." Professor Renavo continued his instructions. "If you place your hand on the device and channel mana into it, countless streams of energy will immediately appear around it." He explained further, "You'll find out how many magic circles you possess." Looking at the sparkling circles behind the teacher, the students dropped their jaws in amazement. 18 magic circles. As expected of a professor, Professor Renavo pointed to the circles and lectured, "Of course, even with the same number of circles, the higher the proficiency, the darker the color." He also offered some comfort. "Sometimes magic circles might not appear, but that doesn't mean you lack talent, so don't worry too much." The students below murmured in agreement. "That's true. Some people haven't even formed a magic circle yet." Professor Renavo quickly added, "Therefore, We cannot rely solely on checking magic circles for evaluation. Turning back to the board, he continued. Since you've chosen this course, you must at least master the basic spells. Professor Renavo pulled a box filled with small spheres out of thin air. We will use these spheres to accurately assess your mana capacity. Din frowned the moment he saw them, muttering, Spheres? Professor Renavo raised his hand, controlling the spheres with his magic, then set the task. Using the basic magic of psychokinesis, demonstrate your ability to control these spheres. Saying that, Professor Renavo gently waved his hand to demonstrate. Like this, for example. Immediately, a stream of mana swept up the spheres, making them move in his direction. The whole class was stunned by this performance, cheering with excitement. That's amazing. He controls them perfectly, and the movement is so precise. Layla, however, didn't seem impressed. What's the big deal? She casually pointed out, even the power and precision of basic magic depend on the caster. You have to infuse mana into each sphere and then move them. With our current limits, controlling 3 orbs is the absolute max. Lara turned to Dean with a smirk. Who knows? Maybe you can handle even more. Suddenly, Professor Renavo called out a name. Arthur, I know you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for the underclassmen? Arthur replied confidently. Of course, I'd be happy to. Yes, Professor. Arthur couldn't hide his internal glee. Just wait, he thought. I'm about to teach that arrogant brat Dean a lesson he won't forget. Dean barely spared him a glance, his expression bored. Go ahead, he mused. Let's see if you have the skill to back up that massive ego. Arthur stepped forward briskly, activating the mana gauge. Instantly, a complex array of magic circles materialized behind him. The students in the audience gasped in awe. Whoa! As expected of Senior Arthur, he's already at the 4th circle, and the color intensity is perfect. Professor Renavo patted his shoulder, beaming. You've improved again. Arthur bowed with practiced humility. It is all thanks to your guidance, Professor. The professor turned to the class, his voice booming. Typically, students only reach the 4th circle after graduation. But look here, your senior has already achieved it. Professor Renavo couldn't stop singing his praises. This is what true talent looks like. You should all learn from him. Who knows? His advice might be the key to your own growth. The class buzzed with admiration. Arthur held his head high, soaking it in. Don't be surprised just yet, he sneered internally. Dean, I'm about to show you the massive gap between us. He stayed silent, focusing his mana. One by one, the orbs began to float, dancing through the air under his control. The students watched, wide-eyed at Arthur's skill. Look at that control. Senior Arthur is handling them like it's nothing. They stared at the cluster of orbs hovering in the room. No way. How is he controlling that many at once? Arthur was dripping with sweat, having poured every ounce of his power into the display. He shot a provocative look at Dean. How about that, brat? Excellent. A round of applause, everyone. Professor Renavo beamed. As expected of Arthur. You've worked hard. You may return to your seat. Yes, Professor. Arthur smirked disdainfully at Dean as he passed. Let's see what kind of power you have to back up all that big talk. Professor Renavo turned back to the class. By the way, if any of you lack magical power, nothing will happen when you touch the orb. If you are worried about that, you may leave the classroom right now. The room fell into a heavy silence. Renavo nodded. No one? Good. Then let's begin. Step up in order, starting from the first row. Dean and Layla watched the proceedings from their seats. Layla scoffed, clearly annoyed. They call this orientation, but it's really just a public flexing contest to shame the weak. Exactly, Dean replied calmly. That is precisely what the Academy wants. One by one, the students stepped forward and placed their hands on the orb. The first student cheered, magic circle complete. The second wasn't so lucky, grumbling in frustration. Ugh, why don't I feel anything? The third failed miserably. Oh no, the orb fell. Professor Renavo's voice dropped, sounding grave. What a pity. Next, it was Dean's turn. Professor Renavo watched him closely. In the entrance exam, you solved my theory test perfectly, he thought. I am very eager to see just how many magic circles you possess. Dean placed his hand on the magic orb. Instantly, blinding blue light erupted, swirling around him. But instead of a power level, the system interface flashed a red warning. Measurement impossible. Layla and Arthur both froze in shock. What the hell did that mean? The crowd erupted into confused whispers. Is the machine broken? If he had no magic, it would say 0. But impossible to measure? How? Dean remained stoic. Is this because of the ancient magic? He wondered. Professor Renavo frowned, disbelief written on his face. This machine is 100% accurate. It catches anyone trying to fake their rank. But now, it says it can't measure him? I have never seen anything like this before. The professor cleared his throat. It must be a system overload. Regardless, let's finish the orb control test first, Dean. Dean nodded. Yes, Professor. Arthur laughed triumphantly. Ha! I knew it. No surprises there. Dean stood before the rack of orbs, unfazed. So it can't measure my raw power. A pity, he thought. But let's try it this way. I wonder if this will work properly. He closed his eyes and raised his hand. The blue aura flared again. With a surge of power, he didn't just lift one, he levitated every single orb in the room. The entire class dropped their jaws. Did he just lift all of them? That's impossible. The highest record in history is only 5 orbs. One of Arthur's lackeys stammered in terror. Every single one? Is he insane? Arthur stood frozen, a wave of indescribable shock crashing over him. How? How is this even possible? Meanwhile, Layla just sat there with a blank expression. She was so used to Dean doing the impossible that she couldn't even muster the energy to be surprised anymore. He's doing it again, she thought flatly. At this point, I'd be more shocked if he was normal. Dean looked at the floating array with thoughtful eyes. I didn't actually think I could lift all of them, he mused. Absorbing that ancient mana must have made me significantly stronger than I realized. He sharpened his focus, skillfully manipulating the flow of ancient mana. A confident smile played on his lips. All right then, he whispered. Let's make this performance a little more, memorable. Every eye in the room was glued to him. Professor Renavo watched in a trance, his mind racing. What in the world am I witnessing right now? Is he actually arranging those spheres with such precision to create an image? Snapping out of the daze, a majestic masterpiece materialized in midair, crafted from countless shimmering monospheres. The crowd erupted in unison, a lion and a snake. It was the crest of the Stresa family. Dean smirked with confidence, while Professor Drenavo stood frozen in shock. He thought, not even Arab could pull off something like this. Just then, Lila stepped forward, her voice calm and steady. My turn. Everyone. Just chill out. Professor Drenavo turned back to Dean. He nodded in approval. You truly did an excellent job. Zengret. Even Sterling, who never took a disciple, would be proud to call you his student. Dean bowed humbly. Thank you, Professor. One of Arthur's lackeys suddenly shouted, Wait a minute. What? Is he the disciple of the former Magic Tower Master? Now I get why he got into the Advanced Magic Major. He whipped around, panicking. Arthur, what do we do now? That guy isn't normal. He might even be stronger than you. Arthur looked annoyed and hissed. Shut up, I'm thinking. The lackey panicked. Sorry. Arthur clenched his fists, boiling with rage. Damn it. The Stresa family is truly terrifying. Why are they all such monsters? With that level of power, we need to change the plan. He ground his teeth. So annoying. But if I start something and lose in raw skill, I'll be a laughingstock. If I can't beat him with skill, I'll conquer him another way. Arthur turned to his 2 lackeys. We need to drag him into the student council. Since I'm already in the council, controlling him will be a breeze once he's under my command. The 2 lackeys immediately objected. But he's only a first year. Yeah, even we wouldn't dream of getting in yet. A first year joining the student council? That's unprecedented, Arthur replied sharply. But who cares? Rules are made to be broken. Right? The 2 dropped their jaws, unable to believe their ears. Arthur continued. Trust me. Thanks to him, our magic department's reputation will skyrocket. He smiled cunningly, thinking, and naturally, my own fame and career will rise right along with it. The scene shifts to a room, buzzing with excitement. Perfect. Thank you, Professor. Professor Drenavo smiled with satisfaction. If I had known this sooner, I would have grilled the other professors to ensure you got into the magic department. Dean replied sincerely, I'll do my best, regardless of which department I'm in. Students nearby whispered, Did you hear that? The magic department kids better watch their backs. Professor Drenavo slapped his shoulder heartily. If you have free time, come see me. Yes, Professor, Dean replied enthusiastically. Later in the hall, Lila turned to Dean, curious. How are you so good at this? Why can you always do such unbelievable things? Dean grinned smugly. Well, honestly, I don't even know, Lila snapped. You think you're special or something? He replied. But hey, you managed to float 5 spheres too. Hearing that from you doesn't make me happy at all, Lila muttered. Just then, Arthur's group approached. Arthur spoke up. Hello, Dean. I saw your skills back there. He put on a friendly face. Last time we met, I was a bit out of line. Can we have a private chat? Dean thought. He did a complete 180 after seeing my power? Moments later, a voice rang out. Student Council? Yeah, the Royal Academy Student Council. A group of students appeared before them in the courtyard. The Student Council decides policies and manages the Academy's treasury. They are all famous figures with special privileges. Everyone was buzzing. For instance, the council can discipline students or approve department events. Arthur laid out tempting conditions to persuade Dean. Do you realize what you're missing? Joining the student council is the dream of every student here. Spend a little time at the academy. and you'll understand just how amazing this offer is. Come on, reconsider. This is a rare opportunity. Dean glanced over and saw Lila gritting her teeth, her face scrunched up like an angry cat. He thought, why does she look so pissed? Suddenly, Lila grabbed his hand and dragged him away. Dean, if we're slow, they'll run out of tarts. Hurry, he replied. Ah, right. I almost forgot. Arthur panicked. Hey, where are you going? We're talking. Dean laughed. I have something more important to do. Excuse me, he thought. Thanks, Lila. Perfect timing. Arthur called out after him. I haven't given up yet. I will convince you. Dean and Lila walked side by side, venting their frustration. God, what a pain in the ass that guy is. He's desperate to drag you into the student council. If you had said yes, it would have been the perfect setup for him to use you as his personal pawn. Dean chuckled. Well, thanks for bailing me out back there. Lila fumed. More importantly, did you see how he completely ignored me? He didn't ask me a single thing. Dean gave a helpless laugh. Is that why you're so mad? Lila huffed. It's probably because of your insane talent showing in those crazy tests. Today's exam proved everything. Dean teased. So, you're finally admitting it? Lila stammered. I don't have a choice, do I? He quickly changed the subject. By the way, do they actually sell tarts here? Lila grinned mischievously. Of course. This is the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists in the Empire, you can bet they have it here. Dean beamed. Nice. Let's go then. The scene shifts to Professor Drenavo. He and Arthur were deep in conversation. Drenavo asked, have you seen Dean yet? Arthur replied, yes, he's absolutely incredible. The professor smiled with satisfaction. Ah, he might even be a cut above Arabella, Arthur asked skeptically. Is he really on that level? Drenavo spoke matter-of-factly. Magic is indeed a vague concept, hard to define. But when it comes to raw, innate talent, it's certainly not impossible. Arthur thought in disbelief. My God. Are you saying his talent surpasses even the senior I admire so much? Drenavo made a request. About that, Arthur? Just turn a blind eye when it comes to Dean. Make sure you look after him so he gets into the magic class. Arthur thought bitterly. Tch. Everyone is the same. They're all just dazzled by his talent. He spoke up. Actually, I met him privately after class and invited him to join the student council, but he refused. What? Drenavo was shocked. Is it possible he heard something from Arabella? His talent is too great for us to let slip away. The two men fell into deep thought until Arthur broke the silence. Sir, about the recommendation letter you mentioned earlier. Professor Drenavo gave a slight smile. Ah, that. It seems things aren't going quite as smoothly as expected. Sensing the tension, Drenavo reassured him. Arthur, don't be so impatient. You still have 2 whole years left, don't you? Surely someone as brilliant as you will get a recommendation from the Magic Tower before you graduate. Arthur forced a smile, but inside, he was seething. Damn it. You said the exact same thing last year. Do you think I don't know what you're really up to? Professor Drenavo was just as calculating. He thought to himself. If I let Arthur take a spot in the Magic Tower now, wouldn't I lose such an entertaining student to toy with? Another thought crossed his mind. Looking back, I heard you were the one who destroyed 2 of my favorite magic towers, weren't you? Arthur suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Fine. Then I'll convince Dean myself. Drenavo nodded. Very well, Arthur. I'm counting on you for this. Resentment surged within Arthur. Damn it. He has my future in the palm of his hand. Like it or not, I have no choice but to obey this old fossil. Back to Dean. He slung a bag over his shoulder, walking and chatting with Lila. By the way, Lila, is the way to the cafeteria always this crowded? She replied, if a club has too few members or can't prove they're active, they get disbanded. That's why everyone is out here, Dean said curiously. This is the first time I've joined so many events. Lila glanced at him and replied indifferently, well, we've already won a ton of prizes anyway. Dean's bag was stuffed with valuable items. 2 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store vouchers, and countless other discount slips. Dean pulled out a rolled-up paper. And this treasure map too, Lila squealed in delight, grabbing it. What is this? He explained. The senior hosting the event said it was bought from an auction at A.N. Lila's eyes went wide like a little squirrel. A.N., then it must be super valuable. Seeing her adorable reaction, Dean smiled to himself. That's right. Father once told me that Auction House specializes in rare, exquisite items from all over the Empire. They have the best appraisers to ensure only true masterpieces are sold. Jewelry adorned with sparkling, precious rubies. Lila exclaimed excitedly. Look at this. Is this really a pristine treasure map of the Academy? Dean added, Lila, I've heard this Academy is full of secret spots and hidden mysteries. He smiled, gripping the map tighter. I bet she'll be thrilled to see this. Dean headed toward the lecture hall. Finally, he found the right spot in the massive campus. Here it is, the History Lecture Hall. He let out a sigh of relief. The buzzing chatter of students from different classes surrounded him, making him feel much more at ease. He thought, thanks to the butler's directions, I didn't get lost. Just then, someone approached from the distance to greet him. "Ah, Dean, we meet again," Dean asked in surprise. "Ernest, you're in this class too?" Ernest beamed, clearly surprised to see him so soon. "Every first year has to take this course. I was actually looking around, hoping you'd show up. Finally found you. How have you been?" he asked, throwing a friendly arm around Dean's shoulder. Dean replied quietly, "Not much has changed. It's a long story. I'll tell you later." Ernest didn't mind at all and chirped, "Sounds good." Whenever old friends meet, there's always a mountain of things to say. Dean started, "Oh, right. There's actually something I wanted to tell you." But his sentence was cut short by a group of strangers approaching. A whole gang. Were they here to intimidate Ernest? Ernest stammered, unable to get a word out. Even though Dean didn't know who these guys were, one look at Ernest's terrified face told him something was very wrong. "What's going on?" Ernest's face went pale in an instant, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Why was he so panicked? The leader of the pack, Braun, flashed a vile grin and spat out a provocation. Well, Ernest. I'm so happy to see you here. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Ernest couldn't hide his sheer terror, and his fear spiked at Braun's sarcastic tone. Dean stood by, observing the dynamic and forming his own conclusions. He looks like a soldier suffering from PTSD, Dean thought. Ernest stammered a greeting. "Hello, Braun." Braun feigned offense, looking for a righteous excuse to bully him. "You should have told me you were enrolling in the academy. I enrolled before you did." Even Dean could sense the thick hypocrisy in Braun's words. He wondered, are they friends? Doesn't look like it. Ernest just bowed his head in submission, apologizing even though he'd done nothing wrong. "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Seizing the advantage, Braun grabbed Ernest by the head. He sneered, "You cowardly little rat. How did you even get in? I thought you'd fail for sure. You were always such a wimp back then." Dean silently watched their interaction and Ernest's pathetic, tiny attempts at resistance. Then, like a master commanding a servant, Braun put on a fake friendly smile. "Ah, perfect timing. I'm too lazy to walk to the cafeteria. Since you're here, run and buy me a sandwich, will you?" Ernest asked in shock. "Huh? Right now?" Seeing that Ernest was still the same spineless coward, Braun stepped closer, using his size to intimidate. "Why? You don't want to?" Behind him, his pack of goons looked on with utter contempt. Ernest, who rarely refused anyone, tried to be honest. I'm actually with a friend, so it's a bit inconvenient." Braun was genuinely shocked. "Oh? This little worm has the guts to use an excuse to refuse me?" At the same time, his attention shifted to Dean, who had been standing there watching silently the whole time. He scoffed. You actually have friends?" Braun then turned his target to Dean. "He looks like a tough guy." Dean remained silent, not saying a word. Braun mocked. "Which department are you in? Hanging out with trash like Ernest. You must be worthless too." Dean gave a faint smirk. "I don't know which noble family he's from, but his posturing reminds me of the little rats on the battlefield." Seeing Dean stay silent, Braun sneered again. "Hey, trash, cat got your tongue?" Just then, a supervisor noticed the group of large students crowding around the smaller ones and shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing over there? Class is about to start. Move it." Seeing the supervisor, Braun shrank like a mouse seeing a cat. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied obediently, "Ah, yes sir, we're going." Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a warning. "See you after class. I've still got a lot to say to you." Those words terrified Ernest to his core. He trembled violently but didn't dare say a word back. Braun's gang walked away, laughing casually. School life just got a whole lot more interesting. Dean glanced at his friend, whose hands were shaking uncontrollably from the threat, his body going limp. Dean quickly reached out to catch him before he collapsed, asking worriedly, "Ernest, are you okay?" Ernest stammered in embarrassment. "I'm sorry. It's my fault." Suddenly, Dean cut him off with a sharp question. "Who were those guys? You seem to know them." His eyes followed the group as they disappeared into the distance. Ernest replied softly, "They're from a noble family back in my hometown. When I lived there, they never stopped bullying me. I knew they were attending this academy too, but it's so huge with so many departments, I thought I'd never have to see their faces again. I'm really sorry. I must have caused you trouble." Dean gently patted his shoulder to reassure him. "It's fine. Let's just get to class for now." He said goodbye to give Ernest some space to regain his composure. But seeing Ernest's pale face still staring into the distance, even after the bullies were long gone, Dean understood just how deep the trauma of that bullying went. So, Dean spoke up gently, "Don't worry, I'll walk with you." Ernest flinched, crying out in panic, "Walk with me? No! I can go by myself. Dean stared him dead in the eye. You really want to take all that garbage from those scumbags by yourself? If you let them walk all over you now, they're just going to keep coming back for more. Arnis stared back, stunned. He still looked hesitant, but Dean cut him off, his voice dripping with arrogance. You saw what I can do, didn't you? So what's there to be afraid of? Reminded of the past, he couldn't help but nod in admission. Yeah, Dean is really strong. He stood there frozen like a statue, completely at a loss for words. So Dean just went ahead and decided for him. All right, it's settled then. We're going together. Silence implies consent, right? Enos awkwardly tried to protest, but the words got stuck in his throat. Right then, Dean and Braun crossed paths. Braun was wearing that same old fake, plastic smile. Wow, peaceful day, huh? Niece, does this place bring back any old memories? Dean asked, his tone sharp and probing. Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to pick a fight? Braun cursed aggressively, clearly annoyed that Dean had been silent earlier. You got a problem? You want to die? I was about to ask you the same thing. Seeing Dean's arrogance, Braun looked like he was about to explode with rage. The Strauss family. Surely you've heard of us. I am the heir to the most powerful family in the Western Empire. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Dean casually picked his ear, acting like he was clearing out some wax, and gave a dismissive reply. Strauss? Nope, never heard of him. Enos looked at Dean in pure horror. That was a provocation so blatant, even a fool would realize it was a death wish. Braun's lackeys immediately chimed in. What did that punk just say? Braun, you're not going to let that slide, are you? Furious, Braun barked out an order. Get him. Take him down. The gang grinned with despicable glee. It was a rare chance to stretch their muscles under such a beautiful blue sky. They sauntered toward Dean, mocking him as they closed in. When picking friends, you should have picked someone who could actually protect you. I guess we'll have to beat you twice as hard so you never forget this lesson. Enos trembled, whispering in a panic. Stop. We have to run while we still can. It doesn't matter how strong you are, they're too dangerous, especially Braun. He's been called a sword genius since he was a kid. A sword genius, huh? Sounds interesting. Dean smirked. I'll leave one of them for you. You knock him out. Enos gasped, completely shocked. Me? Dean replied simply. Trust me. Or do you plan on trembling in front of them for the rest of your life? Hearing that, Enos fell silent. The words hit home, and he couldn't find a single thing to say. He thought to himself that Dean was truly unpredictable and awkwardly turned his face away. But right at that moment, Braun charged in, screaming Dean's name. Braun let out a sarcastic laugh. Oh wow, look at that confidence. He swung his fist with arrogant fury. You're dead meat. The fist slammed hard into Dean's handsome face, snapping his head to the side. Enos cried out in pure terror. Braun laughed like a maniac, flexing his power and rudely taunting. How's that taste, you dog? Are you awake now? He grinned, admiring his handiwork, and cocked his arm back for another strike. I'm not done with you yet. But this time, it wasn't so easy. Dean caught the fist effortlessly. His expression remained ice cold. You hit me first, right? That was the question he'd been waiting to ask. Dean let out a mocking laugh. That means everything that happens next is just self-defense. Immediately, one of Braun's lackeys with cold, dead eyes launched a powerful punch straight at Dean. But Dean just slightly tilted his body, dodging the blow as effortlessly as if he were playing a game. His eyes flashed with a spark of mischief, and the corners of his lips curled into a confident, dangerous smile. Before his opponent could recover, Dean clenched his fist, muscles coiling tight, and drove a precision punch straight into the buzzcut guy's ribs. A pained grunt escaped the thug's mouth as his face twisted and his eyes bulged in shock. He staggered back, his legs trembling, threatening to buckle underneath him, but clinging to the last shreds of his arrogance. He gritted his teeth, trying to regain his composure, but Dean wasn't about to give him that chance. Moving with lightning speed, Dean delivered a crushing kick to the guy's knee. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and the buzz-cut thug collapsed to the ground. Without missing a beat, Dean spun toward the last guy. He lunged forward, driving a brutal uppercut straight into the purple-haired thug's chin. Dean followed through, slamming his shoulder into the guy's chest. The impact sent purple hair stumbling backward, his legs wobbling like jelly. He didn't stop there. Dean waved his hand, and brilliant blue mana gathered around his palm, forming a sparkling, magical circle. He took a deep breath, feeling the energy surge through his veins, and unleashed a powerful blast of magic at the two remaining goons. The light exploded outward, blasting them off their feet and sending them rolling across the dirt. Braun stood there, witnessing the entire spectacle with eyes wide in disbelief. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Dean frowned slightly, stroking his chin in thought. His voice dropped to a whisper. Was that attack stronger than I calculated? Is it because of the ancient magic core? He glanced over at Braun's squad, who were in bad shape. Looking at his lackeys groaning on the ground, Braun's eyes darkened, his brows furrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin, angry line. Damn it. What a bunch of useless idiots, he muttered, his voice trembling with a mix of rage and humiliation. One of the thugs tried to push himself up, coughing up dust. Cough, cough. Braun, this guy, he's not normal. Hearing that, Braun glared, his face flushing red. Shut your mouth. You get beaten this badly by a first year? Are you all that weak? Dean turned to him, eyes full of challenge and a smirk of pure contempt playing on his lips. So, you still want to keep going? You talk a big game, but you've got nothing to show for it. The provocation was like pouring oil on a fire. Braun's face twitched violently. What did you just say to me? The slick-haired guy standing next to him, sweat pouring down his forehead, hurriedly whispered, Braun, stop. Let it go. That guy. He's seriously strong. Just look at how he fired off those magic bullets, Arnis thought. But Dean's advice wasn't sinking in through the fear. Braun roared, shoving his teammate aside. You useless coward. Looking this pathetic in front of these brats? Move. Let me show you how it's done. He raised a hand, summoning a swirling vortex of azure mana. It expanded rapidly, twisting into a mysterious, gaping black hole. Dean just stood there. His eyes were calm, like a still lake, completely unfazed by the strange phenomenon. Arnis, however, was terrified. He froze, hands trembling violently, his voice cracking with fear. What? Don't tell me he's pulling something out of subspace? Braun slowly drew a gleaming steel blade from the void. He looked up, a cruel, spine-chilling grin spreading across his face. We're out in the middle of nowhere. No witnesses. You made a huge mistake, kid. You forced me to draw my sword. Unlike the panicked Arnis, Dean just tilted his head, eyeing the blade with genuine interest. Not gonna lie. That's actually a pretty impressive sword. Dean glanced at Braun, frowning slightly. He's reckless, he thought. Does this guy not give a damn about the Academy's rules? Seeing them chatting, Braun turned his glare on them, his voice menacing. You know what happens when the clouds roll in? The fog follows. The kind of thick fog where people go missing and are never found. His slick-haired lackey stood nearby, sweat beading on his forehead as he whispered nervously, Hey Braun, is this really okay? What if we get expelled for this? Braun whipped around and roared, Shut your trap. Just go beat that idiot and his little brother to a pulp, then get back here. The slick-haired guy nodded. Fine. Without wasting a second, the two lackeys charged at Dean. Arnis panicked, his voice shaking. What do I do, Dean? If you're fighting Braun, then I... Before he could finish, Dean cut him off, his voice calm but brimming with confidence. Relax, those guys are trash. You can take them, he continued. Think about it. You've done all that exploration work, your legs and core are solid. Just focus on landing one heavy hit. Hearing that, Arnis was still shaking, his heart pounding against his ribs. But deep down, a tiny spark of determination began to ignite. Braun's goons closed in, growling threats. You punks are dead meat. Dean instantly spun around and bolted in the other direction, moving with the agility of a hunting leopard. Braun's face turned beet red with rage. Don't let him get away, he grit his teeth. So you actually have some combat experience, huh? Dean glanced back with a taunting smirk. Shut up and catch me if you can. Back with Arnis. He clenched his fists. His heart was racing, but he told himself, Dean's right. I can't keep living in fear like this. The slick-haired lackey stepped closer, sneering. Aw. Look at you clenching your little fists. Trying to look tough? Friendship is magic, huh? He cracked his knuckles, laughing. You only got confidence because you were standing next to him. Just take your beating and get lost. I promise I'll go. Gentle. Arnis frowned. He was still terrified, but he forced himself to focus. Don't panic. Think. What would Dean do? Visions of Dean effortlessly taking down those thugs flashed through his mind, fueling a blazing fire of determination. Arnis raised his guard, his eyes sharp. The slick-haired lackey pulled back and launched a heavy punch straight at his face. Arnis barely tilted his head in time. The fist grazed his scalp, making him cry out in pain. His head swam, but he gritted his teeth. His voice shook, but the resolve behind it was rock solid. The guy you think you know. That weakling from the past? He doesn't exist anymore. He tightened his fist. Gathering every ounce of strength he had, he swung. His fist connected squarely with the lackey's jaw, distorting his face and making his eyes bulge in shock. Arnis didn't stop. He threw punch after punch, aiming straight for the face, unleashing years of pent-up fear and frustration with every blow. The bully stumbled back and collapsed, clutching his face and groaning in agony on the dirt. Even though he'd won, Arnis couldn't believe it. His legs were jelly, his mouth twitched. But inside, a wild, indescribable joy was taking over. He caught his breath, looking at his fist. Choking back tears of pride, he whispered, I actually did it. Watching from a distance, Dean saw the knockout. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Looks like your last backup just hit the dirt. The words pierced Braun's ego like a knife. He whipped around, face crimson with rage, his voice shaking in disbelief. What? That's impossible. But the scene before him froze him in place. His last lackey was writhing on the ground, whimpering like a beaten dog. Braun screamed, his voice cracking with humiliation. You lost? To a pathetic loser like him? Dean didn't say a word. He just glanced over at the corner of the garden, spotting 2 beat-up old brooms lying in the dirt. Looks like I found something useful. He didn't hesitate, grabbing one of the brooms and gripping its rough wooden handle. Braun saw this and burst into a mocking laugh, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ha ha ha, you really think you can take me on with that piece of junk? But Dean just smiled. His eyes were calm, but razor sharp. For someone like you, this is more than enough. His voice was soft, yet it cut deep like a blade, making Braun's face darken instantly. He ground his teeth, facial muscles twitching in pure rage as he roared, You arrogant little bastard. I'm going to crush you right here, right now. I won't kill you though, so don't worry too much about that. With that, Braun charged forward like a hurricane, his sword flashing with cold steel, eyes burning with vengeance. He gripped his hilt tight, bellowing, I'll just leave a nice little scar on that pretty face of yours, something to make you tremble every time you see me. Slashes tore through the air, aiming straight for Dean. Each strike was filled with savage fury, but Dean moved with terrifying calm, dodging every blow like he was performing a dance of death. Every time the blade sliced past, he could feel the cold wind against his skin. Yet his heart didn't skip a single beat. Braun was losing his cool, sweat pouring down his forehead as he shouted, This bastard, he's stronger than I thought. Dean, on the other hand, remained perfectly composed. His sharp eyes analyzed every move his opponent made. He spoke in a steady, yet taunting tone. Your swordsmanship. It's painfully predictable. The words hit Braun like a bucket of ice water, driving him to the brink of madness. He screamed, his face twisted in fury. How dare you insult the Tekker style? Who do you think you are, the son of Duke Tom or something? Dean frowned slightly, feeling the broom in his hand vibrate from the pressure. He's channeling mana into his sword. Braun lunged again, his voice dripping with disdain. You're just a trapped rat. What do you think you can do with that stupid stick? Suddenly, Dean tightened his grip. A burst of blue mana surged out with a low hum, and his speed skyrocketed. Braun's eyes widened in shock. Before he could even react, the broom slammed into his chest like a sledgehammer. Braun cried out in agony, his face a mask of disbelief. How? How can a wooden stick have this much power? His heart pounded with fear and denial. But before he could regain his senses, a final strike from Dean sent him crashing to the ground. Dust billowed up as his sword went flying, tumbling across the grass. Ernest stood there, jaw on the floor, eyes wide as saucers, stammering in shock. Incredible. He won with just one hit. His heart raced, filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. I knew Dean was strong, but I never imagined he was on this level. Dean strode majestically toward Braun, his gaze cold as ice. Get up. We're not done fighting. Once you draw your sword, you fight to the end. He paused, his eyes thoughtful. My father taught me that challenging someone means accepting whatever consequence comes next. Braun lay writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach. Sweat and tears mingled on his face, twisted in sheer agony. His mind was a chaotic mess. Damn it, this guy is on a completely different level. He gasped, his voice cracking with terror. Who are you? Dean answered sharply, every word stamping itself into the air. Dean Strauss, son of the Count Strauss family, and a new student in the independent study department. Braun's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his face turning pale. What? The Strauss family? So you're the one? The youngest genius admitted to the independent study department in half a century? Dean just shrugged, his tone indifferent. Maybe I introduced myself a little too late, huh? Braun screamed internally, despair swallowing his heart. Damn it! No wonder he was so confident, he muttered, trembling. But why would someone like him hang out with an idiot like that? Dean stepped closer, his eyes sharp as knives. So, what should I do now? You drew your sword and lost. Do you need me to end your life right here? Braun flinched violently, clutching his chest and scrambling back, sweating buckets. What are you talking about? Dean continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm yet chillingly cold. Right. From my perspective, this wasn't exactly a fair duel. Braun thought, this bastard. He actually looks like he wants to kill me. Without hesitation, Braun dropped to his knees, bowing his head all the way to the ground, his voice trembling pitifully. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I really apologize. I didn't know you were from the Strauss family. I swear I'll never do anything this stupid again. Dean cut him off coldly. You really don't get it, do you? He pointed straight at Ernest, his gaze stern. You're apologizing to the wrong person. The one who deserves an apology isn't me. Immediately, Braun whipped around to Ernest, clasping his hands together, begging. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I apologize for everything I've done to you. Please, Just forgive me. Ernest stood frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding in shock. Painful memories flooded back all the times Braun and his gang had bullied and humiliated him, making him live in constant fear. Yet now, the very person who had been his biggest nightmare was kneeling in the dirt, trembling like a pathetic wretch. He felt his chest tighten, a mix of deep resentment and utter disbelief swirling inside him. Dean turned to him, his voice gentle but carrying deep weight. I'll let you handle the rest. You can beat him until you're satisfied, or accept his apology and let it go. The choice is entirely yours. Ernest bit his lip, his heart racing with a million conflicting emotions. He looked down at Braun, still kneeling there, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes begging for mercy. Braun kept pleading, "That's right, hit me as much as you want. I deserve it." Ernest closed his eyes for a moment. Honestly, he really wanted to punch the guy, just to feel better. His fist clenched until it trembled, but then, he took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and spoke, his voice firm but forgiving. "Braun, next time, fight me fair and square. I forgive you." Hearing those words, Braun snapped his head up. His face was drenched in sweat, but his eyes were wide with shock and relief. He stammered, You really mean it?" Ernest nodded and turned to walk away, his voice steady. "I'm letting this go." Dean stood nearby and gave a small nod, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You did good." The two of them turned and walked away, leaving Braun still kneeling there, unable to recover from the shock. Ernest glanced at Dean, his heart overflowing with gratitude. His voice choked up. "Thank you." Dean just smiled, his gaze warm. "Don't mention it." Just as Dean and Ernest took a few steps, Layla suddenly appeared, her voice sounding reproachful and a little annoyed. "Dean, I waited forever for you. I had to search everywhere." Dean turned around, slightly startled, but quickly flashed a smile. "Ah, Layla." Layla rolled her eyes. She glanced past him at the battered group lying in a heap nearby, then raised an eyebrow. "What happened here? Did you get into a fight again?" Dean shrugged, his tone casual. "Just some guys looking for trouble with me." Lila looked curious. "Looking for trouble with you? Who's got the guts to do that?" Dean glanced back at Braun, who was still sitting there dazed, his face full of horror. Layla followed his gaze. "Out of everyone, why did he have to pick you? That guy really has the worst luck in the world." From a distance, Braun spotted Layla. He felt his heart drop straight into the abyss. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought to himself, "Is that the Duke's precious daughter walking over here?" Dean continued, his voice still calm. "They say he's some kind of sword genius or something. Do you know him?" Layla crossed her arms and let out a soft fumph, her eyes totally indifferent. "No, I couldn't care less." Then she turned to the person standing quietly next to Dean, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "But, who are you?" Ernest scratched his head and looked down shyly, his cheeks flushing red. Dean quickly introduced him. "This is a first-year student from the Exploration Department." Ernest hurriedly nodded, stammering. "Nice to meet you, Lady Tomian." Layla laughed and waved her hand. "Oh, come on. Don't call me lady. It makes me cringe. Just treat me like a normal friend." Ernest nodded slightly, a relieved smile forming on his lips. "Okay," Layla asked curiously. "So, what do you study in the Exploration Department? Your family is famous for exploring, right?" Ernest nodded, his voice growing more confident. "That's right. We study things like ruins, secret locations, all kinds of exploration, like treasure hunting and archaeology." Layla's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands together. "Then shouldn't we show him that map we found? I bet he'd know something about it." Hearing the word map, Ernest frowned in curiosity. "What map?" Dean smiled, his eyes twinkling. "It's a map we got from the club event, part of the prize." Ernest's eyes went wide, his voice full of shock. "What? I heard rumors that someone got a treasure map. It was you guys?" His eyes were glowing like a kid who just found his favorite toy. Layla raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "He's like a totally different person." Dean shrugged. "I guess he's just got a special obsession with ancient artifacts." Ernest was buzzing with excitement. "All right, let's find somewhere quiet first." Holding the map in his hands, he observed it intently, his brows furrowing in deep concentration. "This map looks pretty complicated, doesn't it? Since it's a treasure map, decoding it at a glance is impossible," he muttered to himself. "Instead of showing the whole academy, it focuses on a specific location." Lila pointed to a spot on the map, asking curiously, "What's this place here?" Ernest replied, his voice thoughtful. "There are strange characters running all over the map. I can recognize them, but they don't form any coherent meaning. Is this some kind of symbol or code?" Lila turned to him impatiently. "So, what do we do now?" Ernest answered, his eyes lighting up as he began to analyze. "First, we have to find the person who made this map. There's no standard rule for things like this, but if we know the creator, we'll have a better overall perspective to make deductions." Dean stroked his chin, his voice pensive. So, decoding it right away is going to be tough, huh? Ernest nodded. But one thing is for sure. The location marked on the map is inside the academy grounds. However, this architectural style was only used when the academy was first built. Hearing this, Din and Layla cheer in unison, eyes lighting up. So it's got to be somewhere nearby, right? Eris continues, her expression grave. The real problem is that this architecture is built on a highly specific, secret magic created by Sol Hongston himself. Eris's words make Layla jump, a shiver running down her spine. Sol Hongston? Yeah, that's the legendary mage who founded this prestigious academy, Dean added, his voice thoughtful. So, that kind of magic. Nobody can use it anymore, right? I recall Sol Hongston never had a successor. Eris's eyes went wide with surprise. Wow, you really know your stuff. Layla frowned, letting out a weary sigh. I knew this mission would be tough, but I didn't think it'd be this impossible. Eris cut in. The key is figuring out who actually made this map. That's the only way to trace the clues and crack the code. Dean grinned, his voice buzzing with excitement. So once we solve it, all that's left is the treasure hunt, right? The idea made Layla nod furiously, eyes sparkling. That sounds totally awesome. Before the academy, I only ever worked with my family. This is my first real adventure on my own. Eris nodded, her voice eager. I'm really looking forward to this journey with you guys too. Dean smiled to himself. They're so hyped. It's going to take a while, but hey, they might as well enjoy the ride. Suddenly, Eris handed the map to Dean, catching him off guard. Wouldn't it be better if you held onto this while we decode it? Eris smiled confidently. I'm good. I've already memorized the whole thing. Dean and Layla's jaws dropped. No way. Your memory is that good? She explained bashfully. For some reason, I'm just really good with maps and codes. Dean laughed. Well, that's a serious talent you've got there. Layla chimed in. Must make exams a breeze, huh? Dean took the map and nodded. All right, I got it. If you need any help, just holler. Eris nodded, her eyes lighting up. Thanks, you guys. This is the first time I've searched for something with anyone other than my father. I'm really happy. Layla giggled. Let's go grab some food. We need to celebrate our new team. Dean and Eris nodded in unison. Sounds like a plan. The three walked off together. Later that night, back at the dorms, Dean's thoughtful voice filled the room. So much happened today. I should probably organize my stuff. He started tidying up the mess, his gaze softening as he picked up the egg Clara had given him. Important family heirlooms should be kept somewhere visible. He mumbled to himself, then frowned. But where should I put this? They say you shouldn't keep living things in dark corners. Suddenly, the egg vibrated violently. Dean jumped, his heart pounding. What the? Why is it doing that? He watched closely, his voice trembling with excitement. It hasn't done this in 7 years. Is it because I'm at the academy? He shook his head. No. The academy is mysterious, but the mana density here isn't much different from my room back home. His eyes lit up. Wait. Is it the ancient mana I absorbed in the garden? Dean set the egg on the table, his voice firm. Incredible. It reacted instantly. All right, let's pour everything I've got into this. Today's the day it hatches. He focused, channeling mana from his hands like a rushing river into the egg. The egg shook violently, emitting a blinding light that lit up the entire corner of the room. Dean laughed, his heart racing. It's devouring my mana like crazy. I've been feeding it for 7 years. Just how much power is inside this thing? Then, panic hit him. Wait, I can't do this here. The room's gonna collapse. Dean grabbed the egg and bolted straight for Clara's lab. Seeing the violently shaking egg, Clara gasped, her eyes wide. Oh my god, the reaction is off the charts. What did you do to it? Dean panted. It won't stop shaking, even after I stopped pouring mana into it. Clara studied the egg for a moment, then frowned. Dean, isn't it time for the dorm roll call? Missing, that means big trouble. Cut to the dorm hallway, where 3 figures approached. The one in the center spoke with authority. I am Albert, the dorm president. Roll call begins now. Seeing the inspection team, every student scrambled to stand at attention outside their doors. The tension was suffocating. At the Royal Academy, roll call was a strict ritual zero tolerance for errors. In the corner, a blond boy whispered, his voice trembling with worry. Where are Priscilla and Dean? Don't they know it's roll call? He gulped, thinking of the consequences. 1 penalty point for being late. 2 for absence. 3 strikes in a semester means forced labor. And more than 2 absences means demotion and expulsion from the dorms. Another student stammered a reply, their voice trembling with nerves. Yeah, I saw Dean cleaning his room earlier. Anbach, the dormitory head, wore a face of stone. His gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping across the crowd. Nobody move. Silence. He paused, his tone hard as steel. 9th floor, Dante Hall. Don't expect any peace today. A blond guy frowned, muttering, "What the hell does he mean by that?" But internally, he wondered, why is he being so damn serious today? Anbach pointed a finger at the surveillance screen above, his voice icy. According to the Mana surveillance footage, interestingly enough, it shows resident Priscilla leaving the premises. We confirmed she exited the dorms 5 minutes ago. Yet, the system currently displays her status as in her room. Those words drained the blood from the students' faces. A few thought in panic, "We're absolutely screwed this time." Anbach stopped in front of a room, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. His eyes swept the space, looking to pierce through every corner. His voice dropped to a low growl. "Normally, we wouldn't bother checking if you're actually inside, but from now on, the rules are changing." Hearing this, the students flinched, faces turning sheet white. They muttered internally, "Damn it, a storm of discipline is about to hit us." After completing his rounds, Anbach spoke up. "The rest of you seem fine. The dormitory is reasonably clean. However, Priscilla is docked 2 disciplinary points for absence without leave." The floor manager nodded. "Yes, understood. I'll inform everyone." Anbach continued, his voice dripping with suspicion. "Finally, Dean, the new student. Why isn't he present? Don't tell me he decided to skip the very first roll call?" A student quickly replied, voice trembling. "No way. He's definitely still in his room. I think Dean was busy unpacking, so he couldn't make it out in time." Anbach curled his lip into a sneer. "Is that so? We'll find out soon enough." He threw open Dean's door. The sight that greeted him was Dean cleaning, sweat beading on his forehead, belongings still scattered everywhere. Seeing Anbach, Dean turned around, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "Ah, sorry. I got so caught up organizing my stuff, I completely forgot about roll call." Anbach nodded, his tone softening slightly. "Yeah, makes sense. It's your first day. These things can happen." The scene shifts to Clara's laboratory, where she let out a startled scream. It was the MK1 artifact's illusion. Dean smiled, his eyes twinkling with confidence. "Most people wouldn't notice a thing. My image is being projected from the docking station using the remote generator." Clara couldn't hide her astonishment. "From what I know, that thing is incredibly difficult to operate. Remote connections can be unstable, just a tiny glitch and the cover is blown." Dean replied with assurance, "I anticipated that. I ran multiple tests. As long as they don't get right up in my face, it's flawless." Clara shook her head, looking at her brother with a mix of worry and admiration. "You've really got some nerve." Both turned to look at the egg on the table, which was shaking violently. Clara sighed in wonder. "By the way, how is the egg doing? It seems to be reacting strongly to your mana. That means the probability of it hatching is extremely high. However, there are plenty of cases where they react like this but never actually hatch. Still, getting a reaction at all is rare. We can count this as progress." Dean nodded, eyes lighting up. "So what's the next move? Do I just keep pumping mana into it?" Clara rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "There's still so much we don't understand about these spirit beast eggs. Placing it in the mana stabilizer carries risks, but I don't think we should stop now. This laboratory is the optimal environment for hatching. Haven't I always maintained a solid mana barrier to keep everything secure?" Dean nodded, his tone firm. "You're right. If we just leave it be, who knows? It might hatch unexpectedly in some unsafe place." Clara took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling. "All right, let's do this. Your mana is incredibly pure, but I'll install a mana filter just to be safe." Dean got to work, carefully channeling his mana into the egg. After a moment, he frowned slightly, sweat forming on his brow. Is it still hungry? It's already absorbed a massive amount of mana. What in the world is inside this thing? Clara stood by, watching intently. She thought, anyone with enough money can buy a spirit beast egg, but actually hatching one is a completely different story. The specific conditions for hatching remain a mystery. Only one thing is certain. The owner's mana frequency must be compatible with the beast inside, and you need an insane amount of luck. Looking at Dean, Clara couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Just what level has this kid's talent reached? I knew he was formidable, but witnessing it with my own eyes, I'm speechless. Suddenly, the surface of the egg emitted a sharp cracking sound. Tiny fractures began to appear and spread rapidly. Dean cried out, his heart pounding in his chest. "Sis, did you see that?" Clara leaned in, her voice trembling with excitement. "It looks like it's about to hatch. Just a little more." Dean gritted his teeth, pouring even more mana into the egg, his eyes burning with intensity. "Let's see exactly what kind of creature you are." The cracks on the egg expanded instantly, and then a blinding blue light exploded outward. Suddenly, a blinding light flares up. A wave of pure energy surges out, so intense that both Din and Clara have to shield their eyes. As the light fades, a tiny creature is revealed, delicate wings fluttering, golden horns shimmering. The sudden burst of energy knocks Din backward. He slumps to the ground, gasping for air. Clara rushes over, panic in her voice. Din, are you okay? He manages a weak smile, though his voice still buzzes with excitement. I'm good. Just a little dizzy. More importantly, look at that. Something actually came out. Through the lingering smoke, a tiny purple dragon, with golden horns and big, round eyes is sitting right on the table. It flaps its wings and takes flight, circling the air gracefully. It's absolutely adorable. Clara's jaw drops. Wait, is that a wyvern? The dragon lets out a soft hiss and puffs out tiny sparks, leaving Clara completely flabbergasted. It can breathe fire too? She turns to Din, her voice urgent. Don't just stand there. Get closer to it. Some spirit beasts bond with the first person they see. Din, that's your spirit beast. Hurry up. Din steps forward, his heart pounding with a mix of thrill and nerves. Seeing the little dragon up close, he chuckles, his gaze softening. Up close. You're actually pretty cute, aren't you? Seeing Din, the dragon tilts its head. Its round eyes stare at him with curiosity. Din flashes a friendly smile, his voice warm. Hey there, nice to meet you. He reaches out a hand. I'm Din. Seeing the little dragon show no resistance, Clara cheers, her eyes sparkling with joy. Congratulations, Din. You've established a bond. The dragon chirps happily, then zips toward Din, landing gently on his hand like a little bird. Clara leans in, eyes wide with disbelief. You actually did it? How did you make that look so easy? Let me get a look. She studies the dragon intently, then freezes, her brow furrowing. Wait. Something's not right. Din flinches, his heart skipping a beat. Huh? What do you mean? It looks like something summoned from the outer realm. Din's eyes widen in shock. Are you serious? Clara nods, her expression grim, dead serious. Only a select few summoners are capable of such a feat. Even I can only summon a demi-spirit. I never imagined the youngest of our family could call forth something like this. This is truly magnificent. Din stands frozen, his gaze glued to the dragon. So, you're saying this creature doesn't actually exist in our world? Clara explains, her tone thoughtful. I know most summons can be called even when they're hatchlings, but I've never seen one with traits quite like this little girl. The closest match would be a wyvern, but the details, they just don't line up. Din looks down at the dragon and smiles softly. She doesn't look that peculiar, does she? So nobody knows what she really is? Clara nods. We're going to have to figure that out from scratch. The problem is, there are no records whatsoever of a summon like this. Din frowns. A new species? While they're busy talking, the dragon lets out a long yawn, flutters her tiny wings, and puffs out a little flame as if in protest. Din laughs. Why did a creature like this choose me? He wonders. Could it be connected to some ancient magic? Clara points to the scattered eggshells on the floor, her voice firm. Right. Make sure you keep those shells safe. Some species eat their shells for nutrients after hatching. Din nods. Got it. So, what's my next move? Clara rubs her chin. Serious. First, interact with her carefully and document everything. What she likes, what she hates, sleep patterns, strange behaviors, growth rate, that sort of thing. Din frowns and sighs. Sounds like a lot of homework. He looks at the dragon, his eyes gleaming with determination. But it'll definitely be worth it. I don't know what she is, but I feel like I need to protect her. Clara speaks up. By the way, are you planning to keep her with you all the time? People are going to freak out if they see her. Why not leave her in the lab? Din shakes his head, his voice firm. That's an idea, but we can't hide her forever. If we get caught, I've got you and the others to back me up. Besides, she'll feel trapped if she's stuck in here. Clara nods, her eyes lighting up. True. Then, let's use this opportunity to make your official debut. Din looks surprised. Debut? You mean as a summoner? Clara smiles. Exactly. You're still a rookie, but your talent is undeniable. With this summon, this is your chance to shine. Din rubs his chin, excitement building in his voice. That actually makes sense. Then let's get to work. Clara turns to him. You registered for the summoning class, right? Tomorrow's orientation is with Professor Tamaric Piano. It's perfect. If you perform well, you could get a special approval. She places a hand on Din's shoulder, her gaze full of trust. Usually, it's incredibly hard to qualify. But you? You're different. I trust you'll make it through. Dean grinned, his eyes sparkling at the special approval. Interesting, he mused. Now, what should I name this little rascal? The next day, the scene shifts. A blonde guy approaches Dean, striking up a conversation. Where were you last night? You were missing during roll call. Dean just gave a sheepish smile. Had some urgent business to handle. The guy frowned. How'd you dodge the check? Priscilla got busted instantly. Dean winked. I've got my ways. The blonde guy chuckled, nodding. The Strauss family. Always full of surprises. Dean raised a brow. My sisters are like that too? He nodded enthusiastically. You bet. Your sisters are absolute legends in Dante Hall. Ask any student in the dorms, you'll see the reaction. He patted Dean on the shoulder. Anyway, I'm the only one who knows you snuck out. Your secret's safe. Dean nodded. Thanks, man. The guy waved and walked off. Back in his room, Dean collapsed onto the bed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Close call. We're safe. What was Priscilla thinking, just walking out like that? The little dragon popped out of his shirt, fluttering its wings in freedom. Dean chuckled. Someone's excited, huh? Watching it puff out little flames, he couldn't help but marvel. This creature really is special. The scene shifts to a secluded corner. Dean stands before a secret gate, muttering, "Found it." The gate she mentioned. "Since the main entrance is sealed, this is our only way out of here," he whispered, fingers grazing the transparent mana barrier protecting it. Dean frowned, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach as he realized the complexity. They'd encased the entire dormitory in a dense defensive layer. How the hell do we get past this wall of energy? He focused every sense, trying to read the immense flow of mana swirling around him. There has to be a weak point somewhere, just a tiny crack. Anything. His gaze hardened with determination. While Dean frantically analyzed the barrier, the little dragon, his adorable summon, fluttered around him playfully, puffing out tiny sparks like a child having fun. Suddenly, one of those stray sparks hit the mana barrier, and a miracle happened. The mana layer violently shuddered, sending out visible ripples of energy. Dean froze, jaw dropping in shock. What did you just do? How did you affect the barrier? Back in his room, Dean stared up at the little dragon circling overhead, a realization striking him like lightning. So, that flame can temporarily suppress or weaken mana? His face lit up. Whoa, that is seriously cool. This little girl really is an incredible summon with hidden potential. The next day, Dean and Isis strolled through the campus, enjoying the fresh air. Seeing Dean unusually energetic, she asked curiously, "Wait, you're calling it happy? Seriously? Who came up with a name like that?" Dean grinned. "I think it sounds friendly and catchy." He paused. "Unless you've got something better in mind?" Isis pondered, eyes following the playful dragon. Let's see. She's cute, sure, but her name needs a bit more. Gravitas. Something with more prestige, huh?" Dean chuckled to himself, finding her seriousness absolutely adorable. "You don't have to be so intense about it," he thought. Suddenly, Isis stopped, her eyes lighting up. "How about Canis?" Dean turned to her, intrigued. "Oh? Sounds cool. What's it mean?" Isis explained, "It signifies mystery. Pretty fitting for her, don't you think?" Dean nodded in agreement, a satisfied look on his face as he watched the dragon. "From now on, your name is Canas," he declared softly. The scene shifts to Bermuder's Hall, a magnificent, ancient structure named after the great scholar Bermuders, the man who laid the very foundation for the mystic arts of summoning. Students gathered quickly, eyes shimmering with a mix of excitement and nerves. But in the shadows behind the rows of seats, Degon Dean's bitter childhood rival stood silently. He spotted Dean immediately. His eyes flashed with utter shock, followed by a wave of bitter resentment. He hissed through gritted teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "That bastard. He stole my summoning contract. After that humiliation at the banquet years ago, my family crumbled under the public's mockery. Now we're barely clinging to our status as minor city nobles. And he's here, taking the summoning class? Why now? Of all the times." Degon ground his teeth, sweat pouring down his tense face. "I have to avoid Dean at all costs." Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from behind him. "Yo, Degon, first time retaking the class?" Degon jumped out of his skin. He turned, forcing a smile. "Ah yes, senior. Come on, it's not a big deal. Everyone retakes a class or two. Look at me. This is my second time with this subject alone. Just treat it like an easy A. Crushing these newbies will be a walk in the park." Moments later, Professor Tamaric Piano strode into the lecture hall, and his appearance. He silenced the room instantly, as if a spell had wiped away every sound. He stood tall at the podium. Today's lesson would cover the absolute basics of summoning theory. This foundation is vital, the key for anyone daring to walk the path of a summoner. Plus, this material is guaranteed to be on the certification exam, so study hard and master them. His words sent a ripple through the class like a crashing wave. A student whispered, "Oh my god, this professor is intense. I heard the summoner certification exam is as hard as plucking stars from the sky." Tamaric heard the chatter and gave a slight nod. His gaze, sharp as an icicle, swept across the entire room. "Of course, if you have the skill, you can attempt the special admission. But be warned, that path is anything but easy." A curious student, voice trembling with excitement, shouted out, "Professor, what are the requirements for the special admission?" Tamaric smiled faintly. "Right, I knew you'd ask that. Watch this." He waved his hand, and a magnificent blue screen materialized in midair. "First, you must summon a rank 5 beast or higher using your own seal. Second, you must maintain that summon for more than 30 minutes. The students stared at each other in shock. A rank 5 beast? Even with a seal, that was practically impossible. Just a basic rank 7 beast was enough to drive someone crazy, let alone holding it for 30 minutes. Tamarick didn't let them dwell on it for long. And finally, you must demonstrate a unique quality sufficient to pass the special admission. Even if you meet the first 2 conditions, without that unique factor, you will still fail. To be special, you must carve an indelible mark. The classroom erupted in shock, the atmosphere turning heavy as a pre-storm sky. It was absurd. The first 2 conditions were already nearly impossible, and now there was this subjective requirement? Had anyone ever actually passed this exam? Even Deno pursed his lips, thinking, basically, if the professor likes you, you pass. If not, you fail. Tamarick watched their reactions without a hint of surprise, as if he had seen this exact scene play out for decades. He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with a scheming light. Now do you understand why it's called the special admission? You also need letters of recommendation from at least 2 experts in the field. The class went dead silent, their faces blank, as if lost in a magical maze. Tamarick glanced toward Deno, thinking, Deno Gress, was it? The interdisciplinary student. Professor Jen Pinesso said he established a secondary link with the rank B beast she summoned. But until I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it. She might just be favoring the Count Sagras family and making up stories to help him. I need to verify this myself. He continued his lecture. Your first goal is to pass the regular exams, so do your best. If you can already summon, it will be easy. But for first-year students, that is incredibly difficult. The students looked at each other in confusion, no one daring to make a sound. Digon swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. He frowned, thinking, the new students must be terrified. They've only learned theory and compatibility checks so far. Tamarick grinned, his voice ringing out like a brass bell to provoke them. Is there really not a single first year who knows how to summon? This year's batch is truly disappointing. Deno felt his scalp prickle, his heart racing. He thought, he's targeting me. Does he want to test my abilities personally? Refusing to back down, Deno stood up abruptly. I can try, Professor. His declaration made the whole class hold its breath. Oh ho, really? What is your name and major? Deno replied. I am Deno Gress, a first-year interdisciplinary student. Tamarick nodded, his eyes dancing with amusement. I heard about you from the dean. He said you possess outstanding talent. Yes, since the dean had said so. Tamarick's expression hardened slightly as he evaluated him. This kid isn't arrogant, but he's not overly humble either. His response is sharp as a knife. He spoke bluntly. There are many rumors about you, but that level of talent sounds absurd. Can you demonstrate it right here? Deno nodded. If you wish, I can do it, but if I prove my ability, will you write me a recommendation letter for the special admission? The lecture hall went dead silent, the air heavy as lead. After a few seconds, Tamarick's jaw dropped. A recommendation letter for the special admission? Do you understand what that means? Deno affirmed, his voice steady as a rock. Yes. I must demonstrate my superior talent right here and now. And if you fail? Deno shook his head slightly, a confident smirk curling his lips. I've never even considered that possibility. Such confidence. Even his sister wouldn't dare speak like that. Intending to teach Deno a lesson he'd never forget, Tamarick agreed, his voice booming like thunder. Fine then, step up here. If you can pull this off, I will personally write that recommendation letter. The students around them erupted into chaos, buzzing with shock and doubt like a house on fire. What is he thinking? Summoning isn't even his major. What is going on with the Sagras family? Tamarick issued a final warning. If you fail, you will bear all the consequences yourself. Do you still want to try? Deno didn't flinch. His gaze remained as solid as a boulder as he nodded decisively. Yes, I'll do it. An amused smile spread across Tamarick's lips. Excellent. Then come down here. I just happen to have a blank summoning seal ready. Deno walked down to the podium, though internally he thought, I really didn't plan on showing off during the very first class. Well, might as well seize the moment. He gripped a blank white card, whispering an ancient incantation that sounded like a dark curse. Answer my call. The moment the words left his lips, the air quaked violently. A brilliant magic circle materialized, flooding the podium in an ethereal blue glow. A massive wolf burst from the center, radiating pure danger. One cold glare sent the students trembling like lambs facing a predator. My God, is that real? A 5-star summon? How did he pull that off with a blank card? In the corner, Digon stood frozen in shock, his heart hammered against his ribs. That was his wolf. Genfu. Dean turned to Tamarick. Professor, I've summoned Genfu. Tamarick stared, paralyzed by the impossible sight, cold sweat beading on his brow. His mind screamed, how did this kid do that with a blank slate? Did he forge an official contract in a split second? Or is this some secret technique I've never seen? He forced himself to regain composure. Even if he summoned it, he can't possibly maintain it for 30 minutes. He cleared his throat. Impressive. The rumors were true. But the second condition isn't so easy to pass. Dean didn't want to waste any time. He flashed a bold smile. I'd hate to waste the class's precious time. How about I show you something else instead? Tamarick raised an eyebrow. What? Something else? The whole class began to buzz, eyes glued to Dean. What was he planning to do now? The Sess family is terrifying. Deegan's heart pounded like a war drum, anxiety flooding his veins. The third condition requires demonstrating a unique trait. The professor was clear about that. What is he up to? Every eye in the room locked onto Dean. Tamarick nodded. Fine, let's see what you've got. Dean unleashed his mana. Powerful streams of blue energy erupted, wrapping around Genfu like ribbons of silk. He whispered another ancient incantation. Genfu's massive body lifted into the air. Before the stunned class, the wolf began to grow even larger, its claws elongated, turning razor sharp. This was the raw power of ancient magic. The students stood petrified, jaws on the floor, as the wolf let out a roar like a prehistoric beast brought back to life. Summon enhancement? Only fifth years can pull that off. And he's not even a summoning major. Genfu roared again, the shockwave silencing the room. Dean smiled at Tamarick, his voice calm but brimming with confidence. Professor, is this enough to prove I'm special? Tamarick stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, unable to process the miracle he just witnessed. Good lord, he even performed a link enhancement. The rumors were true. How does a mere student possess such earth-shattering talent? Dean gently stroked the fur of Genfu, his gaze tender yet proud. After a moment, Tamarick coughed, trying to compose himself, though his voice still trembled. Well, that was certainly unique. We'll discuss your recommendation letter later. Dean nodded with a bright smile. Understood, sir. In the back, Deegan gulped, his heart racing. He's terrifying. He's on a completely different level now. The class slowly settled down, but Tamarick couldn't take his eyes off Dean. His expression a mix of awe and confusion. Dean smirked to himself. They said he was strict. Clara is going to love hearing about this. That's one recommendation down. Should I ask Professor Genferso for the other one? The class ended shortly after. Tamarick cleared his throat. All right, that's all for today. Suddenly, a voice called out. Dean Gress. Dean turned, frowning slightly at the familiar red hair. Ah, Deegan, right? Genfu's former master. Deegan looked flustered, scratching his cheek. You, remember me? Yeah, I'm retaking the class. I failed last term. Dean watched him, eyes narrowing with curiosity. You're not here for revenge, are you? Deegan stammered, his voice sincere. No. Actually, I saw you earlier. I was going to ignore you, but I realized I was wrong back then. I want to apologize for everything. Please, forgive me. He bowed a full 90 degrees. Dean gave a faint smile and nodded. That was years ago. Don't worry about it. I'm over it. Deegan's eyes lit up. Really? So, I can stay in this class? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Dean frowned. Is he afraid I'll get him expelled? He patted Deegan's shoulder reassuringly. Relax. It's all good. Deegan beamed, his voice full of relief. Thank you, Dean. If you ever need anything, just ask. Suddenly, the back of Dean's shirt bulged as a small, round lump shifted underneath. Dean knew immediately Canis was awake, and he was definitely hungry. Dean turns to his companion. Gron, you're in the summoning department, right? I need to pick up some supplies. Lead the way. Gron nods cheerfully. Sure thing. The place is called Orb and Bone. I'm a regular there. The owner? Guy never shuts up. 2 alumni started it over 30 years ago. They've got everything. Dean listens as Gron rambles on about the latest trends. Thinking to myself, he seems genuinely remorseful. No need to keep up the hostility. Suddenly, Canas poked her head out of Dean's shirt, her sparkling eyes scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Dean quickly whispered in a gentle tone, Easy there, little girl. Moments later, the two headed to the store together. On the way, Deegan turned with a curious look and asked, What do you need? Let me help you find it. Actually, just tell me your summons rank, and I will handle the rest. Dean replied, I just need some food for it. Deegan nodded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Oh, that is right up my alley. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake. By the way, what species is your summon? Dean hesitated for a moment before answering. It is a wyvern. In his heart, he thought, wow, Canis really does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets should be pretty similar. Hearing the answer, Deegan suddenly shouted, his voice full of excitement. A wyvern? A tier 3 summon? That high level? Seeing Deegan getting worked up, Dean quickly raised a hand to signal him, lowering his voice. Yeah, but she is still young, so please keep it a secret. Deegan was stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. Just then, the little wyvern named Canis, hiding inside Dean's shirt, started squirming and making tiny, curious noises. Deegan, still bursting with excitement, continued, A wyvern. Right, then, soft food is the optimal choice. Even though they are voracious eaters, in just about a week, you can start switching them to meat. Dean nodded slightly, unable to help feeling impressed. He really is a true expert. But how on earth did this guy fail the exam? When they stepped into the shop, a bustling atmosphere immediately surrounded them. Diggin quickly scanned the shelves, then nimbly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dean with a triumphant smile. Found it. This one is made from 17 rare ingredients, and this is a special soft mix with milk. You should take both. Dean accepted the 2 bags of food, beaming with a radiant smile. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I got everything I needed. Otherwise, I would not have known how to manage. Seeing Dean acting so polite, Deegan frowned slightly and asked, "Is that all you need? Do you want anything else?" Dean shook his head. "This is enough for now." Deegan enthusiastically suggested, "Since we are already here, why not look around a bit more? There are plenty of useful items here." The two strolled leisurely through the store, admiring the countless magical items on display, from shimmering outfits and colorful support potions to magical staves glowing with brilliant light. Suddenly, Dean stopped. His eyes lit up as he saw a magnificent magic staff right in front of him. He exclaimed, "This one looks pretty interesting, does it not?" But at that exact moment, a warning voice rang out from the side. "Hold on. That is not an item for beginners. Your summoning skills are not even mastered yet, and you are already looking for weapons? Careful or you will get hit by a mana curse. Step back, now." Right next to the staff was a carefully posted warning sign. "Absolutely do not touch, especially new students. We are not responsible for any consequences." Deegan nodded in confirmation. "That is right, Dean. This staff is usually only for 4th-year students and up. Just touching it will drain all your mana." Yet Dean did not seem to care in the slightest. He thought, "What is the big deal? The more forbidden it is, the more I want to try it." Ignoring every warning, Dean reached out and grabbed the scepter. The shopkeeper panicked and shouted, "Hey, new student, do not touch that. It is dangerous." But before the man could finish his sentence, Dean had already gripped the staff tightly. The orb at the top of the staff suddenly emitted a mystical glow. Dean smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "It is thirsty for mana." Without hesitation, he immediately poured mana into the staff, feeling a surge of power swirling inside. The shopkeeper's eyes popped out in shock as he stammered, "What? What the hell just happened? Did the staff just absorb enough mana and stabilize?" He told himself, even with abundant mana, almost no one can control this staff. Dean kept a calm expression, smiling as he remarked, "This is not too bad, is it?" Deegan, standing next to him, could not hide his utter astonishment. "Dean, I knew you were good, but you really are a genius with no equal." The shopkeeper stepped closer, hands on his hips, his tone full of annoyance. "Are you really a first-year student? I have never met anyone like you." Dean just smiled slightly and replied, "Ah, I am Denogress, the senior's younger brother." Hearing that name, the shopkeeper flinched, his tone changing instantly. "Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department? I underestimated you. If only you had said so sooner. I would have given you much better advice." Dean gave a forced smile, thinking, his attitude changed faster than a spinning top. The shopkeeper continued, "So, do you plan to buy this staff?" Dean shook his head, carefully placing the staff back in its spot. "Ah, no. It looks quite troublesome, and it cannot handle as much mana as I would like." The shopkeeper was surprised. "Huh? This staff is more than enough for 5th-year students." Dean eyes a magic staff. A thought crosses his mind. It feels like trying to pour an entire well into a tiny teapot, completely unworthy of his power. He makes his choice. "I'll just take these bags of feed. That's all I need." The shopkeeper mutters, "Are all the children of House Strauss this eccentric? Your sister was exactly the same." Dean asks, "What about my sister?" The man replies, "Everyone else was dying to try this staff, but Clara flat out refused, said it didn't look classy enough." Dean raises an eyebrow, then nods. "Yep, that sounds exactly like her." He and Gron pay up and exit the shop. The owner watches their silhouettes fade into the distance. He mutters to himself, "Why do all these geniuses have such strange quirks?" Outside, Dean finds a quiet, secluded corner. He carefully places the 2 bags of food in front of little Canas, who is squirming impatiently inside his coat. "There. Is it good?" "Slow down, little one. You'll choke if you eat that fast." Suddenly, a strange noise echoes from a narrow alley nearby. The clatter of breaking objects makes Dean freeze. He frowns. "What's going on?" A voice shouts from the alley. "Keep your head down, you brat. Beat him to a pulp." Another voice sneers. "Useless coward. A few punches and you can't even open your mouth?" Dean narrows his eyes, a bad feeling rising in his chest. The insults keep coming. "Nobody's here to save you today. You're out of luck. I'm not afraid of you guys anymore." Dean's heart skips a beat. Wait, that voice belongs to Ernest. He spins around immediately. There, Ernest is cornered by 3 thugs. The boy looks indescribably pathetic. The redhead, clearly the leader, sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. Did you hear that? He says he's not afraid of us. The goon next to him guffaws, talks big, but he's shaking like a leaf. Ernest grits his teeth, fists clenched. These bastards. They waited until I was alone to gang up on me. Another member of the group pipes up, his tone full of arrogance. Who wants the first hit? Not a soul around to help him. The other grins wickedly. Let me. My jaw still hurts from last time. All 3 advance aggressively. Terrified but desperate, Ernest tries to take a stance. He roars, "Stay back." The trio bursts into mocking laughter. "Ha, this loser actually thinks he can fight back? You got lucky once and now you think you're tough?" Deep despair begins to swallow Ernest whole. It's over. What can I even do? But in that exact moment, the sharp sound of footsteps cuts through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. You lot again? The blonde thug spins around, eyes widening in shock as he recognizes the newcomer. He screams, panic lacing his voice. Dean strolls forward calmly, offering a faint smile and a casual wave. Yo. To Ernest, Dean's arrival is like a lifeline in a raging storm. His eyes light up, voice trembling with emotion. Dean, the bullies start muttering nervously. What the hell? You said no one was coming. One grumbles, while another snaps back. Who cares about that now? Get the weapon out. Dean glances at them, thinking, this is going to be a pain. He scans the area, muttering to himself. There's really no one else around, is there? Good. Time to teach you a lesson. A massive surge of mana erupts from Dean. In an instant, countless energy spears materialize in midair, all pointed straight at the thugs. One of them shrieks in terror. What the hell is that? He can use magic too? The buzzcut thug stammers, trembling. I thought House Strauss was famous for spear arts. The redhead scowls, barking furiously. You idiot? Did you forget who we're dealing with? Even Ernest gasps in surprise. Dean stares coldly at the cowering bullies, the deadly spears hovering in silence. He speaks calmly. All right, you have 2 choices. 1. Leave quietly. 2. Get beaten so bad your own mothers won't recognize you. The bullies' faces go deathly pale, sheer terror gripping their hearts. Suddenly, the stone wall beside them riddles with countless cracks, as if pierced by an invisible force. The ground suffers the same fate, shattering into pieces. The bullies lie flat on the ground, groaning in agony. Ernest, still shaking, limps over. Thank you, Dean. I can't stop shaking. Dean smiles reassuringly. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. He looked at her with a serious expression. Let's train together from now on. Surprised, asked, Say what? Dean repeated. You said you wanted to beat Braun, right? He continued, so I'm gonna help you get stronger. Smiled. Haha, I always rely on you, don't I? Dean turned to ask, by the way, have you joined a club yet? Ernest shook his head. Not yet. I've been searching everywhere, but I can't find a single exploration or archaeology club. Dean frowned, confused. Really? I thought for sure there'd be one. Ernest explained, there's a map research group in our course, but that's a mandatory subject, not a voluntary club. I even checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they just use them as an excuse to slack off. It's honestly disappointing. Hearing this, Dean rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Seems like most people just want an easy ride, huh? Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, but why the sudden interest? You planning to join one? Dean replied, I just noticed everyone recruiting freshmen so aggressively. Made me wonder if it's actually important. Ernest explained, they say you have to choose carefully. Once you join, you can't switch for 2 whole years. He gave a wry smile. The rules are stricter than I thought. Pick the wrong one, and you waste 2 years of your life. At that moment, the campus courtyard was flooded with colorful signs recruiting members for various clubs. From the Gourmet Dessert Society to the Ancient Book Discussion Club, everything was there. Suddenly, Dean stopped walking. He turned to Ernest and dropped a bombshell. How about we just start our own club? Ernest gaped at him. What? What kind of club? Dean grinned. A club where we can do whatever the hell we want. Ernest looked bewildered. What does that even mean? Dean explained. I mean, we can train, explore ancient ruins, and when we're free, we just hang out and eat. Total freedom, no rules. What do you think? Ernest's eyes lit up, and he agreed instantly. I'm in. Hanging out with you is guaranteed to be a blast. But his excitement faltered as a thought struck him. Wait, will the Academy actually approve a club like that? Dean replied confidently. Don't worry, leave it to me. Ernest nodded. If you say so, I believe you. But what brought this on all of a sudden? Dean smiled. Those recruitment pitches are annoying. I get tired of turning them down every single time. Since none of them interest me, I might as well make my own. Ernest asked, if I join, can I learn more spear or sword techniques? Dean smirked. Of course, that's a given. Who knows, you might even discover some hidden talent. Ernest beamed. That's awesome. We'll definitely learn a lot from each other. Then he remembered something. But don't we need at least 3 members to start a club? Dean nodded. We have Lila, don't we? He continued. Speaking of her, let's go ask her right now. The scene shifts to the club registration office. The trio walked together, chatting excitedly. Ernest spoke up. So we just hand in this form here, right? Layla cheered enthusiastically. Sounds super simple. Let's fill it out, quick. Dean glanced at her, thinking, classic Lila. She ditched the dessert exploration club just to hang with us. Layla turned to them, grinning. Though I gotta admit, a club that meets weekly just to taste sweets does sound tempting. Dean nodded. We can do that too if you want. Ernest quickly chimed in. I love desserts too. We can do whatever we like. Dean added. If you want to network with seniors, that's fine too. But sticking with us is enough. Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied, flashing a bright, sunny smile. The 3 of them filled out the application form and brought it to the office for confirmation. Suddenly, Layla shrieked. What? The rules changed? A blonde girl pushed up her glasses and explained. Correct. The academy currently has over 3,000 clubs. Most are inactive and impossible to manage. Starting this year, new clubs require approval, not just registration. Dean frowned slightly. So, what do we need to do to get approved? Layla sighed. Oh my God. Talk about bad timing. The blonde girl continued. You need a letter of recommendation from an official professor. Do you want the form? Dean nodded. Just give me the form for now. The 3 of them then left the room. Layla groaned. We're freshmen. Where are we supposed to get a recommendation letter? Ernest nodded in agreement. Seriously, we haven't even met most of the professors yet, Layla added. And we can't just grab some random teacher and ask for a signature. Dean smiled mysteriously. Actually, I already have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison. What? Who? We're just first years. They'll barely even look at us. Dean flashed a confident grin. Just trust me. Ernest and Layla stared at him, wide-eyed and speechless. The scene shifts to the office of Professor Kentus, a man famous for his free-spirited style. Dean sat down to present their club plan. After a while, Dean thought to himself, damn it, he said he'd listen, but why is he making this so difficult? Kentus spoke up, his tone absent-minded. So, why are you here? Dean replied. Professor, we actually want to start a club. Kentus looked surprised. Oh, sounds interesting. What kind of club? Dean smiled. A club that combines sword training, exploring the academy, and fun adventures. But we need approval now. We require a letter of recommendation from a professor. Kentus raised an eyebrow. A recommendation letter? Dean nodded. Yes. We're looking for a great professor to sign it for us. Hearing this, Kentus stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, find a professor? You came all the way here to see me, yet you still have the nerve to say that? You little brat, do you really think you can find a better professor than me? Isn't there a perfectly good one standing right in front of you? Why look any further? I'll recommend you myself, Dean replied with feigned hesitation. But Professor, you're always so busy. I was afraid I'd be a bother. Kentus waved it off. Now, what do I need to do? Dean smiled brightly. Really? Then please, sign right here. He quickly pulled the registration form from his jacket and presented it. Kentus happily took the pen, signing the form with a flourish. My only student wants to start a club? Of course, I have to support you with everything I've got. Thank you so much, Professor. Mission accomplished, Dean immediately went to regroup with Layla. Layla cheered in pure excitement. I can't believe we got the recommendation letter that fast. Are you close with the professor or something? Ernest chimed in, still stunned. We didn't even get a chance to say a word. Holding the letter, Dean grinned. I just pretended to ask about swordsmanship. Luckily, I managed to get on his good side. Ernest nodded. Well, either way, I'm just glad we succeeded. Layla patted her chest, beaming. So, are we really doing this? We're actually starting a club? Dean nodded. Now we just need to submit the application. I'm actually really excited. This is going to be an amazing experience. Something to remember, Ernest exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Dean pulled out a pristine sheet of white paper and spoke up. Now, the most important thing is that we need a name for the official registration. What do you guys think? What name would fit us best? Ernest emphasized his point of view immediately. A name isn't just a label. It has to represent our identity and our image. This is a critically important decision. Layla nodded in agreement, adding, I don't want anything too naive, childish, or completely meaningless either. The 2 of them started scratching their heads, muttering random, half-formed names. What on earth should we call it? Why is this so hard? Watching the scene, Dean smiled discreetly, thinking to himself that they were truly serious and pouring their hearts into this. Suddenly, a strange sensation crept through Dean's body. He glanced down, muttering in surprise, Canis, you're waking up now? The little dragon started squirming and moving around his body, creating an indescribable restlessness. Dean whispered softly, trying to keep his cool. Not right now, Canas, okay? Just then, Layla spoke up. Dean, have you thought of a name yet? Dean answered dismissively. Honestly, I'm fine with whatever. Layla looked baffled. Excuse me? You're the one who started all this, and you don't have a single idea? Suddenly, she pointed at Dean's shirt, her eyes widening. Hey, there's a lump in your shirt. What is that? Fearing his secret was about to be exposed, Dean panicked internally. I haven't even had a chance to introduce her yet, he stammered. Well, this is. Layla's curious gaze was glued to him, not wavering for a second. She pressed on relentlessly. What are you hiding in there? Suddenly, Dean's shirt button popped open, and a small figure shot out. It was Canas. The mischievous little dragon had escaped her confinement. Seeing the adorable little dragon, Layla's eyes went wide with shock. Her jaw dropped. Dean could only give a wry smile, groaning internally. Well, the cat's out of the bag now. Layla immediately pointed an accusing finger. What is that? Is that a summoned beast? Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me the egg you got from Clara actually hatched? The little dragon hovered over Dean's shoulder, letting out a cute growl. He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, she just hatched not too long ago. Her name is Canas. Ernest greeted her cheerfully. Hello, Canas. Long time no see. Layla whipped around, her voice filled with indignation. Ernest, you knew about this too? Dean hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important than Canas right now. Let's just think about it on the way to the registry. At the registration office, the blonde girl in charge held up the application form. She frowned as she read aloud. The Magic, Summoning, Spearmanship, and Swordsmanship Exploration Club. The three of them just looked at each other with awkward smiles. The name couldn't possibly be any more literal. She asked again to confirm. Are you guys absolutely sure you want to use this name? Dean nodded firmly. Yes, please approve it for us. Once the application was stamped, the three of them left the office. Layla turned to scold Dean immediately. Dean, from now on, you are never allowed to name anything ever again. Dean frowned, looking unconvinced. What? I thought it sounded fine. Layla practically shouted. No! It is not fine at all. Ernest quickly stepped in to mediate. Haha, don't worry too much. We can always change the name later. The scene shifts to Professor Tamarick's office. Someone stepped inside and asked, I hope I'm not disturbing you by dropping by at this hour, Professor? Tamarick replied with a friendly smile. Haha, not at all. Madam Dean. The visitor was none other than Jen Pinesso. She sat down gracefully and inquired, How has your work been going lately, Professor? There are many talented students, but I fear the faculty might be getting overloaded with the sheer number of them. Tamarick replied. She pressed on, emphasizing her point. In particular, I've heard rumors of one student who stands head and shoulders above the rest. Tamarick stammered slightly. Ah, yes, that is indeed true. He thought to himself, did word from the classroom really spread that fast? Jen Pinesso picked up her teacup. She continued, I've heard some fascinating rumors coming out of your class. Now, I have no intention of meddling in your teaching methods. I'm simply a little curious, that's all. Tam replied instantly. No, of course not. There's no issue whatsoever. As the dean, it's only natural for you to be concerned about the general state of affairs. He set his teacup down and went on. There is one student who stands out, someone even more exceptional than Clara. It came as quite a shock, honestly. Jen Pinesso smiled knowingly. You must be referring to Din Gress, correct? I was the one who approved his admission, after all. She pressed on. Rumor has it you've promised to write him a letter of recommendation. Is that true? Tam nodded respectfully. Yes, Dean, that is correct. Jen Pinesso continued smoothly. Since the special admission process requires 2 letters of recommendation, I've decided I shall write the second one myself. Tam couldn't hide his surprise. You? Personally? She chuckled. The boy clearly possesses extraordinary talent. How could I possibly sit back and do nothing? Tam fell silent, his thoughts racing. What a cunning snake. She's trying to snatch everything for herself. He clenched his fists, muttering under his breath. Of course. She's always been like this. I underestimated her greed. Jen Pinesso's voice cut through his thoughts. Professor Tamarick, is something troubling you? Tam flinched, answering quickly. No, not at all. Jen Pinesso stared straight into his eyes. Is that so? Well, when you finish your letter, bring it to me. I want to see it. After all, we should be completely transparent with each other regarding this matter. Tam frowned slightly, the tension rising. Of course, Dean. As you wish. Having achieved her goal, Jen Pinesso stood up. I'll be taking my leave then. Watching her walk away, Tamarick gritted his teeth, his expression dark, his fists clenched until they trembled. Do you really think I'll just sit here and let everything go your way? She's trying to poach Din for herself. But I won't let that happen this time. I have to secure that genius before she does. The scene shifts to the campus grounds. Din muttered to himself as he walked. Let's see. I only have history of the Empire's founding left today, right? He sighed. I've still got some time. Maybe I'll go grab a tart or something. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, Din Gress. Din turned around to find a beautiful blonde girl he had never seen before. Who are you? He asked. She replied politely. Greetings. I am a messenger sent by Professor Jen Pinzo. The dean of the summoning department has requested your presence. Why does the dean want to see me? He asked. The blonde girl answered, she only mentioned a letter of recommendation, and that she requires you to come immediately. Shall we go? Din nodded slowly. Ah, a letter of recommendation. I see. But internally, he was wary. A sudden summons like this. Something feels off. The Imperial Academy has long been known as the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, a place where the flames of academic passion burn eternally bright. It is infamous for its fierce competition far exceeding any expectations, especially the shadowy power struggles between the professors. A department's influence dictates not only the budget they receive, but also the quality of equipment and facilities they are privileged to use. Here, the big three swordsmanship, magic, and summoning always command the largest share of the funding. A professor's reputation and standing fluctuate accordingly, directly impacting the core responsibilities and power they hold. Inside the summoning dean's office, Jen Pinso gazed out the window. She muttered to herself, we can't be stuck in third place forever. I refuse to keep losing to those arrogant fools. She mused, if that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass the magic department. The only obstacle is Professor Kentas from the interdisciplinary department. However, since his sister Clara is already studying here, he'll find it hard to refuse our offer. I just need to spark his interest in summoning, and the opportunity will be mine. Suddenly, a voice called out from the hallway. Professor, I've brought Din. Jen Pinso responded immediately. Come in. She put on a warm smile as they entered. Life at the academy must be quite hectic, isn't it? With talent like yours, Din, I imagine you're being courted by quite a few departments. Din replied humbly. I still have much to learn, so I'm approaching everything with the mindset of a beginner. Jen Pinso nodded approvingly. Humility and a thirst for knowledge. Those are rare and precious qualities. Is there any particular subject that has caught your interest? Din chuckled softly. Haha, I haven't settled on anything specific yet. For now, I just want to do my best in everything. Jen Pinzo nodded slowly, striving for all-around excellence. Truly the spirit of a passionate student. Do you know why I summoned you here? Din shook his head, feigning ignorance. She continued, I heard something miraculous occurred during Professor Tamarek's class. You successfully summoned a Genfu, and even managed to establish an enhancement link. With skills that exceptional, how could a dean like myself possibly sit idly by? She smiled warmly. Given your extraordinary abilities, you should participate in the Academy's special admission exam. He replied, Thank you for your high regard, Professor. Dean Jen Pinso continued. Professor Tamarek and I have both agreed to write special letters of recommendation for you. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever written a recommendation for a student outside the summoning department. But your talent is a rarity I simply cannot ignore. She frowned slightly, getting straight to the point. Why don't you try digging deeper into summoning? Dean looked surprised. Summoning? She nodded. Honestly, someone qualified for the special admission exam doesn't need lessons. But with talent like yours, I want to teach you myself. Dean fell into deep thought. If the department head is asking personally, the summoning department must really be starving for talent. He replied politely, I really appreciate your kindness, Professor. But regarding the club, I've already started one with some friends. Jane Panessa was startled. What? Already? Even with the strict new rules? Dean smiled. Yes, it wasn't easy. But luckily, Professor Kentas wrote us a recommendation letter. Jane's eyes went wide. She whispered, That damn Kentas? He never comes to meetings, always slacking off, yet he beat me to the punch? Well, congratulations on the club. Come visit my lab whenever you're free. She thought to herself, I'll just cast the bait for now. She added, I have rare treasures, like unhatched spirit beast eggs. Just one is worth an entire castle. Dean flinched, hand instinctively touching his coat. He thought, crap, I'm already raising one. He replied, Spirit beast eggs? I'll definitely come take a look. Jane Panesso smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about the recommendation letter. Professor Tamarek and I will handle it. If you have any questions about the exam, ask me anytime. Dean beamed. Thank you for your concern, Professor. She picked up a cookie. Have some dessert while we chat. The dish you brought looks delicious. While eating, she muttered internally. Tamarek is probably planning to beat me to it again. I need to write that letter fast. Can't wait to see the look on their faces. The next day, Clara met Dean. Dean, Professor Jane Panesso just contacted me. Dean was puzzled. You? Why? Clara nodded. Yeah. After the recommendation letter was sent, the Summoning Association contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dean was shocked. That fast? He muttered. Too fast. Clearly, they're eager to recruit me. Clara's eyes widened. Professor Jane really likes you. What did you do to make someone as strict as her take such an interest? Dean gave a wry smile. I don't know either. Maybe just because I'm the top student. Clara continued. Anyway, you're about to be called for the exam. Back in my day, we had to summon 3 spirits at once, maintain them, and perform a reinforced link. Dean was horrified. 3 at once? This is a big deal, he muttered. Clara passed the special exam when she was only 16. Clara explained further. Yeah, but no one knows what this exam will be like. They don't announce it beforehand. Even with Professor Jane's letter and your qualifications, there's conflict within the Summoning Association. Dean asked, internal infighting? Clara clarified. You might not know, but Professor Jane has refused the association many times, so they don't like her. They won't let her have an advantage easily. Dean pondered. So the exam might be harder because of that? Clara nodded. It's possible, but I'm not too worried about you. If you get hurt by their politics, I'd feel terrible. Dean smiled to reassure her. Don't worry, sis. That won't happen. He thought, I have no intention of falling into their traps. 2 days later, the association's inspection team arrived, led by Chairman Elgar Poten. He spoke up. Long time no see. Professor Jane Panesso. She replied. You're still healthy, I assume? Elgar nodded. Yes. So, just how talented is this student you recommended? Jane replied calmly. Apologies, Chairman. His talent is so exceptional, I couldn't just ignore it. Elgar continued. You should have taken the seat in the association when we offered. Could have handled this quickly. Jane gave a polite laugh. You know I value my responsibilities at the academy. If I took a position in the association, I couldn't devote myself to the academy. She gritted her teeth internally. Think I don't know you're trying to expand your faction's power? Your association's greed nearly got me killed on those reckless missions. She turned around. Follow me, Chairman. We can talk as we walk. Elgar nodded. Very well. He thought, the letter was sent, so I'll play along. But I don't like this kid one bit. On the way, Elgar asked, that boy is Dean Gress, Clara's younger brother, correct? Jane replied, yes, a true talent of the Gress bloodline. Elgar continued, I heard he summoned a grade 5 Genfu, performed a reinforced link, and multi-linked spirits during the interdisciplinary exam. Jane Panesso nodded in confirmation. That is correct. He turns to her, eyes wide with disbelief. That kind of potential. It's phenomenal. Enough to shake the entire guild. Even for the House of Sess, I never expected the younger brother to eclipse his predecessor. You think he's already on par with Gadaran? Jen Pineso forces a polite, skeptical smile. I can't say if he's reached Gadaran's level yet. But watch closely, and you'll understand. Elga furrows his brow, voice cold. We will be evaluating this with extreme strictness. Special admission exams have always been this way. Jane Panesso nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. The sudden arrival of the Summoning Association sent a ripple of whispers through the academy students. One student gasped, Say what? The Summoning Association is here? What for? Another replied, I heard Deno Gress received a special recommendation letter. A third student cut in eagerly. Oh, that first year who shocked everyone in Professor Tamarick's class. The one who actually managed to buff a spirit beast? A jealous student shouted out. It's terrifying. Is there anything related to summoning that guy isn't good at? Moments later, Jane Panesso and Elgar arrived at the entrance of the summoning department. She spoke cheerfully. All right, this is where the exam takes place. Elgar glanced at the department's emblem and muttered, Very well. Let's head inside. Inside the testing hall, shafts of light pierced through the shutters, illuminating the vast chamber. At that moment, Dean stood alone in the center of the arena. He spoke with a clear, resonant voice. With absolute confidence, I am the youngest son of Count Strauss, Lord of the Southern Territory, and Patriarch of the Strauss family. My name is Dane Strauss. It is an honor to meet you. As the words left his lips, a confident, proud smile played across his face. Seeing this, Elgar muttered internally, truly impressive. It is hard to believe he is only 14 years old, yet possesses such a commanding aura. Now I understand why they were in such a rush to send that recommendation letter. Elgar stroked his chin and spoke up. I am Elgar Poten, Chairman of the Summoners Association. I have heard a great deal about you. You have received no shortage of praise. But be warned, this test will not be easy. Dean did not flinch in the slightest. He replied instantly, Yes, I am fully prepared. He muttered internally. He's pretending to be friendly, but there is no joy in his eyes. Elgar turned to the assistants behind him and commanded, "Enough talk. Begin immediately. Everyone, get ready." The two standing behind him responded instantly, "Yes, sir." Standing in the back, Jane Panesso frowned slightly and whispered, "I wonder what kind of challenge the chairman has prepared for us." Fixing his gaze on Dean, Elgar announced, "Whether you pass or fail will be decided entirely by me. If you object to this, you may withdraw from the exam right now." Dean replied calmly, "I accept the terms." He continued, "During the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. Furthermore, if the exam is deemed unfair, the results will be voided. Your qualification as a summoner could be revoked. Keep that in mind." Dean responded flatly, "Understood." Elgar nodded. "Good. Then I shall wait and see just what makes you so special." Immediately after, he raised his hand high and declared, "Let the exam begin." The officials surrounding him moved, and instantly, a brilliant summoning magic circle appeared before each of them. Immediately, the circles began to siphon all surrounding energy, reinforcing the magic structure, making it grow even more potent and authoritative. Witnessing this, Dean muttered to himself, "So, these are the magic circles." Suddenly, they vibrated, emitting a strange resonance, before a powerful wave of energy exploded outward, engulfing the entire testing area. Witnessing the spectacle, both Dean and Jane Panesso furrowed their brows. Jane thought, "They've activated the magic circles, so this is it." Instantly, the surrounding mana surged toward Elgar. He slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a deep, solemn tone, "Answer my call." As the words fell, a torrent of mana surged violently from his magic circle. Then, a colossal, ferocious creature with the head of a lion emerged in all its majesty. Sensing the immense mana radiating outward, Dean whispered, "Just as I predicted, the chairman's mana is truly terrifying. I didn't expect the exam to be on this scale." His eyes widened, locking onto the creature before him. He analyzed silently. This monster is far more dangerous than a normal summon. Arcs of lightning, charged with massive amounts of mana, crackled continuously around it, creating an aura of extreme danger for anyone facing it. Seeing the terrifying beast, Jane Panesso, standing in the back, gasped in shock. "It can't be. A Tier 3 summon. That is Antares." Antares clenched its massive fists, threw its head back, and unleashed a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The mana pressure around it exploded violently, kicking up a blinding storm of dust and debris across the entire exam grounds. Jane had to wrap her arms around herself to withstand the crushing pressure. Dean thought to himself, "Now I understand why my sister was so worried about me." Watching the ferocious summoned beast, Elgar crossed his arms and spoke calmly. "Since you are a genius, surely this level of difficulty is appropriate for someone of your caliber, is it not?" He raised an eyebrow and continued, "You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your objective is to subdue Antares by any means possible." Elgar glanced at the summoned beast facing Dean and added, "This is the requirement for the special admission exam." Witnessing this, Jane Panesso gritted her teeth, her heart swelling with anger. That old man clearly wants to see him fail. He just wants to humiliate him. Elgar spoke with a provocative tone. "But with your exceptional talent, surely this is nothing to worry about. Of course, if you are afraid, you can still withdraw right now." Dean replied instantly, without a hint of hesitation. "No. I will proceed with the exam exactly as planned." Seeing this, Elgar smiled faintly. "Very well. I will give you a moment to prepare." Down in the arena, Jin reaches into his dimensional pocket, rummaging around for something specific. He mutters internally, a smirk forming. "Perfect. I've got just the thing for a mess like this." He pulls out a weapon, whispering to himself, "The spear father gave me for my 7th birthday. Finally, a chance to dust it off." Jin eyes the massive beast. With that size, it's bound to be full of openings. "I'll hit hard and fast, then back off." Watching Jin's stance, Elga's frown deepens. He's using a spear? True to the blood of House Sess, indeed. His gaze darts to the corner of the arena. Professor Tamarick and a group of students are approaching, eager to witness Jin's evaluation. Seeing the setup, Tamarick's jaw drops, stammering in disbelief. "What the hell is this? Pitting a student against a Tier 3 beast? That's insanity." Hearing the familiar voice, Jen Pinoso glances back. Looks like Professor Tamarick has arrived. He's definitely going to object to this. Elga doesn't even bother turning around. It doesn't matter. The boy is ready. Let it begin. His expression hardens instantly. He thrusts a hand forward, barking the command. "Antares, obliterate the enemy before you." The moment the order drops, Antares grinds its teeth, eyes glowing a bloodthirsty red. It explodes off the ground, charging straight for Jin with terrifying force. Jin remains dead calm, waiting for the beast to close the distance. He mutters, "All right then, come and get it." The monster accelerates, lunging at Jin. But in a flash, Jin's spear dances. With masterful precision, he effortlessly parries the creature's violent onslaught. Then, with a blur of speed, he dashes past, positioning himself right behind the beast. The casual look vanishes from Jin's face. His eyes sharpen. He's taking this fight seriously now. Elga stands frozen, stunned by the display. His heart hammers against his ribs, threatening to burst out of his chest. Even Jen Pinoso, famous for her icy composure, widens her eyes, her face betraying pure shock at what she just witnessed. Tamarick stands there, mouth agape. His eyes sparkle with a mix of disbelief and swelling pride. The students beside him are equally paralyzed. Dongthan screams out in sheer excitement. "Oh my God, did you see that movement?" Their shouts echo through the stands, charged with adrenaline. Back in the arena, Jin remains unnervingly calm. He stomps his foot down, grounding himself, and twirls the spear with practiced ease to reset his balance. Facing the colossal monster, his eyes shine with confidence. The corner of his mouth quirks up into a faint smirk. That hellish special training, he thinks, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. It actually paid off. Antares roars in fury, eyes burning with hateful fire. Without hesitation, it charges Jin again, swinging a massive claw in a devastating arc. The blow carries enough power to tear through space itself, but Jin doesn't flinch. His gaze remains icy, unwavering. Just as the attack is about to connect, he pivots. A smooth, gentle sidestep, and he dodges with terrifying ease. Antares' fist slams into the ground. Debris flies everywhere, the earth cracking open as if hit by an earthquake. The crowd holds its breath, hearts pounding in their throats at the destruction. The beast spins and accelerates, unleashing a barrage of heavy strikes. Yet, Jin neutralizes every single one with effortless grace. While dodging, Jin thinks to himself, genuinely impressed. Wow, no wonder it's a tier 3. For something that massive to move that fast, it's incredible. Admiration mixes with caution, sharpening his focus even further. Suddenly, Antares freezes. Its eyes widen, blazing with rage. It lets out a sky-shaking roar, a sound that threatens to swallow the world whole. Crimson rings of fire materialize around its hands, spinning with violent intensity. It raises its arms, condensing the energy into a massive fireball. The heat is terrifying, scorching the very air around them. Jin remains unfazed. He twirls his spear, the movement fluid and rhythmic, like a deadly dance. Mana flows from his core into the weapon. The spear begins to glow with a pale blue light, shimmering like magical flame. Antares hurls the giant fireball. Jin doesn't dodge. He raises his spear, using it as a shield, standing firm against the incoming firestorm. Up in the stands, Jen Pinso screams, her voice trembling. Is he crazy? He's going to take that hit head on? Her eyes are wide with panic. Beside her, Elga strokes his chin, brows furrowed in deep thought. Even with mana reinforcement, he thinks, taking Antares head on is suicide. Well, perhaps this test ends sooner than I thought. Jin holds his defensive stance, rock steady. Then suddenly, he spins the spear with explosive force. With one decisive strike, he launches himself forward, piercing straight through the heart of Antares' blazing attack. The flames die down, leaving nothing but a thick veil of smoke and dust. Dean stands his ground, his breathing steady, but in his mind, he admits that was close. Too close. He almost blew it. A wave of relief washes over him, mingled with lingering tension that sends his heart racing. Facing Antares, Dean tightens his grip on the spear. His gaze sharpens, locking onto his target with absolute resolve. All right, he thinks. Time to end this. He drops his center of gravity, crouching low like a panther ready to pounce. Mana surges from his core, flooding into the spear until it hums with power. Then, with the speed of a lightning bolt, Dean launches himself straight at Antares. The beast senses him instantly. It clenches its massive fist and slams it into the ground with earth-shattering force. The earth cracks, sending debris flying. But Dean is already gone. In a blur, he reappears right at Antares' flank. The spear tip gleams as he drives it straight toward the beast's abdomen. Dean's eyes turn cold as ice, the image of his old master flashing through his mind. He tells himself, I'm going to use exactly what Master taught me. Focus the mana at the tip. Create a massive, single-point explosion. He channels every ounce of power into the spearhead and thrusts with devastating force. The spear pierces Antares' stomach, triggering a deafening explosion that shakes the very earth. The beast roars in agony, but Dean doesn't let up. He grips the shaft tighter, driving it deeper into the monster's gut. Mana gathers at the tip once more, detonating a second explosion that tears a massive chunk out of the beast's midsection. Seeing the damage, Dean cracks a faint smile. He maintains the pressure, making Antares howl as its entire massive frame trembles violently. Up in the stands, Tamarick is sweating bullets. His hands are clenched tight, his heart torn between anxiety and swelling pride for his student's power. Beside him, Elga can't hide his shock, his eyes gleaming with pure admiration. The students erupt into cheers, their voices buzzing with excitement. That was incredible. The spirit beast's attack is practically unstoppable. What kind of mana was that? The applause is deafening, but suddenly, crimson mana surges from Antari's wound, knitting the destroyed flesh back together. The monster throws its head back and unleashes a roar of pure fury. The sound shakes the heavens. Its eyes snap open, glowing blood red. It slams a fist into the ground, cracking the bedrock and sending up a blinding cloud of dust. Sensing the danger, Dean leaps back instantly, but then his eyes go wide and he shouts in panic, "My spear!" The weapon is still lodged deep in Antares' body. Outside, Kentis comes sprinting in, muttering to himself, "Damn it, tell me I'm not late. Why the hell would they hold the exam in the middle of nowhere like this?" He bursts through the doors and freezes. His eyes bulge at the scene unfolding before him. He grits his teeth, his gaze locked on the shimmering mana barrier ahead. His voice trembles with disbelief. A high-level barrier for an exam? What on earth did they summon? Inside the barrier, Antares roars again, a sound that tears through the air. Kentis' face goes dark, his heart pounding in shock. He clenches his fists and screams, his voice dripping with outrage. What? A Tier 3 Antares? Inside the arena, Antares rips Dean's spear out and flings it away. It skids across the ground, carving deep scratches into the stone. The wound from the spear is still oozing blood, refusing to heal immediately. The monster growls, its bloodshot eyes glaring at Dean as if it wants to devour him whole. Dean stands his ground, muttering internally with a hint of respect. It took a hit like that and is still standing? Tough bastard. He realizes the spear isn't going to cut it anymore. He flicks his wrist, his eyes flashing with decision. "Sorry, Dad. Looks like I have to use the sword after all." In one smooth motion, Dean draws the blade from his hip. He stares down Antares, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Let's start round 2. His move stuns the entire stadium. Elga strokes his chin, eyes twinkling with curiosity. Huh, he's switching to a sword? Jen Pinso nods, deep in thought. Makes sense. It's an independent exam. A few surprises are to be expected. Elga nods in agreement, though he can't hide his amazement. True. But the scary part is how calm he is. That stance. He looks like a veteran who survived 1,000 battlefields. Standing behind them, Kentis narrows his eyes. His voice is absolute. Now, we're about to see what he's really capable of. In the arena, Antares charges, eyes burning with rage. Dean doesn't flinch. He stands firm, calmly parrying every savage strike the monster throws at him. After a flurry of exchanges, Dean leaps back, a realization hitting him. Not bad, he mutters, impressed. After weeks of fighting, it's switched from brute strength to speed. It's reacting perfectly to my moves. Antares doesn't let up, launching a frenzied assault. But Dean isn't someone who goes down easily. He stays ice cold, deflecting blow after blow. The moment he spots an opening, Dean slashes hard at Antares' arm, but the blade doesn't cut deep. He mutters, a hint of surprise in his voice. Both of his arms are engulfed in flames. Piercing through that defense with sword aura is going to be tough. Antares accelerates, his punches raining down like a violent storm. My mind races. I want to obliterate him with ancient magic, but there are too many eyes watching. I'll have to settle for this method instead. Up in the stands, Jenin Pinaso watches with a pale face, consumed by worry. She turned to Elga, her voice trembling. "Chairman, this is way too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us will escape the consequences." She pressed a hand to her chest, ready to trigger the forced recall. But Kentis appeared from behind and stopped her, his voice deep and confident. "Hold on. Just watch." Jen Pinzo spun around, startled. "Professor Kentis? When did you get here?" Kentis smiled, his eyes glinting with confidence. "I understand your concern, but it looks like Dean has already figured out a strategy." Down in the arena, Dean kept parrying Antares' relentless attacks. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. His eyes went wide, flashing with sharp determination. A magic circle materialized beneath his feet. Mana erupted in a brilliant burst as Dean surged toward Antares, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp slashes. Struck hard, the beast roared in agony, a harrowing sound that echoed through the hall as it stumbled, losing its balance. Its massive claws slammed into the ground. From the spectator stands, Elga gasped, his voice dripping with shock. Did he just combine swordsmanship and magic in that split second? Beside him, Kentis nodded slightly. It seems we would have needed to summon something even stronger to truly test him. Hearing that, Elga's face darkened instantly. He clenched his fists, cursing internally. Damn it. A Tier 3 summon should have been enough to crush him. How is he exceeding every single one of my predictions? In the vast expanse of the arena, Antares opened its gaping maw, menacingly, rings of crimson fire beginning to swirl around its jaws. Dean, maintaining an incredible sense of calm, smiled faintly and thought, a final, desperate struggle? He tightened his grip, his eyes flashing with steely resolve. I really didn't want to use this move. But it's time to end this. Directly above Dean, 3 spears enveloped in potent mana materialized, hovering in midair and radiating an ethereal glow. He stared straight at Antares, the corner of his mouth curling into a triumphant smile. Sensing the imminent danger, Antares threw its head back and unleashed a ferocious roar, a thunderous sound that shook the very earth. It unleashed a blinding pillar of fire straight at Dean, the searing heat threatening to incinerate everything in its path. But the moment the beast launched its decisive strike, Dean's 3 mana spears, cloaked in shimmering light, shot forward with terrifying velocity. Antares froze, its eyes widening in sheer shock. The 3 powerful spears pierced straight through Antares, leaving 3 gaping holes in its massive body. The beast was flung backward like a kite with a cut string, howling in agony. Dean stood tall in the center of the arena, his gaze cold and a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Up in the stands, Jen Pinaso turned to Elga, her voice filled with both anxiety and reproach. "Chairman, I think this exam has crossed the line." "Crossed the line? What do you mean by that?" She explained sharply. "No matter how talented he is, forcing a freshman to subdue a Tier 3 summon, do you honestly think that's reasonable?" He gave a stiff, awkward laugh, trying to diffuse the tension. "Haha, but the result turned out fine, didn't it?" Far from calming her down, his words only added fuel to Jen Pinaso's fury. "Fine? It was so fine that it's going to go down in Imperial history. A freshman using spears, magic swordsmanship, and even a forced link to subdue a Tier 3 summon. This is absolute insanity." After the intense battle, Dean calmly stowed his weapon into his subspace storage. Elga and Kentus exchanged frowns, their minds reeling with shock. That finishing move had been truly earth-shattering. But then, to their surprise, Dean walked up to Antares and reached out his hand. Everyone watched in awe. It was a resonance of power. Dean had established a forced link with Antares, completely neutralizing its hostility. In terms of both tactics and results, it was a flawless conclusion. Jen Pinaso was still fuming. If word of this gets out, people will call this exactly what it is, a rigged exam designed to fail him. Backed into a corner, Elga scrambled to explain. "Professor Pinaso, please. I had clear safety protocols in place." But that excuse didn't calm her down one bit. She shot to her feet, her voice sharp with accusation. "And yet, you just sat there while Dean faced that thing head-on?" Elga stammered, desperately searching for a justification. "That was." But before he could finish, Jen Pinaso glared at him, her tone steely. "As a professor, I cannot simply turn a blind eye to this, Chairman." Elga ground his teeth together, screaming internally with frustration. "Damn it, how did it come to this? My entire plan has gone up in smoke." Behind them, Kentus stood with his eyes closed, lost in silent contemplation. He muttered to himself, his voice thick with admiration. "I knew the boy was a genius. But to this extent?" From the very start, Dean moved like a seasoned veteran, not a freshman. Both Kentus and Jen Pinaso fixed their gaze on Dean, the same determined thought flashing through their minds. "I absolutely must make him my student." As the exam concluded, Elga stepped forward, his voice booming across the arena. "The test is over. Dean, you have passed the special examination with flying colors. We officially confer upon you the title of Summoner, along with this noble insignia. I hope you will continue to showcase your talents as a Summoner of the Empire. Now, step forward, accept the gold badge, and show your gratitude." Dean gazed at the golden badge before him, carved with intricate and strange runes, and muttered softly, "A gold badge is only awarded to those who pass the special exam. Pretty damn cool." Holding the badge in his hand, Dean fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising it high, channeling a massive surge of mana into it. He whispered, "Answer the call." Instantly, mana erupted violently from the badge, shooting straight into the sky and forming a gigantic, glowing magic circle. From within the circle, a tide of mana poured out, and something shot forth with incredible speed, leaving everyone stunned. Elga's eyes went wide as he shouted, "What in the world is that?" On the arena floor, a creature with long ears and stubby little legs suddenly appeared. It was a summoned beast that looked exactly like a tiny rabbit. But the status window displayed something very different. Enterma, rank 4 enhancement type summon, capable of drastically boosting the summoner's physical abilities. Looking at the tiny rabbit, Dean smiled, his tone full of amusement. "Top-tier stats, and pretty cute too." He approached and spoke gently, "Great to see you again, Enterma." The entire atmosphere froze. Everyone stood paralyzed, speechless at this unexpectedly adorable sight. Jen Pinaso turned to Kentas, who was also frozen in place, and thought, "It seems everyone is in shock." She glanced over at Dean, lost in thought. With this many witnesses, the entire academy is going to be in an uproar. Exactly as predicted, the school grounds were buzzing with endless gossip. One student shouted, "Is he really the one who passed the special exam?" Another replied, their voice filled with awe, What is going on with the Stress family? At this level, he's even surpassed his older sisters. Meanwhile, Dean, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus. Countless curious eyes followed their every move. Ernest turned to Layla, sounding completely bewildered. Layla, I seriously don't get it. How is this even possible? Layla crossed her arms and replied indifferently, don't try to understand logic. Just accept it, and you'll get used to it. The guy is practically from another world. Ernest changed the subject, his voice becoming more excited. Oh, right. I finished decoding the map. Layla's eyes lit up with joy. Really? You're amazing. Once the decoding is done, we'll hold the first meeting of our club. Hearing this, the whole group got excited. Layla grinned. That's awesome. I was getting bored to death. Ernest clenched his fist, his voice cheerful. I'll try to decode the rest even faster. Dean maintained a calm smile, thinking to himself, actually, I'm pretty curious about it too. Then he turned to the others. Professor Kentas is calling for me. I have to go. Catch you guys later. In the training room, Kentas was waiting. He looked at Dean, his voice deep but commanding. Antares is a terrifying summoned beast. There was once a summoner of the Rini Empire who called forth 2 of them. And it was a true nightmare. Just those 2 monsters took down 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dean startled slightly, thinking, I remember that. Rumor had it that Professor Kentas was also present at that battle. Kentas stepped closer, his sharp gaze locking onto Dean. And yet, you took down that creature without a single scratch. Dean scratched his head awkwardly. It was just luck, sir. Humility can sometimes be a double-edged sword that holds back your potential. To me, your decision to switch to the sword was an absolutely correct move. Hearing these words, Dean flinched, thinking to himself, this professor, he really isn't an ordinary man. Kentas slowly turned his back and walked away, his voice echoing steadily. You are only 14 years old, yet your mastery and bravery in swordsmanship have far surpassed your age. He paused, then lowered his voice. For that reason, I want to ask you one question. Are you willing to officially become my disciple and study advanced swordsmanship under me? The offer made the air in the room seem to stand still, and Dean's gaze instantly turned resolute. Now, sitting in his private room, Dean carefully penned every line of a letter to his family. In the letter he wrote, Dearest father and mother, I hope you are both in good health. The scorching heat of summer is nearly here. Today, just like any other, your youngest son is still immersed in the busy whirlwind of academy life. Oh, I have good news. I have successfully completed Professor Kentas's swordsmanship class that I mentioned before. I have learned countless valuable theories. This makes me believe that choosing to come to this academy was truly the right decision. I can now execute sword techniques with much greater proficiency. Perhaps it is time for me to visit the smithy and forge myself a new sword. At this point, he stopped writing for a moment, thought, and then continued. Oh, and one more interesting thing. Ernest has finally deciphered that ancient map. He even discovered that the architect was none other than Saul Homston. The map pointed to a remote area in the far east of the academy, buried deep beneath the abandoned St. Ima Hall. Rumors whispered that something extraordinary was hidden down there, right inside the saint's catacombs. Dean read the map again and frowned. Is this too specific? He wondered. I shouldn't have written down so many details. It is a forbidden zone, after all. But the real problem wasn't the rules, it was the undead crawling around down there. When Dean told his 2 best friends, they screamed in unison. Undead? Cold sweat drenched them. They stammered, terrified. Dean, that sounds absolutely horrifying. In his letter, Dean continued, I thought about giving up, but luckily, help arrived just in time. The one who saved us was Priscilla, an elite from the divinity department. The group went to find her immediately. Priscilla eyed them with deep suspicion. Excuse me? You want me to break into a forbidden zone with you? Are you out of your minds? Listen, the undead only vanish if you destroy their cores. But before you face them, you need my baptism. Deal made. The group launched their dangerous expedition. Priscilla shouted, Dean, smash the core! He poured all his dense mana into a single crushing strike. He followed Priscilla's lead, and it worked exactly as planned. Dean wrote, Priscilla's holy power is incredible. Thanks to her blessing, we tore through the undead with ease, and Layla's swordsmanship has improved massively. They fought in perfect harmony, not a single scratch on them. One attacked, one defended, flawless. They pushed through the heavy darkness, reaching the deepest catacombs. And there it was, the treasure. Standing before the ancient ruins, Dean pointed up. Layla asked, Is this really from 3,000 years ago? Dean nodded. Yes, the treasure is right here. The treasure the Emperor desperately craved but could never open, could never possess. At the word treasure, everyone's faces lit up with pure greed and excitement. It was a gem pulsing with a brilliant, magical red light. Dean held it, trembling with excitement. He wrote, This is our club's first major victory. We were so hyped we couldn't even sleep. The whole academy is in an uproar because of us. I should probably lay low for a bit. And the gem? No one would guess it's actually an ancient mana core. I don't even need to tell you. This thing gave me a massive boost in mana. He stopped writing. I'll tell you the rest in person, Mom, Dad. Layla shouted from outside. Dean, what are you doing in there? We have to go. We're running out of time to clean the club room. Her voice snapped him out of his trance. He grabbed his bag. All right, I'm coming. And just like that, Priscilla officially joined the club. Now they had 4 members. But they wouldn't stop complaining that the club's name was stupid. As he stepped out, the group cheered. Let's go, Izzy urged. Priscilla clicked her tongue, looking annoyed. You dare make a senior wait? Layla chimed in. Yeah, we're busy people, you know. Dean laughed awkwardly under the firing squad. Sorry, just had to tidy up. Let's move. As they walked, they split up the tasks. I'll handle the heavy lifting today, Dean offered. Layla smirked. Obviously, who else here could possibly handle the heavy stuff? They finally decided to nickname the club Nam Man. Meanwhile, the magic department was buzzing about a notoriously brutal exam. A 24-hour endurance test. No food, no sleep, pure torture. You couldn't bring help, but you could use any resource you wanted. It was infamous for breaking students. Professor Dranavo stared out the window and sighed. And yet, Dean passed it. Too easily. He understood my exact intentions. His problem-solving was flawless, and his situational awareness, extraordinary. I feel bad for the others. But I've never wanted a student from another department this badly. He turned around, his voice low. So? How is the mission going? Arthur stepped forward, hesitating for a moment. He keeps refusing the student council invitation. If he joined, he wouldn't just be a member. He could shape the future policy of this entire academy. Hearing this, Professor Dranovo seemed to realize something. He turns back to the sky, letting out a heavy sigh. I see. So even sending an upperclassman like you wasn't enough. He curses inwardly. Damn it. That kid is completely unpredictable. He lacks the vanity and arrogance typical of boys his age. Every prediction I made was dead wrong, but he won't escape my grasp. I will get my hands on him. The scene shifts to Arabella's lab. She looks up at Dean. Is Arthur from the student council still pestering you? He nods. Yeah, it's getting pretty annoying. She groans in frustration. That professor hasn't changed a bit. It was exactly the same back in my day. Dean gets curious. He tried this with you too? She nods. He even promised to make me student council president. Dean whistles. Student council president? Sounds pretty majestic, doesn't it? She sighs. That professor just loves luring in talented kids to turn them into his personal pawns. Arabella's expression turns deadly serious as she warns him. Talented young people without a solid foundation or clear career path are easy targets for manipulation. That is exactly why Arthur clings to Professor Dranovo, like a lost puppy. Dean catches on quickly. So, my mission is just to firmly reject every offer, right? She nods decisively. Exactly. Professor Dranovo is incredibly dangerous. He's not just a genius, he's a master of manipulation. If you slip up, you'll end up just like a puppet on his strings, stripped of your free will. You have to be on guard. No matter how tempting the offer, refuse immediately. Don't hesitate. Accepting the strict but heartfelt advice, Dean gives a faint smile to reassure her. I get it. I'll be careful, I promise. But their conversation is cut short by a loud bang. The lab door flies open, making Arabella jump. Good heavens, what is going on? The trio, Layla, Ernest, and Priscilla, barges in. Layla rushes over, holding a strange sphere, eyes sparkling. Dean, you really are here. Look at this. I found something totally amazing. Ernest brought it back from the Forbidden Zone. Can you help me figure out what it is? Arabella's face goes pale. She screams, What? The Forbidden Zone? Did you idiots actually break into the Forbidden Zone? The 3 friends just exchange awkward, guilty smiles. Dean watches the chaos, face-palming internally. God, I told them to lay low for a while. Sorry about them, sis. He turns to the group, his voice skeptical. I thought security was tightened after the incident at the sanctuary? Ernest grins confidently. Don't worry, Dean. I'm an explorer. Overcoming challenges like that is just part of the job. Dean scoffs. Yeah, that's your specialty, all right. But don't you think it's a bit too dangerous? Ernest lowers his head. Shy, but firm. I know you're worried, but my adventurer's blood just won't stop boiling. I literally can't sit still. Dean observes his friend. Ever since the Ima sanctuary, Ernest has become much more bold. It makes sense. Saul Homston was the only great mage to reach the Nine Chains realm after the Demon Kingdom fell. A place linked to such a genius would ignite the fire in any adventurer. He shifts his gaze to Layla and Priscilla. Layla carefully hands the sphere to Arabella. Senior, could you please take a look at this for us? Arabella sighs, looking at the troublemakers. You lot are really only good at causing headaches. Noticing something off, Dean turns to Layla. Layla, what are you holding? Did you shove something into my magic wave detector? Ernest steps in, scratching his head. Well, here's the thing. I couldn't sleep last night, so I took a walk around the Forbidden Zone. You know Saul Homston's lab is deep in there? I kept hearing weird noises coming from inside the building, like machines running or something being built. It gave me goosebumps. I even heard human voices. Dean cuts him off, skeptical. So what? Even if it's a forbidden area, guards patrol it all the time. Hearing voices isn't exactly weird. Ernest scratches his head frantically, adamant in his denial. No, it wasn't just the sound of guards. I'm absolutely certain. And the weirdest part? The mana detector I left running on standby suddenly picked up a massive spike in energy. Hearing this bombshell, Dean gasps in disbelief. What? That's impossible, he continues, his voice dripping with skepticism. After Saul Homston passed away, every single artifact and piece of equipment in his lab was moved to the memorial hall for safekeeping. So how could there possibly be anything left inside emitting mana waves? Ernest nods, his expression dead serious. Exactly. It means Saul Homston's lab is still hiding a secret we know nothing about. Dean sinks into thought, muttering to himself, mana waves? After carefully examining the mysterious orb, Arabella speaks up, her voice thoughtful. Ern, your hunch was right. There really is something inside this thing. The revelation startles Ernest, and he blurts out, Really? Senior Arabella? She nods firmly. Yes. And it's nothing trivial, either. Here, take a look at the analysis I just ran. Everyone stares at the complex data spread across the table, completely stunned. Dean grabs one of the sheets to scrutinize it. Arabella explains, the fluctuations here are very similar to the samples you collected. Of course, it's not a perfect match, so I filtered out the vague and unclear readings. After a moment of silence, Dean turns to her. So, what's the final verdict? Arabella furrows her brows, her expression darkening. There is definitely something massive inside that building. The three young students across from her gasp in unison, eyes wide with shock. What? Something massive? Arabella nods. That's right. This kind of fluctuation usually only comes from objects containing a terrifying amount of mana. You said you had a hard time capturing these readings, didn't you? I believe something or someone is intentionally suppressing the mana waves to keep them from leaking out. As for who set up the concealment, whether it was Saul Homston himself or some other mysterious figure, we have no way of knowing yet. Dean chimes in. The one thing we know for sure is that whatever is in there, it must be incredibly valuable to require such elaborate concealment. Arabella nods. Basically, that's the situation. And from what I know, the guards never even set foot inside Saul Homston's laboratory. I actually used to sneak into the restricted area myself back in the day, just out of sheer boredom. Priscilla looks at her, completely flabbergasted. Seriously? Arabella just gives her a mysterious wink instead of an answer. Dean is equally shocked. He thinks to himself, even she used to do stuff like that? Then again, I guess no one could resist the mysterious allure of Saul Homston. He really was a phenomenal mage, even in his youth. She continues her speculation. Anyway, I don't know exactly what they're hiding, but if it's really connected to Saul Homston, this is going to be a groundbreaking discovery. It could be Saul Homston's own mana core, or perhaps something even more powerful than that. The room instantly buzzes with excitement. Dean clenches his fist, nodding with determination. If that's true, then this is incredible. Layla, standing off to the side, speaks up, looking a bit confused. But why would something like that be left in a lab that was supposed to be completely emptied out? Arabella answers, her eyes shining with admiration. Ernest is truly something else. He uncovered this purely through his sharp adventurer's instincts. Beaming at the sincere praise, Ernest can't hide his delight. Thank you so much, Senior. I couldn't have done it without your help. Arabella turns to Ernest, a teasing grin on her face. So, kiddo, what do you plan to do with a find like this? Meanwhile, Dean listens intently, his mind racing. It's highly unlikely that this is an actual mana core. If it were a mana core, I would have sensed it the moment I stepped foot into the restricted area. So what on earth is actually inside? Seeing Dean lost in thought, Lila turns to him, her voice urgent. What are we going to do now? Dean, I've been telling you to be careful for a while now, but doesn't this mana signal seem worth investigating? Priscilla steps up, her tone firm. Even if you don't go, we're going to check it out no matter what. Dean nods in agreement. Exactly. We can use that to slip past their surveillance, but there's no telling what else might pop up inside that lab. Are you guys really sure about this? The only answer he got was the steely, confident gaze of the entire team. Layla gave a playful wink, puffing out her chest. Of course. Our club is super strong, remember? Arnis chimed in, his voice bubbling with excitement. Exactly. Plus, Canas is tagging along. And Priscilla? She refuses to be left behind. She made it clear she's not sitting on the sidelines. Dean lets out a soft sigh. Layla, I expected. But even you, Priscilla? Sensing her brother's anxiety, Arabella chimes in, her voice tinged with helplessness. At this point, there's really no stopping them. Then, she makes a firm decision. Fine. If no one is going to listen to reason, then at least take these with you. Staring at the strange object in her hand, the group can't hide their curiosity. They ask in unison, "What is that?" She explains slowly, her gaze sweeping over each face. "These are magic scrolls. You all know how to use them, right? If you encounter any danger, do not hesitate. Don't wait. Tear it open immediately. The scroll will instantly teleport you back here. The process might cause a little physical and magical backlash, but hey, it beats dying, doesn't it?" Receiving the 3 precious scrolls, Layla can't hide her excitement. She gasps, "Are you really gifting us these priceless scrolls?" "Thank you so much, sis." Arabella's voice turns stern, her eyes serious. "Just remember this. Trespassing in the forbidden area leads to suspension. Get suspended twice, and you will be expelled permanently. Is that clear?" Hearing this, the group's initial excitement plummets instantly. They murmur in unison, "Yes, we understand." Seeing the mood drop, Dean speaks up to reassure them, his voice brimming with confidence. "Don't worry too much, sis. I trust nothing bad is going to happen." She pouts playfully. Don't just pay lip service. Having delivered her important warnings, she gives one final reminder. "All right, come back safely, and don't forget to tell me everything you discover." The group immediately returns to base, spreading an old map across the table to carefully plot their detailed route. Ernest, with his sharp analytical skills, explains, "Here is our infiltration route. The entry point is here. There's a blind spot in their vision when we move toward that building. We'll fully exploit that gap to slip in undetected." Impressed by Ernest's meticulous and logical explanation, Dean nods in admiration. "Ernest, you're actually really good at this. All right then, we'll commence the operation soon, 2 days from now. We've already distributed the exploration gear to everyone. Now, the priority is double-checking the infiltration route in detail." Ernest adds, "From this point on, we must scatter anti-tracking powder as we move. And once we arrive, Canis's role becomes critical. To dissolve the dense magical barrier without leaving a trace, we need his special flame." Dean nods in agreement. "Got it. I'll make sure everything is prepped perfectly." Realizing that relying on a single plan is too risky, Priscilla offers a strategic proposal. "We should also prepare a plan B for emergencies. Instead of just blindly tearing the scrolls, we need specific protocols for every possible scenario." Hearing the detailed and cautious analysis from their senior, Layla nods. "That sounds very reasonable, Priscilla." By now, Dean has also finalized his own strategy. He speaks up. "So here's the play. We'll arrange our combat formation like this. I'll take point, detecting magic ahead to clear the path. Ernest and Layla will provide support from the rear, while Priscilla takes the center." Realizing Priscilla might be vulnerable to ambush, he turns to Ernest. "This time, use your short bow instead of the sword. You've practiced enough, so just focus on covering fire." Ernest nods. "Understood. Leave it to me." Dean's voice drops, turning serious. "Remember this well. Our top priority is to remain undetected. We have no idea what's hiding inside." Ernest responds, brimming with energy. "Fine by me. I'm actually dying to see what's waiting for us." Layla mutters anxiously, "I just hope it's not ghosts." Once preparations are complete, Dean calls out, "Is everyone ready?" The group shouts in unison. "Ready," he grins enthusiastically. "All right, nah man club, let's go cause some trouble." After traveling for a while, the group arrives at the outskirts of the forbidden area. Being outdoors for so long leaves them covered in red, swollen mosquito bites. Layla whines, "This is so annoying. If every day is like this, I'm going to die." Ernest reassures her, "Just hang in there a little longer. We have about 20 minutes until the guard shift change." A guard's voice drifts over. "What kind of idiot would dare sneak into a forbidden zone like this? Just wait until we catch them." Seeing the guards aren't moving yet, Layla whispers, puzzled, "Why are there so many of them?" "I heard rumors they doubled the guard rotation recently," Ernest whispered. "Turns out, it's true." Layla gasped. "Oh God, that's definitely our fault." "So, what's the plan now?" Ernest replied calmly, "Everyone's exhausted at this hour. There's bound to be an opening. I know where the guard patrols are heaviest, so we'll stick to this path." As soon as the words left his mouth, the 4 of them sped up, stealthily diving deeper into the facility. Right on cue, the shift change began. A squad of soldiers marched up, grumbling. "Finally, time to switch out." Seeing the relief team, one guard sighed, "I'm bored to death. I nearly fell asleep standing up." Another barked, "What took you guys so long?" Everyone else already scattered. Seizing the moment while the guards were distracted chatting, the group slipped in from behind with decisive speed. They moved so fast that one of the guards paused, startled. He whipped around to check behind him, but there was nothing there. Seeing his reaction, another guard walked over. "Hey, what's wrong? Did you hear something just now?" the guard asked. His buddy shook his head. "Nah, probably just the wind." Shift handover complete. They turned to leave, calling out, "All right, good work everyone. Make sure not even a mouse gets in here. Joke's on them." It wasn't just a mouse. 4 very large rats had already successfully breached the restricted zone. They reached an ancient chapel and headed for the underground passage. Arnis whispered, "Watch your step, guys. We're almost at the basement entrance." After navigating the dark for a while, they stood before a massive door. Dean frowned. "Is this the place?" Priscilla nodded. Thanks to Arnis, getting in was a breeze. Letting him lead was definitely the right call. Dean glanced upward, his eyes narrowing. He detected an incredibly powerful magical barrier pulsing above them. Arnis explained, "The closer we get to the center, the stronger the barrier becomes." Saul Hongston was clearly paranoid about intruders, but Dean immediately shook his head. "No, that's not it." He stepped closer to the barrier to analyze it. "This energy. This barrier doesn't feel like Saul Hongston's mana at all. It's completely different." Lila looked at him, confused. "Really? How can you tell?" Dean explained. "Saul Hongston lived ages ago, but this barrier? It feels brand new." Arnis fell into deep thought. "That means someone else got here before us, and they put up a new barrier to hide whatever's inside." Dean nodded grimly. "Exactly. And whatever they're hiding could be extremely dangerous." Priscilla hesitated, turning to the group. "So, what do we do now? Do we turn back?" Layla immediately protested. "We came all this way. We can't just leave. Maybe an academy official just came in, set up some defenses and left?" Arnis shook his head. "I don't think so. This feels more like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy found a new relic of Saul Hongston, they wouldn't have any reason to keep it this secret." That made Layla furious. She punched her palm. "So you're saying someone else is after our treasure?" "That treasure belongs to me," Priscilla sighed heavily. "Layla, we're here to explore, not to loot the place." Dean nodded. "She's right, but these intruders are different. They put up this barrier to hide something specific. If we run into them, it's going to be a massive problem." Layla sighed, her anger fading into worry. "If they're hostile, we might not be able to stop them." "That's true," Dean said, stepping forward. "This place just got a lot more dangerous. But I believe in the Nam Man Club. We're strongest when we're together, right?" He thought to himself. That sounded pretty convincing. But honestly, I'm just dying of curiosity. Dean's passionate speech instantly recharged the group's morale. Arnis was so moved he couldn't speak. Layla puffed out her cheeks. "Yeah, well, nobody can argue with Dean when he gets like this. That's just a fact." Seeing them so fired up, Priscilla frowned slightly. "If I let you kids go alone, you'll definitely cause trouble. I guess I have no choice but to come along." With the moral support of Priscilla, Lila, and Arnis's eyes lit up. After a brief moment of silence, the team reached a silent agreement. Dean broke the silence, his voice steady. "So, does anyone object? Good. Then we keep going until the end." A trace of fear still lingered in their hearts, mixed with hesitation about the dangers ahead. But their determination pushed through the doubt, driving them forward. Arnis, using his incredible power, easily shattered the magical barrier blocking their path. As the heavy door creaked open to reveal a pitch-black corridor, the group faced a grueling struggle. They had to coordinate perfectly, staying on high alert to overcome every obstacle in their way. After a journey filled with trials, they finally reached their destination. Standing before a hall so vast it defied belief, Layla gasped in sheer shock. "What in the world is this? Where are we? I can't believe it." A chamber this massive and majestic, hidden right beneath the ground. The room was a chaotic mess. Old wooden chests, wine barrels, and countless sacks of grain were strewn everywhere, piled up in total disarray. Witnessing the scene, a thought suddenly struck him. "Look at this. There's a ton of food here. Someone is definitely living in this place." Jin's sharp eyes silently scanned the room as a realization flashed through his mind. It's strange. There aren't any recent signs of daily activity, almost as if the owners left or have been here for a very long time. Layla turned around, voicing a theory. Could the academy have come here to conduct research? Priscilla immediately shook her head, rejecting the idea with a stern expression. "That's highly unlikely. Look closely. If this were an academy investigation, they would have issued standardized, complete equipment to all participants. But look at these items. They're completely mismatched, coming from all over the place. There's even contraband here. The academy would never act so secretly and haphazardly." Jin nodded in agreement, backing Priscilla's logic. "Priscilla is right. This is clearly the work of a different group, not the academy." He quickly made a decision. "Let's search the area. Fast. We don't know when the owners of this place might return." Immediately, the group split up, each taking a section of the empty room to hunt for clues. Jin crouched down, placing his palm on the cold floor. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy rushed into his mind. What is this? Beneath this room, I can feel a massive flow of mana. Just then, Eris's loud voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. Jin, come look at this. He stood up, asking urgently. Did you find something? Lila quickly replied. There's a staircase leading down behind this wall. This was an incredibly valuable discovery. Now, they could see the source of that mysterious mana Jin had sensed from above with their own eyes. Without hesitation, the group descended together into the dark basement. At the end of the tunnel, a mystical blue-violet light radiated out, piercing the silent darkness. As they stepped deeper inside, a massive soulstone appeared before them, glittering and radiating immense power. Layla gasped in amazement. Unbelievable. I've never seen a soulstone this huge. To think it's been hidden underground all this time. Yeah, Jin stepped closer to inspect it, thinking to himself, there's no doubt. This is the signature aura of Saul Homston. It's radiating a terrifyingly overwhelming mana, and there are magic circles engraved all around it. What exactly are they planning to do with this thing? Who are they, and what is their goal? While the group was engrossed in examining the mysterious soulstone, someone suddenly startled, shouting in panic. Crap. Everyone. Someone is heading this way. The perimeter alarms we set up are going off. The words instantly made the atmosphere in the basement incredibly tense. Even those with nerves of steel and rare composure had to widen their eyes in shock at the sudden news. At the same time, up on the surface, a group of strangers appeared, quickly approaching the church doors. One of them urged coldly, "Hurry it up." The other three responded in unison. "Yes, Captain." They immediately moved inside with swift, professional efficiency. The captain continued to remind them firmly, "Focus only on extracting the mana from the Saul Homston essence inside. That damn glory belongs to us." The subordinates shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." After moving rapidly through the darkness, the group finally reached the last room in the basement. Looking at the brilliantly glowing soulstone before him, the green-haired captain reported, "We've entered safely." Then he turned to order his subordinates, "Clear the room. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately." Hearing this, two subordinates nodded. "Yes, sir." They immediately turned to head back up. After a few steps, one of them sighed in relief. "Finally, we can rest a bit." The other one asked, "Are we really stuck here for 2 months?" His companion replied, "Maybe even longer. But at least we have enough food, so that won't be a problem." Just as they took a few more steps, one of them tripped over a tripwire Jin's group had set up earlier. Instantly, countless sharp iron spears plunged straight down from the ceiling. The two soldiers were completely caught off guard. Unable to react, they were knocked down by the spears, crying out in pain. Hearing the commotion, the captain inside quickly turned around, shouting, "What's going on?" Right then, a strange pink-purple gas suddenly erupted from inside the tunnel, spreading rapidly. The captain blurted out, "What kind of gas is that?" A subordinate quickly guessed, "Is it poison gas?" Before the captain could react, the subordinate turned back, his voice echoing with panic. "Captain, it's a trap." Despite his loud warning, mere moments later, all four were easily captured by Jin's group. Eris frisked the unconscious captives. Her eyes widened slightly as she pulled out their belongings. "There's more here than I expected," she announced. A notebook, some silver coins, random trinkets, and something else tucked in a pocket. Dean looked down at the motionless bodies, his mind racing. Just who exactly are these guys? They were clearly after Saul Hangston's magic stone, but could they actually be from the academy? Just then, Priscilla, having finished examining one of the seized items, walked over to Dean. "Dean, look at this notebook. There's critical information inside." Dean took the worn journal and began to read. The pages were filled with detailed instructions for an essence extraction process. Always maintain 2 extraction units active. When progress hits 60%, activate a third. If the magic circle fluctuates, halt immediately and reinforce. Check the attached array diagram. Dean frowned, confused as he read on. "Essence extraction?" He muttered, "Priscilla, this sounds dangerous." Dean nodded in grim agreement. "Yeah, extremely dangerous." Eris, still rummaging through the captive's pockets, found something else. "It's not just that," she cut in. "They're carrying a map of the continent." Dean's eyes widened. "A continental map?" Layla chimed in, her voice grave. "The Empire controls those strictly. Taking one outside is absolutely forbidden." Eris offered her theory. Could they be part of some rebel faction? Faced with these mounting anomalies, Dean fell into deep thought. "There are too many suspicious details," he muttered. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, locking onto the unconscious captain. Dean started when he noticed a faint glow coming from the man's mouth. He rushed over and skillfully extracted a small object. Holding the glowing pill in his palm, Dean whispered, "Just as I thought. It's a suicide poison capsule. I remember Mom teaching me about this." Assassin guilds and secret organizations use these to silence their members. To protect secrets in an emergency, they're brainwashed to commit suicide and issued these pills. What kind of organization goes to such lengths? Meanwhile, Priscilla, still engrossed in the notebook, suddenly called out, "Look at this. There's a code of conduct written here." The new information stunned the other three. The text began, "For a new world. Rule 1. Security must always come first, even above one's own life. Rule 2. We act to change the world. Rule 3. Never investigate the identities of fellow members. We are one, yet we are distinct." Countless other rules followed. Finishing the text, Priscilla raised an eyebrow. "This part is the most suspicious," she declared. "There are coordinates listed here. I don't know the exact spot, but it's near the academy." Dean immediately asked, 34.58. "Where is that?" Eris rubbed her chin thoughtfully as she checked the numbers. "Wait a second. If it's that location..." She paused. "That's the supply transport route near the rear gate." Layla, standing nearby, chimed in. "So that's how they got in?" "Highly likely," Eris confirmed. "Someone inside the academy must be helping them." The situation was getting complicated, forcing them to get serious. Dean finally broke the silence. "A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they plan to do with it? We've made our decision. Let's move. Fast." They carefully gathered all the evidence into their subspace storage for further investigation, agreeing to report everything to the academy leadership and the guards. Then, Dean added, "It would be a waste to go back empty-handed, wouldn't it?" The moment the words left his mouth, the other three turned to him, confused. "Excuse me?" Dean's eyes narrowed, burning with determination. "We're taking the magic stone," he declared. "If we leave it here, it'll just fall right back into their hands. Better we take it than let some shadow organization use it for their schemes." A short while later, the captured men began to stir. "Captain, wake up!" one shouted. Another voice panicked. "This is bad, Captain." The captain slowly groaned awake. "What is all this racket? My head." One of the subordinates stared in horror at the magic stone. It was lifeless now. Its once vibrant colors faded to a dull gray. The magic stone. "It's empty!" he screamed. The words struck the captain like a bolt of lightning. "What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" he roared in fury, unleashing a stream of curses. "Damn it, it must have been those brats who ambushed us." While they were still racking their brains over who had done this, the academy guards swarmed the area, surrounding them in an instant. A soldier's voice boomed out. "Freeze! Don't move! How dare you trespass on these hallowed grounds? None of you are leaving here alive." One of the intruders shrieked in panic. "How the hell did the guards find us?" Another soldier barked orders. "Round them up! Don't let a single one escape." The captain could only grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it. Seriously? Damn it. Did the organization just throw us to the wolves?" After dragging the intruders outside, the guard captain let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. "This is absolute madness," he muttered under his breath. "Decades of peace, and now the Forbidden Zone decides to act up?" He pointed at the captured group and barked. "Did the intruders spill anything?" The bald soldier rubbed his chin. "Report, sir. They haven't said a word. We might need to use stronger measures." The three intruders stood there, heads hanging low, completely silent. The captain pointed a sharp finger, his order decisive. "Then beat them until they wake up." "Understood, sir." "After the preliminary check, we'll drag them to the interrogation room." The bald soldier nodded firmly. The captain thought to himself, "This incident is serious. We doubled the security force, yet 5 intruders still managed to slip in here. I'm definitely getting punished. I might even lose my position." Just then, a soldier came sprinting in from outside, panic on his face. "Captain, the investigation team from the Magic Ministry is here." The captain flinched, shocked by the sudden arrival. "They're here already?" he yelped, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He cursed inwardly. "Damn it. I never thought that lazy old professor would come here personally." After hearing the full report, Renavo summarized the situation. "So, you heard a noise inside the building, realized the mana barrier was gone, and then found the intruders inside. Is that correct?" The captain nodded rapidly. "Yes, that is correct, sir." Renavo fell silent for a moment, then spoke up. "Strange. Saul Hangston's mana barrier isn't something easily destroyed. If they had the power to do that, why were they caught so easily?" He shook his head, his face twisted in confusion. "I can't wrap my head around it either. By the way, we found this in their luggage. Would you like to take a look, Lord Renavo?" Renavo raised an eyebrow, looking at the object in the captain's hand. "A book?" He reached out and took it, flipping through the pages, but found nothing unusual at first glance. Renavo deduced. This book was sealed with magic. Only those with authority could open it. Yet someone clearly used brute force to shatter the seal. The captain was utterly astonished. What? How is that even possible? Renavo carefully tucked the book into his robe. I'll take this back for a thorough investigation. There might be other hidden spells inside. Hearing that, the captain scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. Ah, yes, of course. I only took a quick look, but it seems they belong to some secret organization. Renavo's eyes narrowed slightly, deep in thought. A secret organization, you say? The captain continued. We also discovered a massive monostone deep in the basement. It's taller than a grown man. Renavo was stunned. A monostone? But that basement was supposed to be empty, the captain explained. We find it incredibly baffling too. Why would a giant monostone exist inside the forbidden zone? After a moment of silence, Renavo ordered, "Lead me there. I want to check it myself." Back at the academy, the atmosphere in the courtyard was buzzing with the excited whispers of the students. Did you hear the news? Something happened in the forbidden zone again. Guards were running around chaotically. Another voice chimed in. Trouble keeps happening lately. It feels so unsafe. Hearing these rumors over and over, Priscilla sighed helplessly. God, the forbidden zone has been in chaos since yesterday. Dean turned to ask Priscilla, Priscilla, did you find out anything? She nodded. I did. I heard the Magic Ministry's investigation team has stepped in. Even Professor Renavo went to the scene personally. Eris added, if even Professor Renavo showed up, this must be way more serious than we thought. Dean spoke up, his face full of worry. We really caused a huge mess this time. He added, the news is already in the Daily Academy paper. Do you guys want to see? Holding the newspaper, Eris gasped. What? Already? News really does travel at the speed of light. The page read, Forbidden Zone breached. 5 intruders being interrogated by the Magic Ministry resisted the guards. I take full responsibility. Dean sat in the back, thinking, if Professor Renavo went there himself, he definitely realized how serious this is. He said aloud, but if the Magic Ministry is handling it, we should be fine, right? Priscilla sighed. Yeah, they're famous for being ruthless. I'm sure those guys are being welcomed with all sorts of torture spells. Layla jumped, crying out, but will they find out about us? Eris smiled reassuringly. Come on, calm down. We wiped all our traces clean, Priscilla said confidently. Actually, the Academy should be thanking us. If it weren't for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught. Dean chimed in. Don't worry too much. They're locked up in Sadi City. How would they know we were there? For now, let's just lay low for a while. Then he turned to Eris. You brought their stuff, right? Eris nodded. Yeah, I brought it. Here's the analysis result. Take a look. Dean mused to himself. Who knows? If we track these guys down, we might stumble upon another treasure. Like the essence of Saul Hangston, for instance. A few days later, the Academy was plunged into chaos once again, but this time, it was due to the arrival of a royal investigation delegation. The royal family rarely set foot on Academy grounds, yet here they were, accompanied by an army of unprecedented scale. Banners snapped in the wind, painting a scene of absolute majesty. The royal army marched deep inside, halting before the colossal doors. The 4th Royal Knight Commander, Delphin, furrowed his brow. How strange, he muttered. First, the Ima Society is infiltrated without a trace, and now intruders are found lurking in Saul Hangston's laboratory? Professor Drenavo, standing beside him, chimed in. It is indeed bizarre. We've tracked their trail, but there are still no clear results. Delphin glanced over sharply. And what of the barrier? A female professor replied. We are still investigating, but so far, there are no obvious signs of a forced breach. Delphin let out a heavy sigh, his face a mask of frustration. What a mess, especially since this is one of Saul Hangston's creations. He cast a cold gaze behind him and asked, Your Highness, what are your thoughts on this? The red-haired young man was none other than the 3rd Prince, Edward de Antonis. He stammered, looking utterly lost. I don't really understand it yet. Hearing this, Delphin turned away, his tone dismissive. I see, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Drenavo's eyes went wide with shock as he cursed internally. Wait, the 3rd Prince came personally? Why would His Highness bother coming to a place like this? Edward closed his eyes briefly in thought, then snapped them open, staring intently at the door. Is that a trace of the barrier being melted? He wondered. It's incredibly faint, but the surface is different. It's as if it was dissolved and then fused back together. Even so, this is truly impressive skill. Drenavo explained. Saul Hangston's barrier was designed to last for centuries. Until now, no one has ever been able to crack it. Delphin nodded grimly. Correct. A perfect steel fortress that has never been penetrated. And yet, here it lies broken. From behind them, Edward added softly, that implies that even the royal family's barriers could be infiltrated. As he spoke, Edward's eyes suddenly widened. A strange energy washed over his body, leaving his face drenched in cold sweat. He clenched his hands together tightly, fighting to maintain his composure. Seeing this, Delphin turned, asking anxiously, "Your Highness, are you in pain?" Edward rubbed his arm gently and replied, "I'm fine. It's just the usual soreness, nothing more." Delphin urged him with concern. "Please, Your Highness. If you feel any discomfort, tell us immediately, so we can return. The investigation is important, but your health takes precedence." The boy shook his head firmly. "No, I came here of my own free will. I will not give up. Do not worry. My hands are fine." Watching them, Dranavo looked on thoughtfully. The prince and the knight commander together? "Perhaps we need to be much more cautious this time," Delphin advised once more. "Maybe you should step outside and rest for a moment, Your Highness. If your condition worsens, please alert us at once." Edward nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will do that." As Edward walked out, Delphin watched him go, thinking, "What a pitiful soul, labeled the useless prince. His own body betrays him. If only His Highness had been born with a healthy constitution. How different things might be." Edward stood motionless, lost in thought for a few minutes. Then his gaze dropped to his trembling hand, and he muttered in frustration, "Damn it, something is always getting in my way. But now is not the time to hesitate. I need more clues. I'll have to investigate this myself. They told me to stay put, but sorry about this." Meanwhile, back inside, Delphin's voice rose with impatience. "You haven't found a single trace? Wait, you said it happened around 5 in the morning? Dranavo nodded. "Yes, sir. Just before dawn." Delphin pressed on. "And the mana detection spell? Nothing at all?" Dranavo bowed his head nervously. "Absolutely nothing, sir." Delphin's face went dark. He exploded, growling. "Then tear this place apart until you find something." Suddenly, a soldier rushed in from outside, gasping for breath. "Commander, bad news. His Highness has disappeared." Hearing this, Delphin jumped, practically screaming. "What? That's impossible. He was just here a moment ago." The soldier stammered an explanation. It happened in a split second. The guards let their guard down. Delphin roared in fury. "You useless bunch of idiots." Then he spun around, shouting orders. "Halt all other operations. Stop the current investigation immediately and focus everything on finding His Highness." The soldiers scrambled to assemble, shouting their acknowledgement. Inside, panic surged through Delphin. His body is already so frail. Why would he? By now, Edward was sprinting deep into the dense forest near the academy. As he ran, he vowed to himself, "I must push this investigation forward at any cost. This time, Father will actually notice me. Even without natural talent, I will prove myself through sheer effort. I refuse to be the useless prince any longer." Deep in the Boya forest, Dean's trio is grinding hard. While Dean focuses on refining his magic, Eris and Layla are going all out with their weapon training. Layla steps in to correct Eris's form. "Eris, your stance is way too shaky. Come on, let's try that again properly." Eris immediately adjusts her footing and looks back. "How about this, Layla?" Layla nods with an approving smile. "That's much better." Watching the two of them spar, Dean can't help but smile to himself. "Looks like she's finally getting used to the intensity of our training. Layla's been a huge help to her, which means I can finally focus on controlling my own mana." With just a few casual waves of his hand, Dean effortlessly conjures countless magic circles that swirl around his body. Staring at his palms, he smirks. "I've already completed 2 mana circles and even nailed the 4-layer magic structure. The Grand Mage's magic is truly incredible." But suddenly, his gaze sharpens. His eyes widen, locking onto a specific point. "Every time I focus on the 4-layer spell, I can see it more clearly. The way mana flows through the human body is absolutely phenomenal. I wonder what I'll discover next time." Without thinking, Dean conjures a mana bomb, letting it hover in mid-air before sending the energy sphere shooting straight up into the sky. It zips around Eris and Layla's heads, making Eris look up in pure curiosity. "Is that wind magic?" Layla turns to Dean. "Dean, what kind of spell is that?" He explains calmly. "It's a wind bomb. Basically a compressed air shell crafted from pure mana." Witnessing the magic, Eris's eyes go wide as she gasps. "That's dope. I've never seen a mana construct that huge before." Layla chimes in. "Plus, since it's a 4-layer spell, the destructive power is going to be terrifying." Dean eyes the mana bomb in front of him, then flicks his wrist. "Guess I'll just give it a light toss then." Channeling his magic, he spins the bomb around his body before hurling it straight toward the edge of the forest. It was supposed to be a gentle throw, but the bomb rockets forward with horrifying speed. Suddenly, a chill runs through them. They all sense someone is out there. In a split second, an earth-shattering explosion roars from deep within the woods, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that blinds the entire area. Rows of trees are instantly flattened by the bomb's devastating shockwave. The projectile's path has been carved into a massive clearing. Layla screams, panic in her voice. Dean, did you hear that? There's someone over there. Dean, sweat pouring down his face in pure terror, replies, Yeah, I heard it loud and clear. He curses internally. Shit, I thought we were the only ones out here. He quickly commands, We need to check it out. Now. Layla responds, her voice trembling. Be careful. What if they're badly hurt? Rewind a few minutes earlier. Edward is scouring the forest, searching for something. He wanders around, observing the scenery. I had no idea the academy grounds held a forest this massive. The students here must be so happy, studying and laughing with their friends. I'm honestly so jealous. If I hadn't been born a prince, could I have attended the academy just like them? Just the thought of it makes my heart race. He shakes his head, forcing the thought away. No, stop daydreaming. I need to focus on tracking down those intruders. Suddenly, noises from deep within the woods catch his attention. Following the sound, Edward wonders aloud. What's that noise? Is someone else in the forest? The source of the commotion is none other than Dean's group hard at work. Watching them, Edward thinks to himself, Students training? They look about my age, but their skills are already so polished. After finishing a sword set, Layla turns to Dean. Dean, could you take a look at my sword technique? This movement here, it feels a bit stiff. Dean circles her, observing closely before speaking up. It's your footwork. After the turn, slide your back foot a half step. It'll flow much better. She nods, understanding immediately. Let me try that again. Here goes. Watching from the shadows, Edward mutters to himself. Did she just say Dean? Wait, Dean Egress? So that's him, the freshman who's got the whole academy buzzing. Dean Egress. A name even the royal family knows. Accepted into the research department for excellence in 4 different fields. Meanwhile, I can't even handle a simple task. He's called a genius among geniuses. Yet look at him. Still training this hard. If I could have just joined the academy, maybe I'd have made friends, learned everything I could, and laughed just like them. Suddenly, an object comes hurtling toward him at the speed of light. Edward gasps, startled. What the hell is flying at me? It's the monobomb Dean launched into the tree line. The moment it impacts, a massive explosion rocks the entire forest, flattening trees in its wake. Edward can't escape the shockwave. His body is instantly blasted backward, tumbling violently across the ground. His eyes are wide, with total shock at what just happened. Then, a scream of pure agony rips from his throat, echoing through the woods. Realizing they definitely hit someone, Dean and the girls rush over to check the damage. Eris calls out, her voice dripping with worry. Hey, are you okay? Dean speaks up, looking incredibly guilty. I'm so sorry. I really thought no one was out here. After writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach, Edward struggled to sit up, still groaning in pain. Eris suddenly noticed something and called out, Wait a second. That uniform. It looks like the Royal Investigation Squad. Hearing this, Layla gasped. Does that mean you're a member of the Royal Investigation Squad? Dean sensed things were getting complicated. He scratched his head and interjected, No, Layla. That person is probably. His voice dropped, turning serious. That uniform. And that red hair. It's the symbol of the imperial family. Eris stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Could it be? Are you truly a member of the imperial family? The question sent a shiver of fear through both Dean and Layla. Regaining his composure, Edward slowly stood up. He walked toward the 3 of them, his voice dripping with anger. You absolute fools. Dean immediately stepped forward, bowing formally to introduce himself. I am Dean Greer, son of Count Greer. Greetings, Your Highness. I deeply apologize for our negligence. We have committed a grave error. Eris also hurriedly bowed. I am Eris Jen, son of Baron Wren, a first-year student in the magic department. Layla followed suit, her voice calm but filled with remorse. I am Layla Smythe, eldest daughter of Count Smythe, a first-year student in the swordsmanship department. Please, Your Highness, forgive our insolence. Contrary to their expectations, Edward didn't scold them. Instead, he smiled. It's fine. I'm not injured, just a little startled. More importantly, I'm actually quite pleased to meet you all under these circumstances. Dean, I've heard much about your talents. The Greer family is renowned for exploration, and I trust you'll become an excellent explorer yourself. And Lady Smythe, you're the one who won the D&I Cup, aren't you? I watched the finals that year. Layla bowed her head. Yes, Your Highness. It is a great honor. Edward waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough with the introductions. You may all rise. The 3 responded in unison. Yes, Your Highness. Eris, looking puzzled, spoke up. I am truly relieved to know you aren't hurt, Your Highness. But why would Your Highness come to such a desolate place? Layla added, explaining further. This area is so remote that even students rarely visit. That's exactly why it's perfect for our secret training. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly before stammering an excuse. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Squad to inspect the academy. I went for a walk by myself and, well, I got lost. Have you heard about the strange incidents occurring at the Saul Hangston residence? We're currently investigating it, but we haven't found a single clue yet. It's incredibly frustrating, Eris replied. You came here to investigate, Your Highness? We've noticed some irregularities too, though we can't say for certain. Dean looked at Edward, thinking to himself, they found something? A normal person wouldn't have noticed anything. Eris deduced, so, Your Highness was the one who detected the strange phenomenon. Edward nodded. You could say that. Eris and Layla flinched. Eris turned and whispered frantically to Layla. Damn it, this is all because of us. Layla whispered back. If he finds out, we're dead meat. Dean stood silently, observing Edward and analyzing the situation. Unlike the two elder princes, the third prince is the same age as us. Rumors say he's mediocre, possessing no special talents whatsoever. It's strange. We scattered anti-tracking powder everywhere, yet he still found us. And he noticed the anomaly that no one else could detect. He can't be just an average person. Is he hiding some kind of hidden power? Watching them, a mischievous smile played on Edward's lips. He spoke up. Like I said, I just got lost and ended up here. This academy is quite a maze, Eris quickly suggested. Then you should head back immediately. Your Highness, the investigation team must be searching everywhere for you. They're probably lost too, since it's their first time on this massive campus. Edward stalled for time. Actually, while I'm here, I'd love to hear a bit about your lives at the academy. Eris and Layla blinked in surprise. Our lives? Dean stood by, thinking, he may be a prince, but he's still just a teenager. He's been cooped up in the palace for so long, it makes sense he'd be curious about a normal life. Edward pressed on. So, what were you three doing just now? Training? Yes, it's quiet here, so we often use this spot for training, Eris replied. Dean remained lost in thought. Something felt off. This prince, his presence is suffocating. It feels like mana is tightening around me like a noose. Can mana actually flow like that? I need to take a closer look. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the soldiers were frantically continuing their search. They're scrambling everywhere to find him. What about over there? Nothing here. Damn it, move to the next building. The students watched them, whispering among themselves. Whoa. Is that the Royal Investigation Squad? What's going on? Looks like they're searching for something. Did they catch the culprit already? No way. If they caught him, the Magic Corps would be here, not the investigators. Man, the tension is thick. Elsewhere, Delph was still frantically searching for Prince Edward. After scouring the area with zero luck, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, he's not here either. Where on earth did he go? We don't even know who's involved or what powers are pulling the strings. If the prince, with his injured hand, runs into trouble while he's alone, getting stripped of my rank would be the least of my worries if something happens to him. Just then, a soldier rushed up from behind. Captain, we have a witness. Someone wearing a gold-trimmed cloak was spotted heading toward the forest outside the academy. Delph spun around instantly. Are you sure? Bring them here, now. He moved with urgency, barking orders. All units, to the forest outside the academy, immediately. Top priority is the prince's absolute safety. The soldier nodded sharply. Yes, sir. As he strode forward, Delph's mind raced. The forest? Why would he go to a place like that? Don't tell me. Did he discover something? The scene shifts to Dean's group. Edward sighed, his voice heavy with longing. I'm so envious. If only I hadn't been born into royalty. Perhaps I could have lived a normal life, free from the shackles of a prince's duty. Perhaps the gods truly despise me. Dean stepped closer. Your Highness, if I may, there is something I wish to ask. Edward replied with a faint smile. What is it, Dean? Go ahead. Dean's gaze fell upon Edward's arm. Is your hand in a great deal of pain? Edward flinched, his thoughts racing. No, how could he possibly know? Beside them, Layla looked confused, tilting her head as she turned to Dean. What about His Highness's hand? Edward quickly hid his arm behind his back, stammering. You must be mistaken. Dean's tone remained firm, his eyes searching. Am I? Because based on my observations before he could finish, Layla cut in, her voice frantic. Dean, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? He acts strange sometimes. Please, Your Highness, forgive his foolishness. However, Edward suddenly spoke up, cutting through Layla's panic. No, he's right. Layla and Eris froze, stunned into silence. What? Is that true? Edward stayed silent for a moment, staring down at his right arm with a complicated expression. This right arm of mine, he murmured, is no different from a withered limb. He turned to Dean, his eyes filled with curiosity and a glimmer of fragile hope. How did you figure it out? Dean explained calmly. Your Highness, to be precise, I didn't see the physical condition of your hand. What I saw was the flow of mana. It's completely blocked from reaching that hand. Edward was thunderstruck. he gasped, unable to hide his shock. What? You can see the flow of mana with your naked eye? Dean nodded. It is an ability I acquired after a fortunate encounter. For instance, an artifact fused with my body. Actually, it's the ancient mana, Dean thought, but I can't reveal that. So, Edward asked, you can see the root cause of this affliction? The mana should be flowing into your hand, but it's being blocked at the wrist and backwashing into your arm. Without mana to nourish it, the hand is slowly dying. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Your Highness, if I may be so bold, what exactly happened to your hand? The sudden, direct question caught Edward off guard. He looked down at his right arm once more. He fell silent for a moment, then began to speak slowly. It all started when I was about a year old. I was born healthy, but then, at some point, my hand just became like this. I struggled to even hold a spoon until I was 7. I couldn't hold a pen to write until I was past 10. I couldn't learn swordsmanship. I couldn't ride a horse. I failed at every skill a prince is expected to master. Even magic, which is supposed to be innate for my bloodline. I was completely helpless. All my efforts were in vain. That is the life I have lived until now. A shameful prince. A secret I dared not reveal to a soul. Hearing Edward's bitter confession, Dean thought, so he's been dealing with this since he was an infant. That explains why he lacks the illustrious reputation of the other princes. Beside them, Layla and Eris, who had never known this secret, were trembling, terrified by the weight of what they had just heard. Layla stammered, but, Your Highness, is it really okay for us to hear that? Eris chimed in, her voice trembling with worry. Should you really be sharing such a massive secret? Edward smiled reassuringly, looking as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It's fine. I trust you all to keep this between us. Besides, I'm in a good mood today. Even the royal physicians and the most talented mages couldn't find the cause, no matter how hard they tried. But finally, I've found the answer. His gaze landed on Dean, burning with sincerity. Dean looked Edward dead in the eye and asked point blank, do you trust me? Edward didn't hesitate for a second, flashing a smile. Of course I do. How could someone from the Grice family ever lie to me? If you were lying, you'd have to be the greatest con artist in history to fool a prince. Edward looked down at his hand, his voice turning somber. Many have already noticed the power draining from my hand. I know that sooner or later, this arm will become worse than useless. He looked up, eyes pleading. So, can you heal me? Faced with this sudden request, Dean fell silent for a moment. His two companions held their breath, too terrified to make a sound. After weighing his options, he bowed his head. I apologize, Your Highness. I am not a physician. The answer clearly disappointed Edward, but he accepted it with a heavy sigh. Fair enough. I understand. It was never going to be easy. But then, Dean threw a curveball. However, if Your Highness wishes, I could attempt it. Really? Edward exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Then do it. If you can fix my hand, I'll do anything you ask. Dean's voice dropped, becoming deadly serious. Are you sure? If that is your wish, I will attempt to alter your mana flow. But be warned, if I fail, you could die. Dean's blunt warning made Edward freeze, stammering without making a sound. Do what? Dean continued, his tone unwavering. If this goes wrong and you are harmed, I will undoubtedly be beheaded for regicide. But I have a long life ahead of me, and much I wish to accomplish. So, if I risk my neck and succeed in healing you, how exactly will you repay me? Dean's bold, calculated declaration made Edward pause to think. Meanwhile, Layla and Eris stared in disbelief, unable to process the audacity they were witnessing. Edward asked, his voice tinged with shock. Are you trying to strike a deal with me right now? Dean nodded. Yes. I don't take vague risks. However, if the reward is substantial enough, that changes everything. Faced with Dean's cold calculation, Edward stood frozen for a moment before bursting into laughter, looking at him with renewed interest. A deal with me? You're the first person who's ever dared to suggest such a thing. You're different from the rest. Dean smiled, his gaze steady. Very well, Dean Grice. If you heal my hand, I will grant any request you make. He paused. And if you fail, well, it just means the inevitable came a little sooner. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Dean's shoulder. So go ahead, try it. Even if you fail, I'll leave a decree stating you were innocent. His gentle, understanding tone caught them off guard, making even Dean feel a twinge of embarrassment. After a brief pause, Dean nodded. I'll do it. Excellent. Thank you. Edward cheered. Seeing the prince's excitement, Dean thought to himself, this could be the turning point of my entire life. Success means absolute glory. Failure means inevitable doom. I have to succeed, no matter what. He took charge. First, Your Highness, please sit down and get comfortable. Edward nodded and complied. Dean steeled himself. I've been practicing mana control since I was a child. I can do this. Plus, I have the ancient mana to support me. He stepped in front of Edward, grasping the prince's right arm with both hands to carefully examine the damage. He lowered his voice. All right. I'm beginning now. As the words left his lips, a surge of powerful mana rushed from his core, flooding into Edward's body. Dean carefully traced the mana flow inside the prince, probing every hidden corner. The moment the two energies, one ancient, one decaying, collided, a violent internal shockwave blasted through Edward's arm. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the soldiers were still on their frantic manhunt. A voice sliced through the silence. Report. What's the situation on your side? The response came instantly. Blocked. There's a sheer cliff face here. We can't go any further. Just then, a soldier sprinted up, gasping for air as he reported to his superior. Captain, there are too many forks in the road ahead. Realizing his forces were spread too thin, the bespectacled captain narrowed his eyes in frustration. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. We don't have enough men to cover all these paths. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a strange anomaly hidden deep within the dense foliage. A wave of unease washed over him. Impossible. Impossible. What is this sensation? He didn't hesitate. He instantly raised his hand, signaling the entire squad to conceal themselves. His hand tightened around the hilt. He unsheathed his blade, ready for the inevitable battle. His expression turned grave as he gave the order to move in absolute silence. The group began to creep stealthily toward the direction where he'd sensed the anomaly. Minutes later, they were closing in on Dean's position. Every soldier's eyes were locked dead ahead. Delphin stepped forward, his gaze cold as ice, and roared, "You bastards! How dare you do that to His Highness?" He charged straight in, bellowing in a blind rage. "You filth! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Faced with Delphin's overwhelming ferocity, Dean's group panicked. Layla shrieked, "The knights! They've got us surrounded." Dean was just as shocked, cursing internally. Damn it, they're closing in fast. He knew he had to explain. And now, as the thought crossed his mind, mana began to swirl around his hand. But Delphin didn't flinch. He lunged straight at Dean, winding up for a killing blow. "How dare you lay a filthy hand on His Highness?" He attacked with such blinding speed that Dean was left stunned. "He's too fast. At this rate, I'm dead." But just as Delphin's blade was inches from Dean's throat, Edward suddenly threw himself between them. "Stop it. Now." Seeing Edward safe and unharmed, Delphin froze in shock. "Your Highness." Seeing the prince's steely gaze, Delphin slowly composed himself. He turned, his voice trembling with worry. "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you have any idea how frantic we've been?" Edward reassured him. "Calm down. I'm fine." Delphin pressed on. "Why did you venture so deep into this danger zone? And who are these people?" Edward explained. "I was just investigating and got a bit turned around. As for them, I'll explain on the way back." He glanced down at his arm, thinking, the sensation is different. It's definitely healing. He turned to Dean with a warm smile. "Farewell. I must go." "Thank you." Dean smiled back. "I only did what I could. It was my honor, Your Highness." On the way back, after Edward recounted the entire story, Delphin mused. "So, that boy is the son of Count Gress?" Edward nodded. "That's right, and he is my savior." Delphin was taken aback. "Your savior, sir?" Edward explained further. "He did something invaluable for me, so tell me, what sort of gift should I reward them with?" Delphin frowned slightly. "A gift? What do you have in mind, Your Highness?" He thought to himself, they may be nobility, but the prince only just met them today. Edward stroked his chin, muttering, "Ordinary gifts won't suffice. I want to give them something truly precious." Then, struck by an idea, his eyes lit up. He turned to Delphin. "Wait, what about that?" He leaned in and whispered something that made Delphin's eyes go wide with shock. "Your Highness." "Even so." Edward scratched his head, looking sheepish. "Do you think it's appropriate?" Delphin asked. "Isn't that a bit much?" He thought. Is he really this delighted just to have made a friend? Edward beamed. "Compared to what Dean did for me, this is nothing." "Right. Send word to the palace. Have them brought here immediately." Delphin gritted his teeth, resigned. "Understood, sir." Watching Edward walk away, humming a cheerful tune, Delphin began to contemplate the situation. Thinking about it, this isn't bad. That boy is from the House of Gress. Strengthening ties between the royal family and the great noble houses will provide a strong foundation for His Highness in the future. 1 week later, Dean's group received a formal invitation to the royal palace, specifically to the reception room in the annex. Sitting across from them, Edward smiled. "Dean, my arm is much better. No side effects whatsoever. Thank you." Dean bowed respectfully. "That is a relief to hear, Your Highness." Edward gestured to the table. "Please, sit. I've prepared a small token of my gratitude. Please, accept these. It's the least you deserve. 3 servants entered, carrying 3 small, intricately carved boxes. As soon as the servants retreated, Dean and his friends opened the boxes, and their eyes went wide with shock. Eris gasped, "Your Highness, is this?" Edward nodded. "Yes. Those are royal insignias. It's simple. If you ever find yourselves in trouble, present these, and the issue will be resolved." Holding it in trembling hands, Eris asked, "Can we truly accept this?" Edward replied firmly, "Of course." Dean bowed, beaming. "Thank you so much, Your Highness." Edward waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the formalities. Just enjoy yourselves today." The 3 chorused, "Yes, Your Highness." And so, they began their meal, dining in true royal fashion. Meeting the prince was an unexpected stroke of luck, but the identity of the assassins remained an unsolved mystery. With no leads, the incident eventually faded into silence. Sometime later, the midterm exams finally came to an end. In the school courtyard, Dean exhaled a long sigh of relief. Finally, exams are over. He turned to Layla. "How did you do?" She replied confidently. The specialized subjects weren't too hard. General Ed should be fine too. Beside them, Priscilla stood with clenched fists, muttering, "I wish this whole world would just burn to the ground. I memorized the entire scripture. How could the exam still be that brutal?" Dean could only force a wry smile, thinking to himself, turns out, the Holy Research Department isn't exactly a walk in the park. Eris chimed in to lift the mood. "Hey, at least the exams are finally over." Dean nodded. "We're finally free. Great job, everyone. We've got a few days off now. What's everyone planning to do?" Eris beamed with excitement. "I'm thinking of joining that fitness club. You know, the one that specializes in hardcore body conditioning." Layla, standing next to her, gasped in shock. "Say what? You?" Priscilla stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. "I guess you realized your physical limits after those combat simulations, didn't you? You know exactly what needs to be done?" Eris grinned confidently. "You bet. Just wait and see the results." Priscilla warned, "Just don't get yourself injured." Layla gently touched her cheek, saying, "I think I'll head home for a bit. My mom has been wanting to see me for ages." She turned to Dean. "What about you?" He hesitated for a second before answering, "I'll probably hit the library to study some more." Layla looked at him in total disbelief. "Studying? Right after exams?" Dean shrugged. "Honestly, I don't really have anything else to do. Actually, wait." Dean suddenly paused, a memory flashing through his mind. "Hold on. I remember what number 3 said. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift, the badge of the Smith workshop. I've been planning to forge a new sword anyway. Looks like a trip to the smithy is finally in order." Seeing that familiar, intense focus return to his eyes, Layla could only let out a long, exasperated sigh, a helpless smile forming on her lips. "Oh boy. It's been ages since you brought that up."